We're deep in the heart of Bavaria this weekend, where the beer is cold, the bratwurst is sizzling, and the racing is absolutely electric. Willkommen to Wackersdorf. This is Pro Cup Raceland, a technical titan of a circuit famed across Europe for its relentless rhythm and no room for error overtaking zones. With 1.2 kilometers of curbs, camber, and carnage, Wackersdorf demands everything from a driver: precision, patience, and a little bit of madness. It's the kind of place where champions are forged in the heat of battle, and one missed apex can end your weekend faster than you can say flat out through turn number one around this mesmerizing circuit that is Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf, that will this weekend play host to round 3 of the IAME Euro Series. We've already had some fabulous racing as the track itself this weekend opening in 1997. It's a relatively old circuit. I'm not going to say too old because I was born in 1994. So it's a young circuit, I will say, here Pro Kart Raceland. But the track itself, though, 230 meters down that entire start-finish straight. It's 1,190 meters in total track length. Infield straight, 125 meters. It's around 9 to 12 meters of width with 3 meters of elevation change, meaning it is a little bit of an undulating circuit for our drivers this weekend. Turns in total, 11 on the screen on this one. I count 14 over the lap, but that's me. 7 to the right, 4 to the left, and that includes 4 hairpins out there. Each one of those corners provides its own unique challenges, but we see the overtakes in towards turns 2, 4, 9, and turn number 10. It is a tricky circuit to overtake on. However, if you do get it right, you've got to nail it. Top speed, though. Drivers will be reaching that down in towards the braking zone. Well, I say braking zone. It's really kind of flat out through turn number 1 or 3, if you're counting it like I am. It's around 120 kilometers an hour into that spot there. It's around 85 kilometers an hour around the entirety of the circuit, the average speed for it. So, again, fast-flowing but demanding circuit for the drivers. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box. We've already had the morning racing, Nicole. We're now going into the second half. 17 qualifying heats are ahead of us.
Absolutely. This is a long day of racing for all the drivers. I think they're blessed with a bit of a saving grace that it's not too hot out there on the circuit for them, so they can keep themselves in a good rhythm, keep that confidence high and keep that concentration going. Of course, we had some adverse weather conditions yesterday. The drivers have not got to deal with that today. Yeah, I think they've been blessed a little bit. Yeah. Going into this afternoon, though, like you said, 17 races coming up. Is going to be a long one, but it's going to be a good one. I will stress the lighting is terrible in here. I'm not this red in the face. He's very sunburned, everybody. He is.
Certainly not. But no, you're absolutely correct. It is a very tense day for these drivers ahead of them right now. Like you say, lots of racing they've got to get through. But we are going to return our attention back to the senior category. This will be their 3rd round out of 5 qualifying heats they will do over the course of today before they go into their super heats later on in the weekend. And we turn our attention back to the likes of groups B and F with Danny Carinini starting this one on pole position. A really strong performance from Danny over the course of the weekend in the terms of his qualifying performance. 2nd fastest driver overall, of course. Didn't have much testing over the course of this weekend. Came very late to the weekend, but still showcasing a very strong performance despite, like I say, the lack of track time he's had so far this weekend.
Absolutely, but I think that shows why he's a European champion. You know, last year he took that crown, and I think the skill, the experience that the Italian has gone into why he hasn't needed to test, and he's come here and straight away he's at the sharp end of the field. Maybe he got a bit caught out in the racing aspect of things earlier on. In his last heat, got shuffled down the order after getting it wrong out of one of the corners. Did pick things back up again, plucked off the drivers ahead, but he did lose position overall. He will be starting alongside Bertram Sash then on the front row of the order as drivers head out of the grid for the first race of today after the lunch break.
Indeed, and we look forward to seeing what will happen in this race. But before that, we will take you through that full starting lineup then, as Danny Carinini will start this one on pole position. He will be joined by Bertram Sash alongside on row number 1. Christian Biasati and Alan Garcia go from row 2. They'll have Andy Rattel and Max Kamalanda going from row number 3. Row 4 sees Jacob Mikalev and Peter Garecki. They will have Luca Horton and Sophia Sage, who both of them in a good race in this one as they start from row number 5. Marlon Bayer and Paul Andriotis round out row number 6 for the first half of the field, being Philip Svensson and Louis Mass.
Second part of your grid on row number 8 includes Luca Mollard and Isaac Sayer. 9 houses Morgan Knudsen with Maximilian Eggelstadter, and going from 10 we have Zen van der Heijden with Henry Carter. 11 will be guys Markelbag with Mark Granada, and from 12 we have Luke Taylor versus Alex Pinheiro. From the 13th row of your grid, 25 karts for your qualifying heat B versus F for Senior X30 is Leonard Karth. Indeed.
Well, race earlier on for Groups B was a feisty one. That was out with Groups B and D, where Johan Aluja took the win in that one. Freddie Lloyd finished second, Biasati third, Utron was fourth, Norman was fifth, Danny Caronini finished that race in P6 after having an almighty fight all the way to the end. There, live view of race control, Joanna Falcao joined by Sam Fisher and David Manchester, and they're keeping an eye on all of the cameras out on circuit, 40 of them in total. Off to the red line. Right, synchronization time. How is this one going to look? They've had time to get it practiced over the course of the lunch break. Nailed it. Love it all the way throughout. So it's getting better and better. 8.5. There you go. It's getting better and better as the weekend goes on. Here we go then into the tram lines then. Back for the third round of qualifying heats. Lights are not out. They're setting them round again.
Anthony, then, your experience visiting this circuit, because it's my first time at this track. I never raced here. I've never actually been to Germany.
Really?
No, I haven't. First time. You were born here, weren't you?
I was born miles away from here on the complete opposite side, but yeah.
Question for you then.
Go on.
At what stage throughout the heats this weekend, or at what point are we going to see kind of tyre management really come into play, would you expect, or that change for these drivers?
That's an excellent question, Nicole. I'll get back to you with an answer.
It's nice and steady coming out the last corner, Martin. Then he just gassed it up and left everybody behind.
Sounded like a very deflated Daniel Ashton there. It's like he's not angry. He's just disappointed in that start, I think. But yeah, no, constant communication with, of course, Dan Ashton, with Martin Bean, race director. Time management in this one. Well, it usually comes around that kind of second half. Usually when we start to get into at this stage, of course, this is the third round. They've got 2 more rounds of qualifying hits in this one. It's when you get to those last 2 races, that's where we'll start to see those new set of tyres get used, because, again, they don't want to deploy them too early because they've also got to do the superheats tomorrow as well. So it's a very busy day for these tyres, but they've got to make them last for quite some time. Here we go then, nice and steady. Second time around. Are we racing? Looks good to me. Green flag is out, and we are racing. In Senior X30, Danny Caronini holds on to the lead of this one as they all sweep through turn number 3 for the first time into the braking zone of the hairpin at turn 4. 3 wide on the exit through turn 5. Usually it's only single file, but why not? Let's go 3 wide indeed and see what happens. But this time around, it's all good for the majority of them, but one driver getting squeezed out right at the end of the lap, and that was Luca Mollard, who unfortunately missed the timing barrier through that corner.
Bertram Sash has really been hung out to dry in the early stage of this race. Has lost 2 or 3 positions within the course of that previous lap. Race leader out there in the front, Danny Caronini, has given himself a bit of room to think about things. They head out of that final corner, the sweeping corner, and it really is a 3-kart breakaway as your drivers from 4th to 6th are getting very busy through turns 1, 2 and 3. It's Caronini from Biasati, Rattel is in there in 3rd, Jacob Mikalev is having a good start to the race, and then we have Luca Horton and Camelard in there as well. They are your drivers on the screen that are having conversations between each other as they go through turns number 6. Bertram Sash on that redemption drive dives down the inside to pick up that place. That's into 6th position, and now it's Luca Horton who is the driver in front with Mikalev. They are the 2 karts that have broken away from that snake in the field. There we go then. Bertram Sash leading the way, overtakes now going on through 11 once more. Careful, drivers, because those nose cones out there, we've had a smattering of penalties so far this weekend for drivers. It's a bit of a theme, and I think it's a theme on this track where they really do start going bumper to bumper. It gets really close. It doesn't spread out too much.
Indeed, Max Kamalander there from Switzerland, pushing his way back through the field here. Down 2 places in this race, but still fighting back through the field as overtakes happening, and I think that's Lewis Mass getting the move done now on the Swiss driver. It is indeed. Steps him up 6 places into P8 as Luke Taylor, I think, has had a moment out there, tumbling down back to 21st place. Eyes then, Danny Carinini still leading the way. We saw him set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. Andy Rattel, who's up 3 places now, is into P2. He's just got past the likes of Christian Biasati. So that fight is still on for 2nd place. But as you can see now, they're down 0.6 of a second. Scratch that, 0.7 of a second to Danny Carinini, who this race has found his rhythm. Side by side, over the start-finish line we go. That is a nice little dive there. So that is Max Kamalander and Philip Svensson battling away as they're keeping up the pressure on the rest of the field. But he's just lost out on a spot there. And I think that's going to be Morgan Knudsen, who's made his way through. It is indeed. So Knudsen now on the charge through the field. But we'll keep a close eye on these battles because this is all around inside that top 10. There's your top 3 going through the shot. There's your top 6 being backed by Bertram Sash. Then you have Marlon Bayer and all that. Then you have that next group of drivers, all like 10th place downwards. Max Kamalander, Morgan Knudsen, Peter Gorecki, Philip Svensson, Henry Carter in that fight as well. Remember, Henry Carter stepping up to the seniors for the first time this weekend after cancelling his junior campaign. He was sitting 13th in the junior championship this season, but he's given that up. And now fighting in this one, there is Henry Carter on your screen, right on that rear bumper, alongside, and now in front of Philip Svensson, and steps up into 12th place.
Well, Svensson had been overtaken by Knudsen, and I think that lost him a bit of momentum, and that's how Henry Carter really pushed his way through. Garcia goes fastest on the circuit. Garcia slightly further down in the order, I believe. Can't see him quite. He's just out there in 9th place, chasing down Lewis Mass. Battle going on then between drivers from 4th to 7th. Mikulev still towing around Luca Horton. Horton having a good race of things so far. It's a 4-place game so far. Eyes on the front end of your order. This is Biasati chasing down Rattel through turn number 4. Drivers barreling into that corner, getting the balance of speed really, really correct to try and get the run out of things. And this is a tight and twisty circuit where drivers really carry a lot of minimum speed. Carinini, now your driver out there in the front, driving around in his own areas. Your fastest driver on the circuit is a 1.3 second race lead that he has graced himself with, as Sash, your driver in 6th place, now gets put under investigation. Sash really hasn't had the race that he would have wanted. Correct myself, I don't think he's under investigation. I think actually could be a warning flag out there for you. We'll update you on that soon. But Sash started, right at the front alongside Carinini. Got shuffled, got hung out to dry in the start, and now he just can't pick things back up again. Eyes back on this one for 2nd place. Biasati still right there on the back of Rattel. Watch as they go through turn number 6. Like clockwork, gets it done down the inside, aggressive and sharp. Nothing attempted for Rattel to really put that one off. He let it happen. It's one of those places, it's expected, and if you concede the position, you maybe can try and have a go a couple of corners later. That's a theme of the weekend as well, I think, Anthony.
Well, I think it's got to a point now between these two where they know they're not going to close into Danny Carinini. He's clear at the front, so effectively they're going to fight for 2nd place right now. Rattel did that move earlier on, of course. He's waited quite some time for Biasati to retaliate to that, but Rattel's not going to give this one up easy, I can imagine. Rattel currently sits 8th in the points with 95 to his name. Every overtake will benefit him in that intermediate classification at this point of the weekend, because like you say, they've only got 2 more qualifying heats to go over the course of this weekend. But eyes on this one. It looks like Biasati has found some immense pace now and is actually breaking away from Rattel. Alan Garcia, fastest driver out on circuit, is currently circulating around in 8th place. Is your quickest driver out there. dipping into the 49 seconds. In fact, he's the only driver into the 49 seconds over this lap. That's an incredibly quick time at this stage of the weekend. There, though, is your race leader, Danny Carinini. Well, he's looking at a lights the flag right here, Nicole.
Absolutely is. It's a night and day difference compared to the heat he had before the lunch break, where he got shuffled down the order, he got pressured and lost a smattering of positions. Now, completely different story because he continues to extend his gap. As I say that, though, I think he's heard me because the gap has reduced. It's now down to 1.9 seconds. But Carinini, lots of room to think about things, just focusing on corner by corner. Got nobody in his air to chase. And that is actually a bit of a difficult thing for some drivers. If you don't have a chase out there, you don't have somebody as a marker to look at where your braking points are, that can be difficult. But not for Carinini, somebody of his experience. He's out there doing exactly what you would expect from a European champion.
Certainly so. Right, well, it makes sense how he's dropping back to now 1.8. Again, slowing things down, cooling the tyres. Why overheat them? Why push them? No need. Save them for the race later on. And of course, he can make a set of tyres last all the way through the set of qualifying heats, all through all 5 of them. He might not even deploy them. He'll deploy his second set going into tomorrow, into the super heat. So again, it is just a fine line for what they would like to do on this one.
I think as well with the tarmac that we've got, it's not abrasive, so you can manage
smooth,
it really well. And I think you can make the tyre stretch if you're clever, which Danny Carinini absolutely is, because once again, that gap has reduced. It's now 1.6 seconds. So he's just backed off. He's giving himself the best chances as we head into the next rotation. But for this one, it looks like Carinini is going to reach the end very soon. Final lap of things, continues to go around in his own air, continues to just ease that kart around, baby it to the end. No change between Biasati and Rattel. They're still sat there in second and third. I think they've got a bit of a mutual agreement out there on the track together. So let's just confirm this one as it is. You're second, I'm third. Let's not fight. Let's not get ourselves into trouble. But a driver that I think is going to be in trouble, Bertram Sash, who started P2 at the start, who's been given a 5-second penalty, will drop him quite far down the order. It could even end up dropping him outside of the top 10. As I say it, I think I've cursed him because it looks like on the timing screen he's lost a couple of positions through that lap. Driver, though, lights the flag. Action, Danny Carinini takes the race win, 1.3 seconds ahead of Biasati in second. Nothing too much for him to think about. Italian driver out there doing what we see him do often. Cool, calm, collected stuff. It's a race win. Biasati in second, and Rattel rounds up your top 3.
Indeed. Cool, calm and collected, as you pointed out there, Nicole, for Danny Carinini. The top 3 very close at the end, but a nice controlled race still for all 3 of them. For Jacob Miglev, that's a good run for him. 3 places gained, stepped him up to P4. Aaron Garcia at the end of that one did bump up to P5. Marlon Bear and Bertram Sash all having a little bit of a battle out there as they rounded out the top 7. Luca Horton from Henry Carter. Isaac Say rounds out to the top 10. All of them gaining positions. Max Kamalander finishing in P11 and Sam van der Heijden in 12th place. Alex Pineda in 13th with an 11th place gain. Him and Henry Carter, the biggest movers in that race. Mark Granada from Philip Senton, Paul Andriotis from Morgan Knudsen, Luca Mullard from Grimes Merkelbach, Louis Mass from Luke Taylor, Maximilian Engelstadler from Peter Gorecki, and Sophia Sage. Leonard Kath rounds out the 25 drivers. Everyone started, everyone finished. And the highlights from that race, well, calm run, I would think, for Danny Carinini. Lights the flag on that one. Didn't need to think too much over the course of that race.
No, absolutely not. But of course, let's not forget, as we've got the 252 out there, Nasso panel has come off of the bracket.
Gone for Peter Gorecki.
So it's not off completely,
Oh, no,
it's just that
there.
Bottom part. So that's attached to the chassis by a metal bar, and actually it's quite common for the bolts to snap, or the top of the bar to snap off away from the Nasso panel. That's why you've seen the bottom bit not attached, but it is still bolted on to that cart. There's Danny Carinini, your race winner. And let's see how Danny did it. Over at the start then, sweeps across onto that racing line quickly. It was good reactions to those lights above on the gantry. Busy stuff then from your midfield. This was the point, the pinch point for Bertram Sash, where he got himself a little bit hung out to dry. There you can see he tried to force his way back on, tried to force others off onto that rumble strip, but it didn't quite work. Then we had drivers losing it off onto the grass. That's one of the victory lanes. I believe it was Luca Moulard. Did recover and get back onto the circuit to finish in 18th, but he would have had a bit of dirt on those tyres to deal with after that moment. Big moments once more out of turn number 4. Positive camber, so if you get it wrong, you really do feel it, especially with the grip out there on the track. More moments going on into turn number 11. This was Bertram Sash's pack of karts. I think that was Marlon Bayer making overtakes down the inside.
Yeah, certainly so in those early stages. This one, though, Max Callander, the Ubic Racing team driver, certainly had a good show in this race. He had an almighty battle in the early stages with the likes of Sam van der Heijden, Alex Pineda, Philip Svensson, all in that area. They all would chop and change. There was the moment there you were seeing, like I say, the later damaged Peter Gorecki machine for the KB Racing Experience team from Poland. He certainly had his moments. There was the overtake from Christian Biasati on Andy Rattel. That was the retaliatory overtake, but there would be nothing else after that one, as Danny Caronini would head to the checker flag, would claim another win on circuit and would put him second in the points. Aaron Garcia, in his fight back through the field, just takes the lead of the intermediate classification with 2 points. Well, there we go. Right. Now, there's a mechanic for Fusion who always likes to wear a hat.
Data coach.
Yeah, data coach. Okay, data coach for Fusion. Now rocking some fish flip-flops.
Tom, his name is.
Yeah, good old Tom. Never one to talk about fashion, but fish flip-flops, I don't think were on my order.
No?
No. Fish and chips, yes. Not fish flip-flops. There we go. Right, next race anyway, back on subject. Senior X30. Max De Silva, back on pole position for this one. Superb run in qualifying. Has had a bit of work to do in these qualifying heats, but still is in a good position right now. Will be starting alongside Ruben Moya. This is going to be a tough one for him because Ruben Moya so far, alongside the likes of Joanna Luja, have been undefeated. They're both on 100 points to his name, so Ruben Moya is going to be one he's going to have to deal with in this race.
Absolutely. I think Moya is always a driver that comes to these events and has a bit of a target on his back. He's always at the front end of the order. It was a P4 last year in the championship. But going into this year, you know, he's gunning to improve on that once more. But Max De Silva, in that previous race that he had, a penalty, a 5-second penalty. So in this one, he needs to be careful where he's putting the karts, how aggressive he's being, because it cost him a smattering of positions in that previous race. Within this grid, then, we've got some more big hitters. We've got Roxanne Lantinga right in the fight as well. Roxanne had a good heat earlier on, made up some positions. She's having a really good season so far of things, and Cremona and Zuera had good results. Can she improve on that this time here at Wackersdorf?
No, indeed. Just looking at the results from that previous race for groups C versus F, Max De Silva unfortunately coming away with a 5-second time penalty in that one. It was the warning flag, of course, that we saw go out, which did drop him down into the field. Aaron Garcia did take the win on that one, but like we're saying for De Silva, that put him down into 9th place in the end. So with those overtakes, managed to gain those few more, because at the time where he got that one, he would have dropped down to about 13th place. So he's actually, he gained a few within the last stage of that race. So still a good result for him in the end of that one. Florent Panay, who did suffer the same fate as that one, got a 5-second time penalty in the first race of the weekend, that was yesterday. Did hold on to a 3rd place in this one, so a good run still in the end. But one driver has shown real consistency. Roxanne Lantinga, who will be starting on the 3rd row of the grid. 2 P4s. Has been one to keep a close eye on. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. And let's take you through that full starting lineup. Max De Silva and Ruben Moya will go from row number 1. They will have Florent Panet and Sebastiana Pavan on row 2. Roxanne Lantinga and Rocco Cruccio go from row number 3. They will have Adam Elbasoini and Maxime Blanchimont on row number 4. Luca Mann and Nicholas Simic go from row 5. They'll have Emmanuel Leodikis and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff on row 6. Donovan Bonilla and Signor Onbor will round out the first half of the grid on row 7.
Row 8 includes Otto Paikkonen with Marcel Mativic, and from 9 we have Sam Woolley with Roberto Bass. 10 is Lucas Hochiska with Dylan Patel. Dylan Patel is missing from this grid. And from 11, houses Sarah Iffert with Dan Bridgen. 12, and on your penultimate row, will include Kevin Bakker with Paco Sarmiento. And going from row number 13, we have Rapel Zarif.
Well, for these drivers now, they will push forward. Of course, no Dylan Patel on the grid for this one. The driver of the 317 will not be taking part anymore this weekend, which is a big shame for him. But for the rest of the field, the work is still yet to be done. At the moment, in the intermediate classification, of course, it is Alan Garcia who leads it after that race we've just watched, ahead of Danny Carinini. They are clear by 2 points from each other, but they're only 30 points ahead of Ruben Moya, who sits 7th in the points with 100 points to his name. A win here puts him to 150 and in the commanding lead of that intermediate classification. The rest of these drivers, again, they just need to try and follow suit, maybe even beat him, of course. Ruben Moya, he's good, but he's not invincible. The rest of this field know what they need to do here. Synchronization, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. There we go. That was pretty good. I'll give 6.9. There we go on that one. Right then, here we go into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Lights out as they head down in towards turn number 2. And it's a beautiful start for the front rows, but keep an eye on Ruben Moya round the outside. Beautiful start, and his teammate this weekend, Sebastiano Pavan, slots into second place. A carbon copy of what they did earlier on, and right now doing exactly the same here. You can see the rest of the field have had a really decent start as well. They've all slid through into the chicane for the first time as they run down in towards turn number 11. All bit of sideways moments there for some of the field, but everyone else getting through. I think Otto Pukinen just getting a little bit sideways out of the chicane. But crucially at the front here, Nicole, it's Pantano Racing 1-2 leading the way.
I think the team and mechanics will be stood on the sidelines happy with the way that Ruben Moya commanded that lead, because it was good stuff. Really got the run round the outside going into turn number 4 and jumped into that lead with teammate Pavan. Moves going on into turn number 4 then. That is De Silva losing out to Pan. Roxanne Lantinga looking hungry there, clips the curb, gets it wrong. De Silva tries to defend, but she says no and she goes down the inside. Is she going to lose the position though? Yes, she does. De Silva slots back in. Roxanne lucky to get away with that one, and it looks like she might be vulnerable now to Albasioni, that is right behind in 6th place. Pan, De Silva, Lantinga looking down the inside once more at De Silva. Bravery on 4 wheels from Roxanne, gets the move done, not put off by De Silva being aggressive previously, goes straight back in and commands that P4 it is now. So once more, 4th position. I think Roxanne likes that number this weekend. Ruben Moya still leading from teammate Pavan out there in 1st and 2nd. It's 2 tenths that split these 2 drivers up, who are heading into turns 5 and 6. That hairpin that drivers really carry a lot of speed through to get the run up the hill into turn number 7. And Ruben Moya, your race leader, is your fastest driver on that circuit as well. He's not having to deal with being in anybody's dirty air or tripping over anybody. Talking of tripping over each other, I think maybe Roxanne Lantinga and De Silva could be looking at doing that very soon.
Indeed. Right. So this is an interesting situation for our front 2. Now, Ruben Moya is back after missing the Zuera round. And of course, drop scores, you can drop your lowest superheats, qualifying heats and final over the course of the season. He will, of course, have to drop the round he didn't participate in. So he's obviously still in a good spot in those points, effectively, when we get to the end of the season. Pavan is his first appearance ever in the IAME Euro Series Championship this weekend in 2025. So he's in a position where, right, what do I do here? Do I go for the move on my teammates and current opponent who's fighting in the championship and maybe mess things up for him? Or do I become that rear gunner for him over the course of this weekend? Well, in this stage of the weekend, I can imagine he'll be the rear gunner. When it comes to the final, however, I think it's all game on.
Just watching De Silva now, Anthony, I just think he looks like he's falling apart slightly. He's got a couple of corners wrong and it's dropped him back off the back bumper of Roxanne Lantinga. It just doesn't quite look like he's found his rhythm. Moves behind him are going on between Paikkonen and Caruccio. That's for 6th place, so Paikkonen has overtaken to get himself into P6. Here we go then, still going on between these two drivers. De Silva now maybe a bit more in a groove of things, but he did just have 3 or 4 corners where he was just missing things, didn't look steady on the braking, but he's getting that run back into things, uses all of that rumble strip, and looks like he could be arriving on Roxanne's door very soon. Lantinga, though, catching up to Pan, sat there in the top 3. I think she's fed up of those P4s this weekend, wants to jump into a top 3 position. Moya still leads the way. It's 150 points that he has currently got through these qualifying heats, but is he now under pressure by teammate Pavan, who is all over the back bumper of him going into turn 4?
Again, they are indeed, but I would be surprised if Sebastiano Pavan goes through a move here. Well, no, I wouldn't in a way, because they're a racing driver. Of course he's going to go for the move if he gets given the opportunity. But like you say, he's got a bit of a dilemma here. Does he push him, or does he just sit behind and go for it? It is one of those things where he's not in this championship. He's here as effectively a wildcard entry this weekend. And he's just showcased he's got a weekend off. I wanted to go racing, so why not go to Wackersdorf and get involved this? But I don't think Ruben Moya wants him to win.
Well, what's the quote? If you don't go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver.
There you go. Well,
so we'll see what happens. Moves going on, though, between De Silva and Lantinga, because Lantinga has lost that 4th place, and Paikkonen has got through as well. So Lantinga dropped down by 2. She's now in 6th place. Moya still in front of Sebastiano Pavan. Pavan just taking slightly different lines. He is faster and he's trying. He looks like he's really trying not to run into the back of Ruben Moya. I would say, if anything, Moya is holding him up.
Well, potentially, but obviously a very interesting one here. Of course, for Sebastiano Pavan, he's having a change of chassis, of course, over his season, because of course he's rocking with the Energy Course team, the factory Energy Course team in the FIA European Championships, and of course now he's switched over to obviously an IAME engine, now an IAME Senior X30, not the OK engine that he usually rocks, and then of course the different chassis on a Pantano chassis now, not an Energy Course, so a lot of things he's had to change, but he's taken to it like a duck to water, down the inside. Nice little change there. Max De Silva back on the charge. Has got through, so has the likes of, now that is Max Radego. Otto Buchanan now has got himself out into 4th place. Roxanne Lantinga, while we were talking about her, unfortunately has tumbled down to 7th place in this race. So the battle for 3rd still on. Now Otto Buchanan, who's on a 11th place charge here, Nicole, could get up into that top 3.
Absolutely could, more than capable. And going back to what you were just saying then, Anthony, about the adjustment for machinery and drivers jumping from class to class, of course the most obvious difference between OK and Senior X30 is Senior X30 is a tag system kart, it's not direct drive, so being able to jump from one to another and be that quick is impressive, and it shows actually the skill and the capability of the drivers out there. We've got various drivers here this weekend who have done that. Jarlath Sayer, Will Green, you've got Paul Androtis is also a driver from OK or OKJ who have joined the X30 grid this weekend and are at the sharp end of our fields. Ears and eyes focusing once more though, because Ruben Moya and Sebastiano Pavan, teammates, teamwork maybe makes the dream work, no change between them once more. 0.2 of a second splits up. Moya is more than aware that his teammate is right there, because he looks over his shoulder and he can see the gap, which looks like by eye it's extending. And
this is what's throwing me off, is that Ruben Moya is checking over his shoulder constantly at Sebastiano Pavan. That indicates that they haven't been told anything, and that's a case of, right, is he going to go for a move here? Is he right there? Is he still there? He's nervous about Sebastiano Pavan being there. So again, it means that he's not they've not had that conversation of saying, right, if I get behind you, I'm not going to overtake. I'm just going to push you. He's unaware of that. So by all means, this makes me feel like they are racing for position here, but we're just not seeing that overtake yet from Sebastiano Pavan. Another thought that's just creeped into my mind, of course, I'll knock on wood for this one. If obviously Pavan spins, he won't stall the engine, of course, or if he does, he just needs to press a button, not needs to get out and try and bump start it on the race. So yeah, that's one of those things. Hopefully he remembers that. Last lap board is out then. Moya leads from Sebastiano Pavan. No change between these top two. They have stayed line astern. Radek still holding on to third place, or to silver, I should say. In third, Otto Buchanan still there on the 11th place gain, sitting in P4. Could he make it an even 12 on this one? In fourth place, we'll have to wait and see. You can see they're sitting right behind each other, going down into turn number 11, just behind these two on your screen. There they are, but still, again, no change from the top four as the field now, Nicole, looks set to the end.
Does look set till the end. Van der Kerkhoff made a last-minute overtake on Florian Pan to get into the top 5. But there on your screen is your race winner once more. Ruben Moya takes the checkered 0.3 of a second ahead of his teammate Sebastiano Pavan, who, like we discussed, has joined the Senior X30 grid for this weekend. The Pantano Racing team win again. Ruben Moya doing what we expect for him to do, and he wasn't rattled by his teammates of Pavan, despite, consistently looking over his shoulder at that gap. De Silva finishes in third position despite losing time and position to Roxanne Lantinga earlier on. He gets himself back into that top 3 and is followed by Buchanan and Van der Kerkhoff for that top 5. Ruben Moya, though, will lead the way high up in your points order. It's 150 points to his name currently out of the rotation of heats that we've done. Good stuff from the Spaniard. Following drivers then to finish off that race, Florian Pan finishes in 6th. We then have Rocco Caruccio, Donovan Bonilla, Roxanne Lantinga and Maxime Blanchman that round out your top 10. Kevin Bakker, Sam Woolley, Nicholas Mick, Sinja Ombal, Lucas Horishka, Roberto Bass, Raykan Zarif, Adam Elbasoni and Emmanuel Ludakis and Sarah Iffert round out your top 20. In 21st is Marcel Matarich, Dan Bridgeton and Paco Somiento, and then Luca Mann. Another difficult race for Luca Mann. 24th position, last on the road, and of course we didn't have Dylan Patel out there on the track. Will not continue this weekend of racing.
Indeed, big shame for that one, and like you say, Luca Mann really, after that qualifying, not having the results this weekend. There, though, on your screen, someone who is having the results this weekend, Ruben Moya. 150 intermediate classification points. That is 3 wins out of 3 with 2 races to go. And do I dare say that's a smile on the young Spaniard's face, who heads back to Parc Ferme and, of course, to the paddock to reconvene with the Pantano team ahead of their last 2 races of the day. Here we go then, here's a look at the highlights from that one, and for the 2 Pantano drivers, watch this start, because you've got Ruben Moya, you've got Sebastiano Pavan, they were 2nd and 4th on the grid. Watch them around the outside, carry the speed, through you go. Both of them absolutely nailed the start, and brilliant stuff there for Ruben Moya. He got to the front of the inside group, got to the front of Max de Silva, backed them up early, allowed Sebastiano Pavan to carry the speed around the outside and put them 1-2. That is teamwork at its finest.
I think he could just see that De Silva was holding everybody up on that defensive line and just thought, you know what, I can go around the outside, I can get the grip because it is down there, and I can use that cambered bowl section to slot myself into that first position. That is exactly what he did, and that eventually determined that race win. De Silva had a busy race. Him and Pan were racing it out. It brought Crocs into the fight. That's Otto Pukanin getting involved. Those 3 were having moments out there, and at some stage Roxanne Lantinga was involved as well. Ruben Moya and Sebastiano Pavan decided against racing each other. There was no attempt by Pavan throughout the entirety of the race, but I wouldn't expect any kind of team order would be going into that.
Indeed. Right, plenty more races to go. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another one of those Senior X30 races coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Wackersdorf for round 3 of the IAME Euro Series. As you can see from that beautiful picture, sun is shining, 26 degrees. It's a beautiful Bavarian summer's day, Nicole.
Absolutely, get your sun lounger out. It's warm out there.
Sun lounger, sun hat, sun shades, all of the things that have sun in front of it. But there we go. Right, next race coming up very soon. Qualifying Heat A versus D for the Senior X30 category. We have just witnessed a triple win out of 3. That's what triple means. By our man who leads the way, Ruben Moya, with 150 points to his name. There is another driver in this one that could certainly challenge that, but we'll get to that driver in a moment. There, Lars Rammer, the German driver who put it on pole in qualifying, certainly was a contender to watch over the course of this weekend. Has had a qualifying heat win, so does know how to pedal around here. But the man starting alongside him for Spain, Joan Aluja, will be the driver to watch over the course of this weekend, because he has claimed 2 wins out of 2. He is looking to claim his 3rd match, his fellow countryman, Ruben Moya. But of course, that job is far harder than it sounds.
You made it sound as if it was going to be easy the way you pronounced it. But in a grid like this, obviously not impossible, but he's got a task on his hands.
He certainly does. And of course, he's not alone in that sharp end of the order, of course. He's got right behind him, 2023 Junior X30 IAME Euro Series champion, Freddie Lloyd. They've got Rick Nadin, as well, from Luxembourg on that second row of the grid. And Rick Nadin was certainly a contender in that race earlier on, right at the sharp end, battling away. There is our race directing team, Daniel Ashton. Unfortunately, you couldn't see his shoes there, but I can guarantee you one thing: they'd be very colourful out there on the gantry. They always are. Right, other rows behind as well. You've got the British and Irish row number 3, Lewis Bird and Morgan Moore on row number 3. They're going to be ones to keep a close eye on, as there you can see on the actual main roads here on the circuit, showcasing plenty of places to view from. Right, field makes its way out onto the track. Let's really take you through that full starting lineup. It is Lars Rammer and Joanna Luja on row number 1. They will have Rick Nadin and Freddie Lloyd on row 2. Lewis Bird and Morgan Moore will lock out the top 6. They will go from row number 3. Row 4 sees Kevin Lantinga and Clement Utron. They will have current championship leader Harrison Mackie and Tobias Norman on row 5. Eloy Gonzalez and Jamil Bayati will round out the first half of the field on row number 6.
Row number 7 and part 2 will include Nicholas Hirsch with Max Hessel. 8 is Senamuna with Elias Leman, and from row number 9 we have Zach Green with Esteban Volgrave. 10 is Luna Claret. 14 place gain for Luna yesterday in the heat. What can be achieved in this one? Expect big things. They'll be starting alongside Louis Schwitzer. 11 is Hugo Gillet with Dinard de Vos. 12, Michael Gorecki with Alejandro Suarez. And Matis Michard rounds out your 25 grid on the 13th row.
Indeed. Right, so for the field, there's some sunglasses and a half. They are nice. That is a view there. He has no idea we're talking about him either. Here we go, though. Senior X30, like we say, qualifying A versus D. Couple of drivers, again, missing for this one. Denan de Vos, who we saw had moments earlier on in the first races, I think is not out in this one, so hopefully the Victory Lane karting driver is okay. Mattis Meerschaert, we didn't see race earlier on either. Unfortunately, is also not out on track this time either. Drivers heading into the flags. Tatiana and Tizia with the synchronization. The flags go up. Wait for it, wait for it. It was, what was it, a 6.9 in the last race. What is it this time around? Well, again, I'll keep it a 6.9 on that one. I think they're getting onto it. I think they're saving the best till last here, Nicole. Just like the drivers do as well. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights out. Here we go. Senior X30 qualifying in A versus D is away, and it's a solid start for the field. But look at the start that Lars Rammer has got with the rest of the field tripping over each other. And hello to the Marshall point, says there the KB Racing Experience driver of Michael Gorecki, unfortunately out at the first hurdle. And there's more drama. Lewis
Bird getting caught out by, as we've got more drama going out. Now that's the 287. That driver quite far up.
Rick Nadin.
Rick Nadin, the driver we were talking about, had a good chance, is now out, tumbles down the driver. We've also lost a smackering out there. That's so Luna Claret is out. Luna, we were talking about previously, was good in the overtaking sense, but in this one, it looks like she might be out. Battles going on further up in the field as well, Anthony, but can you tell us who we have lost?
Yeah, Max Hetzel was the other one, and Louis Schutzer was the other as well. They've not got going. Now that is a spark plug that I think is not playing ball there for Eloy Gonzalez, who is there smacking it down on top of the engine to try and make it connect. Unfortunately, I don't think engine wants to go. Is he going to retire that wagon? And I think the answer to that is yes. And that's a big shame for Gonzalez. He's had good runs in this one. Multiple drivers out in this one. There you can see out of the race. Luna Claret, I think Max Hetzel out of it also, as well as the two non-starters, Dan DeVos and Mattis Meerschaert. Right, well that's happened. There has been a race going on. Lars Rammer still leads the way. Joanna Luja still holding on to second place. Eyes will focus third and fourth though. Morgan Moore, Harrison Mackie up in the order. There is Morgan Moore in third place. The top three are close. Mackie is under pressure from Lewis Bird, however. The battle for P4 and P5 is on.
Under pressure, but he finally looks like he's woken up this weekend. For the first time, he's broken into the top 5 and now goes fastest with a 50.764. Eyes on the front end of your field. Rammer being put under pressure by Joan Aluja. That is going into turn number 11. It's a 3-car breakaway, and Morgan Moore is as a shadow on these front two as well. Mackie has broken away from Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird has had a bit of a torrid start to this weekend. He looked strong in his heat 2, got into the race lead, later lost it though and was shuffled down the order with the likes of Kevin Lantinga. Challenge on for the race lead. Dran Aluja goes into turn number 4. Rama looking a bit shaky on the braking, then going into turn number 4, just twitching around on the rear end. And that's given Dran Aluja the commitment to go in, make that overtake down the inside at turn number 6, makes it stick and brings Morgan Moore ever closer into the fight. Can Morgan Moore get one more? Because he looks close on the back of Rama now. Sits there, decides against it, not quite close enough just yet, but I think once these three start fighting, which they absolutely will, Harrison Mackie could have a chance as well.
He certainly could. And speaking of that, Mackie's gone purple in sector 1 and 2 so far in this lap. So he is looking to push in. He set the fastest lap earlier on. He's got the clean air in front of him now, and he can see the top 3 ahead of him. That, in its own right, gives that psychological reaction to a driver to hunt them down and go for it. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Eyes on that one. That was Freddie Lloyd and Kevin Lantinga line astern, so that battle will rage on. There you can see Harrison Mackie, the only driver into the 49s on that lap. 49.971. That was half a second faster than the likes of Morgan Moore up the road.
Yeah, he just hasn't looked like he's been able to get the ball rolling this weekend. Mackie, he's just looked a bit sluggish, but now within this heat, he's turned the page slightly, I think. Continues to go fastest, as we've got another driver out there. Not sure who that is. I think, is that one of the spirits just by the marshal post, looking a bit despondent. We will focus once more on Morgan Moore heading into turn number 4, hustling the back of Rama. This was the driver, it was one of the spirits, the 258 who will drop down. That's Elias Leman, who is now your 5th, make that 6th driver to not finish this race so far. Biggest mover, Alejandro Suarez, up by 13 places to currently sit in 11th. Can Alejandro bite the bullet and get into that top 10? Mackie now is being written an invitation. He is definitely starting to arrive on the doorstep of these top 3.
Oh, he is indeed. He will have, I think, an almighty smile on his face, knowing that the pace is quick and the championship leader is closing in on the 3 drivers ahead. But catching up is one thing, getting past is another on a racetrack such as Wackersdorf, where you have to be so precise. But for him, he will have to watch on and see what happens. Someone else who is watching on there is Luna Claret, unfortunately out of the race right at the start and can do nothing but sit on the sidelines and watch this one unfold, which is such a shame for her. But eyes on this. It's a 4-car battle now. Nicole, are we going to see it just close in one by one and one overtake by the other? Because when you've got this sort of rhythm, when you've got this sort of pace, the last thing you want to do is then just sit behind, because then you match the pace and you never overtake. If Mackie's going to do it, he's going to do it straight away.
Absolutely. He is a junior European champion. You don't become a European champion in IAME by sitting behind people and not giving everything a go. And Mackie is one of those drivers. He is more than aware, as soon as you get an open door, you walk through it. Here he is then, knocking on the door of Morgan Moore. These 4 line of stern heading out of turn number 8, running all of that track to open things up through the bumpy section of 9 and 10, the bumpiest bit of the circuit that is typically quite flat for the drivers. It's not overly abrasive, it's quite smooth, but it is fast and it is twisty. Heading through turn number 12 then, these drivers edging closer and closer to each other. Mackie still there, heads over the crest, still drafting around behind Morgan Moore. Late stages of the race, at what stage is he going to arrive and pull the pin? I would say it's going to be very, very soon. Rama still applying the pressure, as is Mackie, because down the inside of Morgan Moore at turn number 4 through that positive camber, uses all of the circuit, uses that run that you can get from the banked corner to get himself into the top 3 at last. And whilst he does it, he goes purple and he sets a 49.808 on that previous chasing lap. The next driver that Mackie will be thinking about is Rama, sat there in 4th position, one of your fastest in qualifying. But Mackie doesn't care about that, because he is alive now. He is woken up and he is right there in that 3rd place.
Yep, certainly so. And he needs to maintain that momentum here. He doesn't want to slot in and now just think, right, I'll stay behind Lars Rammer. He needs to gain a couple more here if he wants to really help himself out in those points. He's had a tough start to this weekend after qualifying as the championship leader, and knowing that, you know, he's got the likes of Danny Carinini, who is breaking away and winning race at the front, who sits behind him in the championship standings in second place. He needs to make sure that these races are done cleanly and effectively. And so far in his third race, this one, it seems to be going his way once more in this one. Joanna Luja, though, in control as down the inside. Harrison Mackie gets up to second place, and Lars Rammer can do nothing to fight back. He will go defensive. Rammer says to go. That's good for Mackie. Mackie can now focus on closing down on Joanna Luja, but the problem is, Nicole, they've just gone on to the last lap of this race, and Joanna Luja sits 0.6 of a second clean up the road. I've got to think, if Mackie doesn't defend here from Lars Rammer, he will put all of his trust into the German driver behind him. Here's the communication. He says, no, don't defend, go. Mackie clearly sees that and goes, right, okay, I'll go for it. And that's why we're not seeing that defensive posture from him.
I'm quite surprised that Mackie trusted that. You know, personally, I would have maybe questioned, you know, is he throwing me the dummy? Is he trying to make me make a mistake, trying to force me to trust him and then overtaking through that final corner? But Rammer, actually, that is not what he's done. He said to Mackie, have it, you take the go, because probably he's aware that Mackie is the only driver out there to try and challenge Aluya. But it isn't enough, I don't think. Final lap of things, and is taken by Joan Aluja. That checkered flag belongs to him for this race by 0.5 of a second. It was a good attempt by Mackie to jump up the order by 7 places, but it wasn't quite enough for that race win. That is taken by Aluya. Lars Rammers, your driver, finishes in 3rd, Morgan Moore in 4th, and then Lewis Bird, despite having a slight tyre advantage because of that DNF, doesn't improve on his starting position and finishes in 5th place.
Indeed, so a solid drive for him over in those points. And for Joanna Luja, that means the ball is very much back into Ruben Moyer's side of the court, because both of them once again joint on 150 intermediate classification points. Well, good stuff from Senior X30. That is round 3 done for them. They will have 2 more qualifying heat rounds to go. Here's how it lined up then for A and D. Joanna Luja from Mackie, Rammer from Moore, Bird from Lloyd, Lantinga from Hirsch, Norman from Utron, then it is Gillade from Bayati, Nadine from Fulgrave, Jimenez from the rest of the field. You had some big movers throughout that field. Hugo Gillade was gained 10 places in that race. From the rest of the field, Seneminir, Gorecki, Green, Schutzer rounding out the 19 drivers that finished that race. But for all of these drivers, still a long way to go. Elis Leman, Eloy Gonzalez, Max Hetzel, Luna Correa, all out of that race. Big shock for them. That man there, thumbs up there for Joanna Luja. That is job done for the Spaniard. It is Spain 1-2 in Senior X30 this weekend in Germany. Seemingly unstoppable are MDC and the Pantano Racing Team. Here are the highlights from that race and the start of it one. Well, Lars Rammer straight over the front nose of Joanna Luja. But watch him here, because Joanna's got like 3 wide here. He got a little bit tagged there going into the corner, but was able to carry the speed. Look at the sideways moment from Freddie Lloyd there through turn number 2 and 3. Incredible kart control. Unfortunately, though, for Michael Gorecki, a slight kiss to the barrier at Marshall Post 2.
Yeah, nothing too major though, only, like you said, a kiss on that back bumper, and did get out of the situation. Pile up at the back end of your field though, that included the likes of Luna Clare, who unfortunately would not continue the race. And despite some good heats earlier on, that is going to throw a spanner in the works. We had more moments out there. Lewis Bird was lucky to get untouched in this bit. Zach Green was in front of a bit of commotion as well, but that was by post number 5. Moves going on then. This was the move for the race. Lead by Aluya, that was down on Lars Rammer earlier on in the race, which really turned things into a three-kart battle. It involved Morgan Moore. We lost more drivers out there as well. That was the Spirit Kart of Elias Leman, looking a bit despondent and disappointed by the Marshall post. Harrison Mackie, for me, within that race, was the biggest driver in terms of outright bravery and pace. Moves down the inside through the hairpins, got into second in the end. It was a last-minute move on Rammers to get into second. And this was the story of the race. Heading into turn number 13, then Rammer pointed to Mackie when Mackie looked over his shoulder to say, I'm not going to do anything, just go, you've got the better chance to go for that race lead than I did. And Mackie trusted it, which I was quite surprised about, but it played out well enough for him in the end because he held on to that second position. But Aluya held on to that first.
He certainly did, and like you say, continues to match the points with Ruben Moya. We will look forward to that fight later on today because those two will have to race each other at some point over this weekend, and that will be, I think, the last race of the day. Oh, blimey. That will be an exciting one to watch between those two. The last race, the very last race of the day, it will be, I think, the third to last race of the day. Yes, it will be Joan Aluja and Ruben Moya, the two Spaniards on the front row of the grid in qualifying heat D versus E, and that will be at 10 to 6 local time. That will be an all race to watch. But like we were saying, seniors are done for now. We turn our attention back to the junior category now for their second round of qualifying heats. And as you see, the drivers getting themselves lined up, ready to go for this one. Elvis Krasauskas and Didier Kreeft on the front row of the grid. Both of these drivers pretty quick in their races earlier on, Nicole, and looking forward to seeing what they can do in this one. But of course, in time qualifying, a very interesting story where, of course, a young man from Lithuania had gone fastest in group, and here is what he had to say.
Elvis, pole in group, but it wasn't quite quick enough to beat Riley Cranham in the first group. Track conditions out there with the water, what was it like?
We were fighting a lot. We had the pace, the speed. The setup was perfect. But like I said, the battles on track, we lost so much time. And we also did P1, but we wanted the overall P1.
Those battles on the track then, who did you get caught out with and where was it? Which drivers were you tripping over?
I was with Owen and Finley lines, so we were fighting there because we were taking different lines. So yeah, but my line was the fastest one, so I did P1.
And do you think that's something that will play out during the heats, or are you just going to let it go now?
No, we are trying to fight really hard with the car because in dry conditions we weren't that fast today, but tomorrow let's see how the heats go.
Pole in group, second overall. Let's see then, Elvis.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good to chat there to Elvis Krasauskas, who unfortunately in that first race earlier on did at the end finish in P11 after a post-race penalty applied. Dropped him back. Didier Kreeft, on the other hand, finished P2 in his first race earlier on and is looking to, well, I can imagine better that result with a P1 in this. But is it possible? We'll have to wait and find out.
Well, DJ Kreeft has looked quick. We found out he's got the same nickname as you,
He
Anthony.
does, yeah.
In this one, though, he's not going to be helped like he was previously by his teammate Jesse Phillips. He's all alone out there for the Fusions on the sharper end of the field. Behind then Elvis and Didier, we have the likes of Jacob Batchelor and Jan Rodriguez. Finley Lines is in the fight as well. We saw Lines was really quick earlier on. I think he ended up in about second or third within one of the heats, but really did fight through and gave Riley Cranham a big run for his money. So keep an eye on the 81 of Lines for Great Britain.
Yeah, it was a second place for him in that race earlier on. Jan Rodriguez just ahead of him, though, also had a tricky one. 18th place for the Portuguese driver. So a little bit of work is ahead of him on this one. For other drivers, a very tough racing for Jacob Batchelor. Unfortunately, unfortunately, was disqualified from that first race earlier on. We did see the message come up for potentially working on the pre-grid. That was determined that he was. And that is an unfortunate one, and that's put him, well, right out of the points moment for now, but there's still a long way to go in the weekend. So we look forward to seeing what he can do, and Ludwig Kranquist, who starts just behind him, a P5 as well for him. So some really good results and some really, well, not so great results right at the start of the weekend. But they get the second attempt at it, and it starts with Elvis Krakowskis on the front row of the grid with Didier Kreeft alongside. Jan Rodriguez and Jacob Bachelor go from row number 2. They will have Finley Lines and Ludwig Kranquist on row 3. Jarlis Sayer and Lukas Ebersdobler go from row number 4. They will have Archie Owen and Esteban Rocha on row number 5. Row 6 is Rock Pineda, and they'll have Bruno Grieling for company in the first half of the field.
Part 2 of your grid on row number 8 includes Jonathan Mayer with Zoltan Korny. From 9 we have Aaron Meta with Wara Pascu, and from 10 includes Daniel Oliver with Nilas Malik. 11 will have Matis Mouchard with Alexandra Point, and from 12 we have Sam Bektas with Ben Guertz. 13th row, final row of the grid after a terrible qualifying result. After not bolting on at the transponder to the kart, Dan Alleman finishes your grid of 25 karts all alone on row number 13.
Indeed, that's going to be a long weekend for Dan, but he did make up for it in that first race earlier on. Pushed his way through the field, gained 13 places, off the top of my head, in that first race earlier on. So again, showcasing that his pace in qualifying was there. Just didn't have all the equipment on board to showcase it. Oh, there you go, nice glider. There is actually a gliding club not far from the track here at Wackersdorf, so it's a beautiful day out there. It's a relatively low wind, but it's a beautiful temperature, 26 degrees and climbing here at the Bavarian circuit. Right, synchronization check. Nice. Ooh, that was a good one.
That's a 9.
8.2, I think. I get 8.2 on that one, I agree. So, into the tram lines then. Let's see what happens. Lights out, we're racing. Junior X30 is back for their second round of qualifying heat. And it's a good start for Krakowskis out the front of the field. Watch out though, because Jan Rodriguez is there in second place as Lines goes down the inside. He tries to get into third, but can only slot into fourth place. Rodriguez goes defensive there as everyone tries to push through. Didier Kreeft, I don't see him anywhere. I think he's tumbled down into the order. In fact, is that Kreeft there off the circuit? I think it might be. He's had a torrid start to this race, but the VDK Racing driver holds on to second as the field slots through the chicane for the first time and down into the hairpin of turn 11.
I have seen a theme in 2025 from a particular driver on race starts, and that is Jarlis Sayer. Jarlis Sayer can start a race, and in this one, I think he's already got himself from 7th to 3rd and is now being followed round by Finley Lines. We'll just confirm if that is Jarlis in 3rd. Yes, it is, up by 4 places. Jumped the gun at the start, bit the bullet, and got it absolutely correct. Finley Lines now pushing around Jarly in that 3rd place. They're trying to catch up to Rodriguez and Elvis Krakowskis for that 3rd place. Finley Lines looking like he's hungry for this one, trying to dance his way around Jarlath. Both drivers running all of that rumble strip on the entry to turn number 9. Battles going on further back down the field. That's the 2 MDCs of Bruno Grayling and Daniel Oliver trying to fight it out. Jarlath once again looking strong. We've got defensive moves going on by Rodriguez to try and keep the Briton behind him. As we've got overtakes now going through turn number 12. I think that could be Daniel Oliver getting himself in front of Lukas Ebersdobler for that 11th place. Finley Lines still sat on the back of Sayer, both pushing each other round nicely as Sayer now goes for the race lead. Elvis Krakowskis losing it. Sayer gets in front. Finley Lines drops down. Elvis takes it back off of Jarlis. Jarlis slots into 3rd because that's gifted it back to Rodriguez for that 2nd place. And Finley Lines once more finds himself in P4. So it had a big change, and then it all went back exactly to the way it was.
Exactly. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Well, I think it's the opposite way around. Can confirm that overtake earlier on the NBC driver was actually Bruno Greenling getting the move done, and he was stepping up in that order nicely. There has been some moments out there. Pasco, I think, has had a moment. The same for Esteban Rocha. Unfortunately, the Mexican driver for Fusion Motorsport tumbling down the order. Eyes on this one, though. Clear 4-cut breakaway at the front as to the inside. Turn number 1. My goodness, Charles Sayer trying to go for P1 there, and that has not worked out for him at all. And Finlay Lines has said, thank you very much, I'll step up into 3rd place. That was, I could see it coming. He pulled out of the slipstream, looked into turn 1, then it just went sideways, and my goodness, how close was Jan Rodriguez there to being collected? That
was very, very close. You could have almost traded paint between those 2 drivers. It was a good try, but sometimes you can't run before you've walked, Charlie. You've got to hold on to it a little bit. That was brave, but he will attempt it again. We've seen this driver, he's bravery on 4 wheels, and that won't put him off. And it's not because he's picked up the pace. Say the replay, thought he had the run then down the straight. Inches between him and Rodriguez. That was very, very close, and Charlie was aware because going into turn number 4 he had to defend from Lines but did lose the position. Lines just jumped down the inside and was helped by that almost big movement between Sayer and Rodriguez. Same again. These karts, these 4, really like driving around together because Elvis Karauskas is not breaking away from Rodriguez, Lines and Jarlath Sayer. Didier Kreeft has picked things back up again, fastest driver on the track, and is now on the back end of this field. Who we have a change for 2nd position because Finn Lines gets himself in front of Rodriguez, and down the inside goes Jarlath Sayer. He overtakes Rodriguez as well. Is Didier Kreeft going to have a go into the final corner? Yes, he is. Gets the move done.
Well, Finlay Lines now in the lead of this race as they make their way over the start-finish line. Really strong stuff for these drivers, but Lines now needs to think what he wants to do later on in this race. Down the inside, Jan Rodriguez gets the move done back on Didier Kreeft, steps back up into P4. However, they are losing touch of the drivers ahead as Kreeft sends it back down to the inside. They're going to drop this one now. It's going to be 2 groups, a group of 3 and a duo heading through inside the top 5. This does help out Freddie Wood a little bit, though. He'll be happy. Archie Owens just behind him as well. They'll be closing in on that fight as Big Sen down the inside for Jarlath Sayer this time around. Gets the move done and is into 2nd place. For Jarlath Sayer, this is his first appearance here in the IAME Euro Series in 2025. He had the free weekend. He came racing. And he's there in 2nd place, hunting down now Finlay Lines.
And you know what? If you're going to do it properly and do what Jarlath Sayer is going to do. Race replay then for an almost big moment for the 45 and the 97 out of turn number 12.
Whereas Pascu
went
backwards
down the order. It's hard through that corner, turn number 12. You carry a lot of speed, but it's also easy for these drivers to kind of dip a wheel. And there is a big chunk out of the grass. You catch a wheel in there, you're in trouble when trying to get back onto the circuit going into that final corner of 13. Down the inside then, Jarlath Sayer goes. He is now your new race leader. Finn Lines retaliates. He said, no, I want it back. Goes down the inside at turn number 12. Side by side, they go over the crest into the final corner. Jarlath tries to take it back. Finlay Lines shuts the door. Now Didier Kreeft is right in there. Kreeft takes a position from Jarlath Sayer, who's not going to lose 1. He's going to lose 2 and drops down to 4th. What's that doing, Anthony? That's bringing Rodriguez into the fight. It's bringing Wood into the fight, and Archie Owen is there now as well.
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on this one. Ooh, Lines goes defensive there. So he'll have to be careful now. He's going to back everyone up into each other. But Kreeft on this charge now would like to take that P1 away because it's Lines who leads in the points at the moment with 94 with this victory. If he can hold on to it, Kreeft is there 2nd in the points and tries to send it down the inside and does, and Lines goes tumbling down into 4th place. Kreeft sends it through. Didier Kreeft with that overtake now takes the lead of the intermediate classification and takes the checkered flag side by side across the line. It's Kreeft from Karauskas, Sayer from Lines, Freddie Wood, the top 5, but it's Kreeft and Lines still the top 2 in the intermediate classification so far of course. Neither of these drivers have won a race now. That is Didier Krief's first win of the weekend. Of course, for Riley Cranham in that next race, he will have the work to do after that win earlier on also. But there, across the line, Didier Krief takes it then, ahead of Krasowski. Sayer from Lines, Wood from Rodriguez, Archie Owen ahead of Daniel Oliver, a big gain there of positions. Bruno Grieling in 9th from Jacob Bachler. Dan Alleman, 11th place, 14 places gained, is doing everything he can to get back in contention.
Absolutely is, trying his best tricks, pulling everything he can out of the hat to sit just outside the top 10. Alleman, he's one of the best and quickest drivers here this weekend, so pulling out all the stops to try and redeem himself from that transponder issue that has caused him so much problems, so many problems so far this weekend. Ludwig Granquist finishes in 12th, then we have Ben Goetz, Liza Ebens-Dobler, Rock Pinera, Aaron Meta, Zoltan Konyi, Nilas Malik, Rares Pascu and Matisse Mouche that round out your top 20. All drivers within that race actually managing to finish. So good stuff from our group of Junior X30s B versus C. But more Junior X30s coming up next. We'll be seeing our A versus D, which of course includes the likes of Riley Cranham, who's taking a win so far this weekend. He's had so much success this year, and he will be started alongside Jesse Phillips.
He will be indeed. We look forward to that one in that next race. But like I say, for P&C, job done for now. They will have their third race later on today. That third race, of course, will be their final race of the day before they go into a busy day of superheats tomorrow. So that at the halfway point for Didier Krief was actually quite an important one. And for him, he steps into the lead of the points with 94 to his name. But of course, he had that second place earlier on. That might not play into his hands with the results that the other drivers got as well earlier on. Here's a look at that highlights initially. Start of the race, Elvis Krausis, I thought he was going to go away here for a Leicester flag. However, he was caught up by the rest of the field and certainly had his work cut out for him in that early stage, Nicole. Loved the start of this, though, from the rest of the drivers. You can see how lucky Finley Lyons was there through turn one. 3 wide, nearly squeezed in the apex there, managing to just outbrake everyone else and slotting into 4th place right at the start of that one. So a good game right at the beginning. However, a little bit of drama in the background there. Some drivers not getting away well right at the start, Nicole.
No, I think Aaron Meta maybe got caught out on one of the rumble strips. You've seen a few drivers do that this weekend and end up in the dust on the exit of the corner. With the way the top 4 were driving then, I'm actually surprised we didn't see any big moments. All kept going round, but they were really getting busy amongst each other. Finn Lines was making overtakes down the inside at turn number 11 multiple times. Jarlath Sayer, this was the moment that he took the race lead from Elvis Karauskis down the inside at turn number 4. That allowed Finn Lines to try and hang it around the outside, but Finley actually lost the position to Rodriguez. This was the big moment, the story of the race, where Jarlath Sayer tried to be brave and go down the inside at turn number 3 with the run out of that final corner down through 1 and 2, but it wasn't quite enough, and he was lucky actually to not tag Rodriguez because that would have been a big moment. Lost the position to Finley Lines, but did eventually make it back. Lines got into second position at one stage, but it wasn't quite enough because Rodriguez did retaliate. Jarlath Sayer was continuing to pick off places, continuing to thread a needle through the traffic, and that opened opportunities up for the likes of Didier Krief.
It certainly did. That was a moment for Chet Peters having a drama as well as alongside with the Ubik Racing driver of Rares Pascu, who both running wide there onto the dusty part of the track. Race nearly coming to a conclusion. Big sends down the inside of the late stages. Didier Krief and closing in. There was the change between Finley Lines going through and Jan Rodriguez. That was the nice move there. Then you had Didier Krief coming to second place. Krasowski's up to third. This dive here, quite late there into the corner. just managing to stop it, and Krief down the inside, and unfortunately for Lines, just getting squeezed onto that exit curve, had nowhere to go apart from down to P4 at the end of that race. Still keeps him second in the points, however, as they cross the line. But with the next race heading out onto the circuit, well, the job, very much so, is not done just yet for the juniors. Jesse Phillips and Riley Cranham, both of them on a race win, will lock out the front row and will be the drivers we need to keep a close eye on. There is what you can expect to come up over the next few moments. Of course, we're going into the last of those Junior X30 races before we head back to the mini category. Then we are back with the seniors for their fourth round of qualifying heats. That's where it starts to get important. That's where, Nicole, we might see those fresher tyres come on board.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a story of the weekend, but maybe there could be some drivers in there, the likes of Caronini, who are babying the karts and can hold off on deploying those earlier than needed. That's something that could potentially play out. But before we head into our next round of heats, I think we have a small message.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Euro Series Round 3 here from the Bavarian circuit, Wackersdorf, which so far has played host to a multitude of fantastically close racing out there for all three of our classes, Senior X30, Junior X30, and Mini X30. But we're not done yet with the second rotation of Junior X30 races, because we are about to see Groups A and D head out on to the track, which will have two drivers who so far this weekend have been undefeated in their first races, Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips. Two drivers from the United Kingdom, two drivers for the Fusion Motorsport team about to do battle, and one of them is about to lose their first race of the weekend.
One of them, or maybe both.
Or both, yeah.
Maybe both, because you've got the likes of Will Green and Denny Babicek starting on that second row behind, both quick drivers, both drivers who have been appearing in the OKJ category this weekend, and drivers who have had success last year in the Mini Championship. But qualifying heat A versus D will be shortly underway. Question is it going to be Cranham? Is it going to be Phillips that loses the win? Will it be both?
We just don't know because, again, they've got the field of drivers just behind them and big names in the back of that grid. Will Green, of course, in his first appearance in the IAME Euro Series in 2025 for the Jamie Green Racing team. Second row of the grid, Denny Babacek for the Teps Racing team as well from Czechia on row number 2. Stid the Rademaker there as well. Carlos Nees, another wild card going into the, this weekend for the Nees Motorsport team. Really good run for him, for the German driver. He'll be starting this one on the third row of the grid as well. So a multitude of talented names within this order. And as well, looking all the way throughout this field. Again, you got Emilio Bernd as well, another German driver who we have seen in previous years racing at IAME Racing. But he is here again to see what he can do as engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips on row 1. Will Green and Denny Babacek, row 2. Stig the Rademaker and Carlos Nees round out the top 3. Top 3 rows, I should say, on that third row. Andrea Galimberti and Tuni Jurkin go from row 4. They'll have Lou Bazare and Emilio Byrne on row 5. David Stefan Mitchuna and Max Endicott will round out the first half of the field on row number 6.
Row number 7 and part 2 of your field includes Len Gogmerd with Max Lacroix. 8 houses Vir Chopra with Matteo Peruccio. And going from row number 9 from Malta, we have Benjamin Westwood with Danny Brewer. From 10 is Jolino Denzel with Matteo Melis. 11 includes Yagarana on the Gillard with Nicola Frigg on the Cosmic. And from 12, we have Alex Martinez with Nick Reed. 13 on the final row, 25 spots for this qualifying heat is Max Yule.
Right, so these drivers now getting themselves squared away. Ready for this race. Reminder of those points in the intermediate classification as it stands halfway through the second rotation. Didier Kreeft leading the way, 94 points to his name. Finley Lyons currently second with 82. Elvis Krakowskis third with 70. Freddie Wood with 66, and that is joint with Daniel Oliver. Charles Sayer with 65. Edward Crankis 61 points. And Archie Owens, 57. Is it synchronization time? 8.1, I think I called it earlier on for the two here. Was it a bit higher than that one?
I said 9.
You said 9? I was at 8.1 on this one. Let's see this time around. Tatiana and Titia, let's see what they can do. Already, 3, 2, 1. Lovely. That was bang on. I'm going to give that 9.8. There you go. Best one of the weekend so far. Here we go. Let's see. Wow, I've been told too much. I don't think so. Right, here we go into the tram lines. Oh, we're not going around again. Okay, maybe we can see an action replay then of that light flags going down, because then I can maybe assess my score. I was told it too high. I think a 9.8 is fair. I think it was bang on cue. Well, it was bang on when I said 1, 2, 3. So that's why I think I gave it a high score. But I'll be curious enough to see if we get that. But no, these drivers will go round again. Obviously, there is racing going on. We'll talk about that in the meanwhile. Like I say, for Cranham and Phillips, this is an important one. Obviously, for one of these drivers, or like I say, both of them, they could lose their first race here. They are leading those points. Right, action replay. Right, here we go. I said 9.8. I think that's pretty good.
Too early on the gas.
Well, there you go. Too early on the gas, which is why they're going around again. I thought that was a really good one, that one. 9.5 then. No, I think 9.8. I'm sticking with my guns on that one, 9.8. We might get another one here, Nicole, because they've got to go round again, of course, and with that means we get another one. But no.
I think you're enjoying this bit too much.
I am enjoying it, you know. It's one of those. We don't see it at other circuits. There we go. That was nicely done again. It's only at Wackersdorf we get to see this, and that's why I love coming here. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're racing, and what an aggressive start for Riley Cranham there, and he knows the job he needs to do, and that is stop Jesse Phillips from getting through, and that's exactly what he did there, slamming the door closed over the start-finish line and breaking away at the front, and not clear though, because Will Green is right there just behind him. The top two are very close, but where did Phillips get to? I think I can see him there in third place. But we'll have to wait and see as they head through, because the long train of carts all snakes their way through. It's a relatively clean start there, Nicole, for the field.
Max Yule at the back of the field, plucking off some positions. He'll need to thread a needle through the traffic. Out on the front end of your field, though, Jesse Phillips has taken off the position from that was Will Green in front of him. So Phillips back into the top two once more. Will Green is sandwiched between the two fusions then, because Stig de Rademakers has jumped up the order to get into that fourth spot. Denny Babacek in there as well. All drivers. It's a bit of a meerkat move in the Junior X30s, all looking over their shoulder to see who is behind them. Will Green now getting shuffled down the order to fourth because de Rademakers has got himself up into the order. It's now a fusion 1, 2, 3, led by none other than Riley Cranham.
This could be their Achilles heel, this qualifying heat for the top two, Cranham and Phillips. They know what they need to do, and that is, well, they both want to win this race. But of course, it's a long run to the end of this one. In fact, I think they've already, they changed places already. I think they have, and they're going wheel to wheel again. Cranham and Phillips, the fight is on, and exactly as I pointed out, this will be their Achilles heel, because now they're going to bring everyone into play. Sid de Rademaker there, Will Green there as well, but keep an eye, Denny Babacek and Lou Bazare will be other drivers, and now it's just giving the green light to the drivers behind to go battling. But that's the first couple of overtakes between the two drivers. Cranham and Phillips have already switched places. I can imagine we're going to see a few more swaps.
Is this intentional by Cranham? Is he trying to back up the pack into each other and allow every driver behind him to trip over him so that he can then pull away? Let's not forget, Cranham is quite tall compared to some of the drivers behind him. You can see it on the screen there, so he doesn't get that much of an advantage when he is in a tow, and of course he will be hitting more wind in front of him because he's taller. The drivers behind will be benefiting from that. Phillips right on his tail once more going through turn number 3. These drivers, I don't think there's going to be any team orders going into this. It's every man for himself within this fight. Cranham, Phillips, the Rademakers, 1, 2, 3, 4 fusion as Stig goes down the inside of Jesse, then gets into second position.
Yeah, he does indeed. Now that could be a spanner in the works for their fight. So Phillips now down to third. That's going to drop him to 91 points on the board. That is 3 points below Didier Klieft. Now Sid de Rademaker is currently fourth in the points with 85. Now he's in second place, even getting into the lead might benefit him a little bit, but not at a great deal after the result he had earlier on. So this could be an interesting one, but now Cranham's got the clean air here. You can see how it's opened up. The slipstream will help them out. Side by side over the start-finish line. This is Babacek and Galimberti. Oh, look at that. Absolutely line astern there. Tudor Jurkin in the fray of that one also, but Galimberti, it looked to be a bit twitchy. There again, still fighting away. Cranham's clear now because Rademaker's gone defensive. Phillips now is under pressure from Louis Bazare, who's already up 5 places in this race, the Frenchman for victory lane.
Denny Babacek looked like he was more bothered about the drivers behind him, which has actually ended up him dropping off the back of this front pack. He's really now got a big gap between himself and Bazare, sat there in 5th. There you can see Denny heading over the crest towards that final corner, and he's got a bit of a challenge on his hands with the likes of Galimberti, Byrne and Tudor Jurkin right behind. Here we go, the battle's still going on between Phillips and de Rademakers going into turn number 4. There's a move down the inside on Will Green. That's Bazare getting himself into 4th position. Green sat there. I'm sure Green will try and return the favour very soon, because this seems like one of those circuits you can go back in on the driver straight away and actually not lose too much. You want to get it done as quickly as you possibly can. Cranham going into turn number 11, not pulling away from his 2 teammates behind him. But watch this, I don't think Cranham is going to be challenged within this race, as we've now got 5-second penalties being awarded to the likes of Nice out there on the number 98 card.
Yeah, that's a shame. Currently in 10th place. It's still on the charge here. Well, you say that. Cranham's under pressure here, Nicole. The gap was only 0.2 of a second. It is still only 0.2. It looks a lot less than that right now. And he is starting to throw out a bit of a defensive posture. Bazare has just gone fastest on that lap. He will close into this. It will still be a group of 4, or 5 actually, I eat my words. Will Green is right there as well. But we'll keep a close eye on this. But yeah, Cranham doesn't look as fast in that second sector. Phillips goes defensive now on Lou Bazare, and now has dropped off the back of the top two. That might allow them fully to break away here.
That's going to cost Phillips, I would say, maybe a bit of a mistake, a bit of an early defensive posture from him. Green still on the back of this fight as well. Green looks over his shoulder. He's now aware there's no carts behind. So between these top five, it really is on. They've given themselves the room to now battle it out, which they are absolutely doing. Bazare trying to go the long way round on Phillips. Doesn't get it done. Phillips goes defensive. Will Green sticks to that racing line and gets the better run up the hill. Goes defensive, swaps back onto that tighter white line, onto the racing line, running all of that rumble strip on the entry to turn number 9 and 10. Cranham leads the way continuously, still sitting on that more defensive part of the tarmac. 100 points. He leads the qualifying heats way ahead of Didier Kreeft and Phillips, his teammate, on that 91, who is sat there in third position. But it looks confirmed once more for Riley Cranham, who sticks his thumb up as he meets the checkered flag as your race winner to his two teammates of the Rademachers and Jesse Phillips, who finish in second and third. It was a good attempt by Bazare there in fourth place, but it wasn't quite enough to pip Phillips to the line. Will Green there confirms that fifth and final spot in your top five. But it's another heat win for Riley Cranham.
Yeah, certainly so. And Cranham can be delighted with that one then. He will head back to Parc Ferme as the points leader then. It was confirmed as Riley Cranham. Phillips, nothing he could do, but still sits third in those points, 3 points behind Didier Kreeft, who still sits second in those points. But they will, of course, have one more qualifying heat to go later on in the day, and we'll be speaking to some of our top-ranking drivers at the end of those ones. There's a look at results on screen. Cranham from the Rademacher, Phillips from Bazare, Green from Babacek, Galimberti from Bern, Nies from Martinez, Yerkin from Melis, Bors from Rana, Westwood from Frigg, Stefan Mincuna from Chopra, Yule from Lacroix, then it's Reed, Denzel, Peruccio, Gurkman, and Endicott. Max Endicott, the end of that one, I think having a bit of a moment there with Len Gurkman, because both of them tumbling down 11th and 13th places apiece. They were next to each other on track at the start, and unfortunately finishing right at the back of the grid.
Completely different from what we saw from Endicott in his previous heat. Had a good running then, of course, has found himself in a bit of hot water out there with Gokman finishes last on the road, like you just said, Anthony. Looking forward to seeing some of those race replays very soon, because it was a very interesting race. But once more, it is Cranham that takes the win, adds to his tally of points, adds to his confidence level, and adds to the number of wins that Fusion can put on their board this weekend. There he is there, your driver on the screen, who has had a busy year so far, has been racing in various different points of the world, as we've got a message.
Car number 357 is disqualified from the competition. 357.
Oh, and now that's a later message. 357, I think that was, I heard. That's Ebert Motorsports driver Lewis Schutzer, unfortunately, in his first weekend here. But that was the seniors that message came from. That was earlier on. There was the beautiful synchronization. I'm still going to give it a 9.8. But that message just coming through now. So it showcases that they're still looking at the senior races, even while we are still going through on this one. Eyes on the highlights on this one, though, Nicole. And, well, it certainly was an interesting start to the race between Cranham and Phillips. It was later not spoiled, but separated by mediator and fellow teammate Stig de Rademacher. He sent it down the inside and split the two apart.
Well, absolutely did, but it ended up with that Fusion 1, 2 and 3. Phillips attempted to push back Cranham, but Cranham had other things to say, return the favours, and then that allowed Stig to get back through as well, so Phillips losing out in the end. But it was a good attempt. We said, if somebody's going to do it to Cranham, Lyons tried earlier on, Jesse tried this time, but I think you've got to do a bit more than that. You really need to overtake and try and push him back. Try and, be a bit more harsh with it, I think. I think he needs to be, thrown off of things if Cranham is not going to continue this dominant pace that he has had throughout pretty much the entire championship.
Yeah, indeed, but like you say, long way to go still for the juniors. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Mini X30 coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
You are watching live coverage of the IAME Euro Series, live here from Wackersdorf. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, as we have just witnessed the second round of qualifying heats for the junior category. We are now about to witness the second round of qualifying heats for Mini X30. That will be heading on to the circuit. And for these drivers, again, it's a showcase time to see what they can do in the racing. This first race, Harry Williams will be joined by Daniel Ferguson on the front row of the grid. These two drivers certainly having the results over the weekend. There is Harry Williams, Fusion Motorsport, and it has been a bit of a Fusion Motorsport run in this one, hasn't it, Nicole? For these drivers, they have been pushing forward nicely. They seem to have dialed the setup in pretty well for the drivers. But like you say, for the two drivers who won, it was Daniel Ferguson and Austin Newstead. But we caught up with this young man after he went second fastest overall in time qualifying.
Harry, it's pole in group, but it's not quite fast enough to catch up to Group 1, to George Clark. Are you happy with the lap?
Yeah, I'm quite happy. It's just a shame I won pole overall, but pole in group's still pretty good.
And the track conditions out there, what was the circuit like? Was it drying or...?
Yeah, lap 1 it was a bit wet, quite slippery, but it was definitely drying a lot faster than I expected.
And you're in a grid of many drivers, and it gets quite busy in the minis. As a driver who's going to be starting at the front, how do you plan on managing that?
Well, I just plan on just trying to push away in the heats, like I tried to do at Zuera, and just hopefully get good results.
And you bring Jordan Chamberlain with you to all your races. He's your driver coach. Jordan's a driver who's had a lot of success. What specifically has he told you about this track this weekend?
Well, he just said I've got to push the brake entry and power quite early to get a good run.
Harry, well done, pole in group.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat to Harry Williams. And like you say, off the results he had earlier on, still solid P2 for him. So looking forward to see what he can do.
Well, when he came into Parc Fermé, despite being polling group, he turned around and said, well, I'm still 3/10 off. So
racing driver never is happy, is they?
Never.
Unless they're P1.
Exactly.
And still drivers who are in P1 also still aren't happy for some strange reason. I don't know why. But they said, oh, we could have been faster. But you won. Yeah, but we could have been faster. I'd be like, but you won. But sometimes perfection is what they're chasing. But sometimes perfection is just that little bit too far away.
That's what makes a true champion, though, I think. Always trying to improve, always trying to get better.
Yeah, indeed. Right, these Mini X30s will be heading out very, very soon. You can see the mechanics no longer there. They are primed, ready to go. Engines now firing up. Right on cue. Mini X30 qualifying heat B versus C heads out on track. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup, because it starts with Harry Williams and Daniel Ferguson on the front row of the grid. Milan Baku and Christian Kobe go from row number 2. They will have Miko Shivers and Colby Patterson on row 3. Eden Kaserovic and Mason Kwong go from row 4. They will have Matis Brajo and Ilya Sami on row 5. Martin Rodriguez and Alex Riley go from row 6. They'll have Johnson Stewart and Matis Peasons on row 7. Nahil Al Gahoudi will round out the field of 15 drivers. The driver from Morocco starting on row number 8. For Mini X30, this again is going to be a simple one. They had a feisty race earlier on. They did groups A and B, and then later on C and D. There you can see the current air and track conditions, 26 degrees and climbing still. It's lovely, lovely day to go racing here in Germany.
Absolutely is. Story for me within this one, then Anthony Nahil, El Gahoudi, Heat 1, up by 12 places.
Big moves. Yeah.
So maybe shows the qualifying position is not quite right, is out of position in the grid. So keep an eye on the 449 starting in P15 for this race.
Yeah, indeed. I do remember saying his name up at that sharp end in the latter stage of that race. But again, a lot of things can change over the course of it. But he's shown that pace earlier on. I am in no doubt whatsoever he can show that pace once again in this one to the flags. It was a good one last time around. Synchronization there is a bit out. Oh, dear me, that's dramatically different to the last one there, but still very good attempt nonetheless. Right then, here we go. That sounded a bit harsh from me. Right, lights are out, we're racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front row, but Harry Williams holds on to that inside line. Milan Baku gets into second place as they head into the braking zone. They are 3 wide on the entrance and exit, but they all managed to find their way through. But Milan Baku up into second place. That's a good start for him.
Ferguson has got it wrong on this race start, has dropped down to around P6. We've lost one of the Excels further down then. I think that could be Alex Riley that's had a tough start to this one. Really big impact onto one of those side pods, was really dented in. Eyes back on the front end of your order though. Harry Williams out there with a nice little gap to Christian Kobe behind. Daniel Ferguson really has dropped down the order, is now more so in that mid-pack. Ilyas Sami is in the fight as well now. Ilyas had a good heat earlier on, picked off a number of positions, and I think at this stage in the championship, with a team move over to being under the guidance of Danny Curl, he's really picked things up and turned up the dial. Moves going on down in towards turn number 4. That's Colby Patterson overtaking Ferguson for that 5th position. Patterson now has the favour returned by Ferguson, who decides he's not waiting around and wants that position back.
Yeah, it certainly does so as they head down into that infield section then. Williams still leads the way, but we'll keep a close eye on this fight as it progresses onwards. 4-cut breakaway at that sharp end, but still no lunges from the drivers just as of yet. I'm keeping an eye on Miko Shivers in this one. The MDC driver still looking mighty strong in this one as he closes in to the Eichmanns driver of Milan Baku. But all of them closing in Slipstream not having a full effect here. They're not bunching up as well. Actually, I'm going to eat my words. Yes, they are. As right on the cue, Milan Baku back on the rear bumper of Christian Kobe. Williams now under pressure once more from the top drivers. Battle still happening further down in the race as down the inside, Mikko Shoers gets that move done, moves up into third place. Now, that's a risky move there because now we split them up into two groups of two. Williams and Kobe now have got the chance to break away.
Right then, Christian Kobe in the previous heat sat on the back bumper of Daniel Ferguson, did not attempt a move at all.
Yes.
Is that going to be the case with Harry Williams? Or is he going to maybe try and be a bit brave, try and think about his own points as we're heading into the later rounds of heats now? Is he going to try and get himself ahead of his teammates this time? Nothing attempted just yet. Into turn number 3, nothing going on. Into turn number 4, this is a hot spot, decides against it, but the longer that Kobe waits, the more vulnerable he's going to become to the likes of Schwiers and Baku, who are really catching up now in that 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, well, the answer to your question, Nicole, is I have no idea whether or not he is or isn't. But he, at this moment, isn't. But we'll wait and see what happens in this race. Still moves happening. Ilya Sami getting past Egan Kaserovic just for 8th place. So that's still happening. The reports on Nihil Al-Gahoudi still on a charge, pushing through. Ferguson's just got past Kobe Patterson. That was for 5th place as well. So there are still battles happening thick and fast. You can see that second group of drivers just behind. They are battling away as down the inside. That's Kobe Patterson back down the inside of Ferguson.
Well, Ferguson's got it back again.
Well, continuing to battle away. There we go. They won't close in on these four then in any nick of time. Baku down the inside gets through into 3rd place. Past Schwiers, and again just keeps that gap between the two groups now unfolding. However, they closed in quite nicely under braking there.
Absolutely did, and Baku, fastest driver on the track, sat there in 3rd position. So Christian Kobe, if I was him, I would be getting a bit nervous about the 447 coming up right behind me shortly. In through turn number 11, the two Fusions out there on the front, pretty much mirroring each other. Kobe really is pushing around Williams. The times they're setting aren't identical, but they are very similar. It's a 56.3 and a 56.4. So actually Kobe's not being held up by Williams, but he really is drafting around behind him. Through turn number 3, this flat part of the track. Again, pretty settled stuff by the Fusions.
Well, yeah, settled by them, but it might be disturbed. You'll see it by the graphic in a moment. Fastest lap of the race, Milan Baku in 3rd place. That's 2 laps in a row now. He has set the fastest lap of the race. The 2 behind, Nicole, are at this moment, I believe, running quite significantly faster than the 2 ahead. It's just a case of waiting for if there's a move from Kobe or if they close in and they force a move from Kobe. Mason Kwong, unfortunately, has just picked up a warning flag. That does come with an in-race 5-second time penalty. That cannot be disputed, so that is a big shame for them. The trio behind have now simmered down. Ferguson, Patterson and Brageau leading that one, 5th, 6th and 7th place. Nihil Al-Gahoudi is up 7 places now and is into P8. So once again, having a good run. Ilya Sami from Aiden Kaserovic. Martin Rodriguez.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. There's the overtake. And that's what we were waiting for. Kobe on the final lap of the race has now decided to go on the attack. And with that, will, I think, might... no, I don't think he will take the lead of the intermediate classification. But he would... Oh, no, he does take the lead of the intermediate classification now with 94 points to his name. But now it's got to deal with the rest of the drivers on this final lap of the race.
That was a big move by Kobe, as we've got more going on back in the background. That's between the likes of Kobe Patterson and Daniel Ferguson once more.
Oh, Milan Baku was there as well.
Top of your screens, though, Harry Williams not wanting to give that position up on this final lap. Kobe, though, caught him off guard, and it helped him because he hits that checkered flag as your race winner in the last moment, grabbed it through turn number 4, really caught Harry Williams a bit asleep, I would say. I don't think Williams expected that from his teammate of Kobe. Williams in second, Schwiers in third, Colby Patterson finishes in fourth with Daniel Ferguson, and Baku actually drops down to seventh position despite those really quick laps. It was, I think, 2 or 3 consecutive purple laps for Baku.
Yeah, Schwiers got the job done. He got past him, and then with that, it dropped him back into the trio behind, which then immediately went on the lunge on Milan Baku, and that unfortunately dropped him down to 7th place. So, yeah, that was all happening just behind that lead fight. But like we say, Christian Kobe did wait until the very last lap to do that, and he takes his first win of the weekend ahead of Harry Williams. Miko Schwiers finishing ahead of Colby Patterson and Daniel Ferguson. Matis Brajo and Milan Baku the top 7. Ilya Sami finishes in P8 ahead of Jonathan Stewart. Nihil El Gahoudi finishing in the top 10 ahead of Martin Rodriguez. Eden Keserovic, Mason Kwong, Matis Piesens, and Alex Riley, who rounds out the top 15. But there we go. I can imagine there'll be a conversation between Williams and Kobe saying, probably from Williams saying, you said you were going to stay behind me that whole race. I did. I didn't say the checker flag, though. That's probably what Kobe's going to say to him. But that made sense in my head. It got a giggle out of you.
Well, yeah, I mean, they race in teams, but it's not a team game. It's every driver out there for themselves, and I don't think Christian Kobe, your driver on the screen there, is going to be that bothered about what his teammate has got to say. He wants those points on the board, and those points that he's just grabbed, has jumped himself up the qualifying heats order, because he now has a grand total of 94 on the screen.
Indeed. Well, he makes his way over the weighbridge, and I think all good for Christian Kobe then. He takes the lead of the intermediate classifications, so we look forward to seeing what he can do with that later on today. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. The start, relatively calm here, Nicole. You can see straight away Christian Kobe pulling out of the slipstream, wanting to get involved, would have to stay there in P4. Carry around the speed on the outside, but unfortunately would tumble down just a little bit. The inside row, Williams, Baku, she was able to break away right at the start of the race. Unfortunately, Alex Riley out of contention. Heavy damage to that side pod for the XL Motorsport driver, and unfortunately finishing in 15th place. For the front runners, though, relatively calm at the start, but like you say, Kobe getting up into 2nd place on that charge, then went on to take the win.
I think the biggest bit of action throughout the race was between Daniel Ferguson and Colby Patterson down there. They both ended up in 4th and 5th, but Ferguson got hung out to dry on the early stages, couldn't quite slot in on that first lap, ended down the order with Patterson. They were battling it out, and at one stage, as was Miko Schwiers and Milan Baku. Ferguson is teammate of Christian Kobe then. This was that last-minute move on Harry Williams. Harry Williams almost got really caught out by, that is Milan Baku. So I think that's how Baku lost those smattering of positions. Ferguson down the inside at turn 11. Baku lost 3 from that move. But it was Christian Kobe that took the checkered and was really benefited by that really aggressive move into turn number 4.
Yeah, it certainly was. And like you say, makes their way back, checks over the shoulder, just at the mechanic stand there to just say, hey, was that all right? Was that good? And I think they probably said, yep, thumbs up, job done, head back. And I'm sure the team will have a debrief for that one. But the minis aren't over just yet. One more race for them to go. Qualifying Heat A versus D. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Euro Series in 2025 here at the Wackersdorf circuit. For round 3, we will be heading into the next qualifying heat for Mini X30 in a few moments' time. But between now and then, some new rules have come into board halfway through the season. Of course, with fuel, control fuel now has been brought into the world of the IAME Euro Series, and we caught up with some of the technical crews behind the scenes who would be looking into that one. So if I can, I'll pass over to myself, who will take us through what is going to be happening from now on from round 3. Well, brand new for 2025 from round 3 of the IAME Euro Series. A brand new concept has been introduced for the fueling of the top 6 drivers in the championship over the next few rounds, which will be controlled fuel. The top 6 drivers won't be able to enter onto their grid with their carts with a full tank of fuel. As you can see, the cars behind me are missing a fuel tank. They will get their fuel mixed within the garage. The fuel is already mixed by the technical team. They then make sure it's all controlled, it's all legal, it's all nice and safe for the drivers. They get their tanks filled up in here, then they get put onto the carts, then they head onto the grid. It's to keep it just that little bit more competitive and controlled, like we say, with the fuel, to make sure no one breaks away at the sharp end of the field. And people who can tell us a little bit more about that are our technical team.
In the scrutineering area this weekend, we've now been doing controlled fuel, as a couple of the teams have asked us to do this, which we then said, yes, we'll do it. We'll do top 6 from the championship. So the fuel itself only stays with us. They mixed it up before time qualifying, and from there we have then kept all the fuel from the race meeting, and so far it's been a good event. The third round of the championship, 236, is lying 5th in the championship, so he's in the top 6. So what we've done for this round is controlled fuel for the top 6. As you can see, the mechanic is taking the fuel tank off, which will stay with us for the weekend. He now takes it into our garage, and as it's a controlled environment, we will be keeping hold of it till Sunday night, when he can take all of his kit back home.
Darren Clark there, technical man, taking us through what's going on down there. And of course, like you say, it's been requested by some of the team managers to say, hey, let's look into this. And the team at IAME and RGMMC have gone into that, and yeah, they've deployed it for the 3rd round, and I'm guessing onwards from the rest of the season for the top 6 in the championship only, that is. So maybe not the top 6 from qualifying or anything like that, only in the championship. And that's what keeps them, checking that everything's all good and everything's legal and everything like that. Controlled fuel, nice to see that it has been deployed, and so far, yeah, like I say, working very, very well. Like we say, though, in this instance, George Clark is starting on pole position, and that's a nice visor strip he's got on there. Mason Hibbert starting alongside him, but George Clark certainly has pushed forward so far this weekend, has delivered, had a tough race though earlier on.
He did have a tough race. I think maybe just a bit of experience played into that thing. George, with a team change for 2025, really has turned up the dial performance-wise. His mechanic, Alicia Barrett, she's a driver that has competed in this series before. He's got a lot of good support around him. He's got Alicia there telling him the things that has really promoted him forward and has helped him to make that progress. And racecraft, it comes from race experience. It comes from being at the front. You have to qualify at the front to then, get those laps in of leading races, and I think George will get there. He's on that sharp end of the field, so watch maybe if he can hold on to things for this race. We've then got George House, the other George in this grid that's been really quick, not just this weekend, but this year, starting on that 3rd row. House was given a penalty in the heat earlier on. So maybe watch him try and light things up in this one because he needs a good result. He needs some good points if he wants to continue on that dominant pathway that he's been on so far. As he just takes a moment or two to try and get off the grid. Is that maybe a mechanical issue? We'll find out shortly, but Anthony Jordan, who is on the front row of our order?
It's George Clark, who's on the front row of that order, and he's joined by Mason Hibbert. That will be row number 1. Austin Newstead and Aurelio Longatano will go from row 2. George House and Hill Padavani will round out the top 6 on row number 3. Row 4 sees Oya Metu. Had a bit of a tough race earlier on. We'll have Abraham Shelvis for company alongside of the first half of the grid.
Row number 5 includes Oliver Vatens with Denver Boss. And then from 6, we have Min Jae Kim with Felipe Massard. 7 is Martin Ketchin Gomez with Marcus Alberg. And rounding out to your 8th row grid, we have Andy Stewart. George House then on my timing screens has made it onto the track. Maybe he was just taking a moment or two to get off of the grid. There he is, just passing through turn number 12.
Indeed, so hopefully he'll have plenty of time to get that car back into position. He's got all the way until he gets to Tatiana and does he get on the red line there with the yellow flags, which, again, I'm looking forward to. But let's see what happens. Oh, dear, was that a bit of debris flying off a kart there at turn number 4? It was. I think it may have been a wheel off a driver. Now, who is that at the hairpin there? After it was a wheel that's come off. It's a front wheel, has no, it's a rear wheel, sorry, of the 485. Felipe Massard of VDK Racing will not take part in this race. His kart is pulled off unceremoniously. Yep, that is a complete and understandable reaction. Wheel said, no thanks, and I don't want to take part.
It didn't look like it had the back end of an axle attached to it either, so I think it's the case where the wheel nuts maybe have not been tightened properly, and it has come off and flown off of that VDK branded kart. Drivers going through Tatiana and Tizia, then that synchronisation. What was that one for you, Anthony?
I don't think I could score that one, but right now I think they're a bit upset with my score earlier on. Here we go, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are, and it's a good start for the rest of the field. 2 karts have gone grinding to a halt, though onto the start-finish straight, and one of them, I don't believe it, is George House. I think you said he was having moments earlier. No, it's not George House, it's another driver, but George House was having to start from the back of the grid. That's the other VDK,
Denver
is
Boss.
it? Oh, is it? Yeah, it is Denver Boss. That's the XL Motorsport driver, sorry. So Denver Boss out of the race. But crucially, yeah, like you were saying, George House did have to start at the back of the grid. He didn't get into his original starting spot. Now, Denver Boss's car is off the track already. Great work from the officials team here at the circuit. They've cleared the track already. Crucially, at the front, though, of this very interesting and dramatic start to this Mini X30 race, we've got an almighty breakaway from the drivers at the sharp end of the field, as they can see the second group of drivers all fighting for position. Out of the final corner they go. I believe, is that Mason Hibbert leading the way? It is indeed Mason Hibbert, who is in control. Aurelio Longatano there in second place, is looking for first, goes down the inside, gets it done.
So what is the game plan from Longatano in this one then? Hibbert says otherwise, goes down the inside at turn number 6, takes the position back, brings Newstead, your winner for the heat earlier on, right into the fight once more. Are these 3 going to battle it out, hold each other up and bring them into the clutches of George Clark? We'll see how that plays out. But for now, into turn number 11, it is Hibbert that covers that white line, puts that Fusion kart on it to try and defend from Longatano, who's now being overtaken by Austin Newstead. Over the blind crest to the final corner they go. Hibbert from Longatano, Hibbert from Austin Newstead, Longatano, Clark, and now House in 5th position. Through turns 1, 2, and 3 they go. The flat part of the circuit, turn number 3, you can set things up into turn number 4, as shown by Austin Newstead. Aurelio Longatano following him through that move, and that puts Mason Hibbert into P3, but says no once more to Aurelio because he gets himself into second again. That's 2 consecutive laps that Mason Hibbert has demonstrated that to us.
He certainly has, and Austin Newstead now will have a chance to try and break away. However, if the 2 do settle in, They will be back on that rear bumper very, very soon. George Clark there in 4th place, has George House for company just behind. They are trying to, I think the best thing they can do is close in on each other, work together, and then try to close in on the 3 up ahead. If they just sit there like that, with a big gap between themselves, they're not going to gain any time. They're going to lose out on the 3 that are up ahead in the race. Here's this wheel coming off. Oh, yeah, rear wheel just literally pinged off there right from that moment. And, and like I say, no axle attached to that. That might be some wheel nuts have gone missing from that machine.
Well, maybe the mechanic, I think, is going to be stood there with the head in the hands there. You can see not happy about that issue. Race replay, though, getting it perfect. The driver will have to stand with the marshals at the post to watch how this one unfolds. At the front end of your order, though, we've had that change. Austin Newstead leading the way. Still Mason Hibbert in 2nd place. Aurelio Longatano still sat there in 3rd. And these drivers just drafting each other round through this 3rd sector. Clark and House have bunched together now. Like you said, Anthony, 2 engines are better than 1, and they do have a bit of time to maybe catch up to your top 3 if they decide to fight and battle it out. 2 fusions there out the front. Newstead still sat a little bit defensive, doesn't want to give it up to Hibbert, as we've had George Clark still in front of House there.
But they've closed together.
And 5th, but they are line of stern out of turn number 5. Fastest lap, though, goes to House. He's right on the back of George Clark. I'd say he's actually using Clark to try and push himself forward, getting in that tow, using the momentum, using the passion of things. When you're in a chase, I think a lot of drivers naturally go a bit faster. Moves going on into turn number 11. That's for the race lead. We have Mason Hibbert now takes it back. Aurelio Longatano follows him through, and Austin Newstead now has to settle for 3rd.
If you're George Clark and George House, you just set the fastest lap of the race, you're working together now, and the lead group is starting to fight. You are on lap number 6 now of the race of 7. Time is running out for the drivers, but they need to make that decision to keep working together as back down the inside. Newstead gets it done on Longatano, and now it's a fusion 1-2. Hibbert from Newstead. Hibbert goes defensive, though, and keeps them into play. I think I'm hearing some mechanics in the background there saying, no, what are you doing? And it's, yeah, I think they're all trying to say, no, just keep pushing at this stage. Don't start defending.
Absolutely agree. We're in a really good spot, this commentary box. We can see and hear a lot of the mechanics out there. Hibbert still leading the way, deciding to take that defensive posture from Newstead. Newstead looks like he sacrificed a bit of speed out of turn number 12. Longatano looks like he's got the legs 3 abreast into that final corner. Aurelio Longatano then takes that position, gets himself into 2nd place. So now it's Hibbert from Aurelio, from Austin there in 3rd. This battling is bringing Clark and House ever closer. Have they got enough time to catch in? Hibbert goes defensive. Austin tries to take that wide line, tries to get the rev and the run. That now brings Clark and House right into the fight. Aurelio Longatano aggressively defensive into turn number 6. Hibbert has got some room to think about it now. It's a 4-kart battle for P4. Is Clark going to try and bite the bullet on his teammate of Austin Newstead? Drivers just clipping that curb of turn number 9. Aurelio Longatano hugs that white line, defensive once more. Can any drive get the run into turn number 12? Nobody attempting just yet. George House trying to go the long way round, is going to take that tighter line into turn number 12, thinks against it, jumps back over onto the racing line, but it looks like it is confirmed. For a first heat win this weekend, it's Mason Hibbert from Aurelio Longatano and Austin Newstead in 3rd. George Clark and George House round out your top 5. And then we have Minjae King, Avlo Waitens, Abraham Shelvitz and Pudavani as your top 9. Then Martin Ketchin Gomez rounds out your final top 10. Orion Meta there in 11th, Andy Stewart 12th. And then rounding out your 13 finishers, we have Marcus Alberg. Of course, we did see Denver Boss break down on the start-finish line just before that start. And Felipe Massard lost that back wheel on the warm-up lap like we saw, but Hibbert confirms a very dominant race win.
Yeah, he certainly does. Right on that last lap where he saw them all defending, he went for the optimal racing line, carried all the speed he could carry, and yeah, holds on to that one clear by 0.8 of a second. With that, that does put him to 4th in the points, but with one more round of qualifying heats to go before their finals day, it is Christian Kobe who leads the way with 94 points to his name. But it's Mason Ibbott and Aurelio Longatano 1-2 in this race from Austin Newstead, George Clark from George House, then it's been Jay Kim from Oliver Waitians, Abraham Chelvis from Nahil Padavani, it is then Martin Chechen Gomez from Rio Meta, Andy Stewart from Marcus Halbach, who rounds out the 13 finishers, and like we say, Denver Boss and Filippo Massard both out and the early stages of the race. Well, for Mini X30, their time is done for now. We will see their last qualifying heats out later on today, but we will have the seniors out next, and we'll be chatting to a lot of our drivers from this point onwards, of 3. But they have got one more race to go before that. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for Senior X30.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series Round 3 here in Wackersdorf. We are, believe it or not, nearing the closure of today. We've still got a handful of heats to get through, but we're into the penultimate round of qualifying heats for the Senior X30 category. Qualifying Heat B versus E will be heading out on to the circuit, and oh my, has this got two titans on the front row of the grid for this one. Nicole Sutherland, Danny Caronini and Ruben Moya on row number 1. For Danny Caronini, he's had some good runs so far this weekend. He sits high up in the points. He has had qualifying heat wins. He would like some more, but he has got Ruben Moya, who at this moment is a man on the mission to claim a full clean streak of intermediate classification points with 3 wins out of 3. That's going to be an almighty feisty front row of drivers.
Absolutely will be. The two drivers that, of course, Danny Caronini was your European champion last year. Ruben Moya finished just outside of the top 3 there, driver with a rich history together. They know each other well, so watch this one unfold closely. I think it's going to be an exciting one. Starting behind Ruben and Danny, then we have Christian Biasati and Sebastiano Pavan. Pavan and Moya then this weekend, teammates out there. We didn't see Pavan go for a move, which was an interesting decision in that previous heat that those two had. So maybe watch a bit of team tactics go on in this one as they try to push ahead of Danny Caronini, who was your fastest driver in qualifying. Group driver that missed practice on Friday, but came into this weekend on the foot that he normally leaves tracks with. On that fast foot, a driver that has got a lot of pace and experience behind him. Other drivers within this grid maybe to keep an eye on: Jacob Mikulev starting in 7th on that 4th row alongside Maxim Blanchwine. The driver is very quick this weekend, is supported by the likes of Kenny Roosens on the coaching. So keep an eye out for the 3-6-2 as we head into this next rotation of X30 Senior Heat.
Indeed, let's take you through that full starting lineup as immediately you can see the next grid heading out into the circuit. As All Deer going very slowly there out onto the track is one of the KCR drivers on the Croc Promotion chassis there, just firing into life, possibly Luke Taylor from the United Kingdom, but I think he's got going. Right, let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Danny Caronini and Ruben Moya on row number 1. This is going to be a feisty one to watch. Christian Biasati and Sebastiano Pavan will go from row 2. Annie Rattel and Rocco Gruccio from Germany go from row 3. They'll have Jacob Mikulev and Maxim Blanchimont on row number 4. Luca Horton and Nicholas Simic go from row 5. Marlon Bayer and Matthias van der Kerkhoff on row 6. They'll have Bennett Svensson and Senior Ornball on row 7. Luca Moulard and Marcel Matijevic will go from row 8. Morgan Knudsen and Roberto Bass go from row 9. Sam van der Heijden will be all on his own on row 10 as Dylan Patel no longer racing this weekend. Guimes Merkelbach and Dan Bridgen go from row 11 with Luke Taylor, Paco Sorrento and Leonard Kath, who will round out the 13 rows of drivers out on track. Well, we take a breath as the field will get themselves primed and ready. Nicole, this is going to be an interesting one, I think. Like we were mentioning, that front row is going to be almighty tough to deal with.
Absolutely will be, but the question for me that I'm wondering, has Ruben Moya got a friend in Sebastiano Pavan for this heat? Heading out of turn number 11 then, just trying to get that final bit of temperature into the tyre, trying to get into that rhythm, find that concentration as they hit the blind crest where Tatiana and Tizia are stood. That is the point in the track where drivers can no longer get themselves into position. That is where that red line is. Out of the final turn then, how are Caronini and Ruben Moya going to fare against each other? Caronini takes them out of the final corner, gets them into the tram lines, and it's a good start by the Italian. Lights go green into turn number 3, hugs that white line. Moya does not get the spring just yet. Can he hug it around the outside? Yes, he does. Into turn number 4, Ruben Moya springs to the race lead. Now Caronini's going to lose 2 positions because Sebastiano Pavan uses that advantage his teammate has had and gets into 2nd position. We questioned, were they going to be friends for this race? And it looks like so far, to beat down the Italian, they are.
Yeah, indeed. But Pavan looking, I thought he was looking to the inside there, was Sebastiano Pavan. Thought against it, did stay behind on that opening lap. But yeah, carbon copy of what we saw earlier on. Danny Caronini, unfortunately, can do nothing against those two Pantalo drivers who are breaking away now at the front, but Caronini's still there. So Ruben Moya in the lead here has got the wild card teammate and now rear gunner of Sebastiano Pavan protecting that rear end from Danny Caronini as the fight behind are closing in. Biasate's under pressure. He's lost out to 3rd place. Rocco Cuccio has gone through. And then you've got the likes of Anna Rattel, who is just behind as well, who is also trying to fight his way through. So big battles happening all the way throughout this one. But yes, like we're saying, Sebastiano Pavan is going to be the ultimate rear gunner and teammate here and just defend Moya from attacks from Danny Caronini.
Well, he's under pressure now, so I don't know if maybe the decision not to try and go in on teammate of Moya early on is going to cost him, because look at Danny Carinini snaking around behind him, trying to find a way through. Can he do it through turn number 4? Not just yet, still sat there drafting around on that back bumper as they head down into the hairpin of turn number 6. Gets the run back up the hill. Can he set something up going into the 3rd sector? Danny Carinini all over the back is your fastest driver, as we've got drama out there for one of the XLs, who then rejoins the track and clips one of the back markers. We've got the 229 has been lost in all of that drama as well.
Nicholas Simic out of the race.
For P2, now the Italian of Carinini goes in on Sebastiano Pavan to get himself into 2nd.
Yeah, it was Simic and Horton that moment out on track, and yeah, Nicholas Simic was not happy whatsoever, gesticulating wildly there at, I think, Luca Horton, just to say, what was that you just did? So there we go, we'll have to see if we've got a replay of that one. But yes, Pavan has, well, he's been a rear gunner for a few laps on this one. But Danny Carinini has split the two Panzano drivers apart, and I would think if I'm Ruben Moya, that rear bumper you're feeling on that rear bumper there is not your fellow teammate. It's Danny Carinini who's looking to take away the clean streak that Ruben Moya has had, looks to the inside and gets it done, and now Sebastiano Pavan looks to the inside. Now is it fair game for Pavan to go for the moves here? I'm not too sure, but Carinini leads the way, and there you see the communication between Moya and Pavan saying, come on, let's go, let's chase him.
See, if I was Sebastiano Pavan, I would maybe be ignoring that. I think that's a signal that drivers do when they're starting to feel a little bit rattled. They feel like the driver behind has got the pace to overtake. Maybe Moya is not that confident that he can overtake Carinini without the teammates' help of Pavan. We'll see a race replay then. This is into turn number 4, overtakes being made on the exit then. We'll see if we can catch this moment.
This
okay, so this
moment.
is Horton.
Oh, yeah.
Over the side then. Well, that's big impact on the side of that car. Horton actually, you know, signals to say, what are you doing? But maybe agree that there wasn't enough room for Luca to try and get that going. Carinini is breaking away from Moya. Moya is putting his head down on the steering wheel to try and duck under some of that air, trying to catch up to Carinini. Pavan still on the back of bumper of teammate Moya. Nothing attempted just yet. Once more, the same story as that previous heat.
Indeed, this is a very interesting situation now for Ruben Moya, which means going into this then, the ball is very much back into Gianna Lucia's side of the court, albeit Moya was very late on the brakes there into the hairpin, and might be thinking to really push here now. We'll keep an eye on the sector times as it progresses on, and well, Ruben Moya is faster in that 2nd sector, but only just. So I'm going to have to keep a close eye on this one. Oh, but Danny Carinini on that lap, fastest lap of the race now, but that's taken away by the rest of the field. Luke Taylor now all the way in 15th place has just gone fastest, just at a 49.9. Again, the only driver into the 49 seconds coming from a driver who is up 8 places. But currently circulating in 15th place, so that's a very strong start for him.
Your next school of fish behind your top 3 then include Cruccio, Blenman, Mikulev and Rattel. No big battles going on just yet, kind of settled down. No moves attempted by any of those, but it is busy, and I would say it is Mikulev that is trying to push forward, hungry for it. There you can see him just going over the crest ahead of that 2:06. Lull phase of the race then for drivers in this X30 senior heat. Nothing too major to report over those previous couple of laps. There's the 2:46 going in to the 4th corner. That is Lentman following around Cruccio for that 4th place. Into turn number 6, where they then head up the hill into turn 7, a unique part of the circuit where drivers really have to make sure that they don't roll off of that break into the hairpin of 6. They don't want to slide, because then you bog and you can't get that run up the hill into 7. Through turns number 11, All drivers going, all looking settled, nobody trying to look down the inside at anybody else just yet. Carinini continuing to push forward, but a small chunk is taken out of his race lead. It's 0.6 of a second that he leads by. It's largely just half-tenths that Moya and Carinini are fluctuating by. Pavan looks like he might dropped off the back of Moya on the timing screens. With these battles that you can see on your screen to further down the order, we've got the likes of Rattel, the Asati looking at each other. As Carinini continues to go faster, knows he needs to turn up that dial and puts in a purple lap.
So the pace is coming out quite considerably here now, or gone up quite considerably. 49.796. That is dramatically faster than both Ruben Moya and Sebastiano Pavan just behind. They were doing 49.9s right now, so that is 0.2 clear from them at the moment. And yeah, continuing to break away. The gap 0.7 of a second. Absolutely nothing that Moya can do here to make sure that he claims that full points lead, and that means there's a little bit of breathing space now for Gianna Luja in that next race later on for the seniors, because of course he now can just think, right, what can we do in his race? If he wins that one, he'll be the points leader, and he'll be the one to watch into their last race later on today. But Danny Carinini continuing to push forward now. He's gaining 178 points. He now is starting to really make a dent in this intermediate classification, and his championship fight is certainly looking like it's going his way with the penultimate round only moments away. Those finals tomorrow, of course, and the superheats. But eyes on this one as we go on to the last lap of this race. I don't think we're going to see a change in these top three. Danny Carinini is going to break away, of course. Ruben Moya is fine. Pavan, I don't think he's going to attack on him. Fourth place is good. Fifth place is a bit interesting. Maxim Blanchimont and Jacob Mikolev are still absolutely line astern on this race. You can see them scrapping away just in the background as they go into the chicane. I think Mikolev's got the move done, and Anna Rattel now has closed in. But as the top three only have a couple of corners to go in this race, the long train of drivers all sorts themselves through. So yes, Mikolev did get ahead of Maxim Blanchimont. So that move is done. Out of the final corner though, Danny Carinini to the line. A superb run there for the Italian, and that's another win to his name. He will take second in the points ahead of, or just behind Ruben Moya. Sebastiano Pavan will be third in the points, third on track as well, ahead of Rocco Cruccio, Jacob Mikolev, who rounds out the top five. But for Danny Carinini, that's a very, very good second half of the day. One more race to go for groups B and E in the senior category. Of course, we still have two more senior races to go for the penultimate rotation of qualifying heats as the field make their way back to Parc Ferme. There's a look at your full results. Top five have gone over. Maxim Blanchimont finishing in P6. Annie Rattel from Christian Biasati. Marlon Bayer from Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Marcel Matievich from Luca Balak. Then it's Luke Taylor from Zen Van der Heijden. Philip Sensen from Senior Onball. From Roberto Bass in 17th place. Morgan Knudsen from Leonard Kath. 6th place is gained there for Kath. Good race. Comes Merkelbach from Dan Bridgen. Luke Horton and Paco Sarmiento finishing in 23rd place. Nicholas Simic, the one retirement from the race. The AT Motorsport driver, unfortunately, in the barriers after an incident with Luca Horton and the non-starter, of course, of Dylan Patel. Drivers will make their way back. There is Danny Carinini. We will be chatting to some of our drivers from this point onwards. And for Danny Carinini, it was fastest in group in qualifying. Not outright pole for him. Second fastest in qualifying, but starting to see those smiles come out now for Danny Carinini. Let's have a look at the start of that race. Relatively calm. But Ruben Moya and Sebastiano Pavan once again showcasing their elite starts here. Watch Moya right around the outside. This is something that Moya loves to do. Carry the speed around the outside at turn number one. Cuts across the front of Danny gets on those brakes early. That's allowing Sebastiano Pavan to get alongside. He gets his nose down the inside. There's a bit of coming together in the background. And then those two would go 1 and 2 in the early stages. And for Pavan, it would become the ultimate rear gunner. That would then later change. Down the inside would go Danny Carinini, would split those two up apart as the battles happen just behind as well. Rocco Crucio there, Jacob Mikalev all fighting for position, Maxim Blanchemont and Andy Rattel on the later stages of that race. There was the moment for Nicolas Simek and Luca Horton. Nick Simek not happy at all with that one, gesticulating wildly at Luca Horton, who then in turn did come out on the track in front of some traffic. But there was the change for second place. A few laps later, the change for the lead. Danny Carinini, not wasting any time to take the lead of that race. Crosses the line and takes another qualifying heat win. Puts himself second in those intermediate classifications with 178 points to his name. Well, the racing not over yet for Senior X30. Still 2 more races to go for their final rotation later on as we head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Down in Parc Ferme then with Sebastiano Pavan. Sebastiano, Anthony and I have been questioning how come you haven't attempted an overtake on Ruben Moya just yet this weekend. Why is that?
He's fighting for being on the top. The first heat I made was not very good, so I'm trying to help him to stay a little bit more in the front. I was hoping that he could overtake Carinini, but he couldn't, but he's fine like this.
So would you actually say you're trying to help Ruben this weekend?
At the moment, yes, I'm trying to help him a little bit for staying more in the front.
Well, maybe some team tactics going into play then. That answers our questions. Anthony, we'll head back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, indeed down there. Yes, I suspect for the time being, but I can imagine if it gets to a final, it's all guns blazing, and Sebastiano Pavan, if he gets an opportunity, will go for it, I'm sure. Right, the next race is coming up very, very soon. We just had qualifying heat B versus E. Will be groups D and F. That will be coming up next, and this penultimate round of qualifying heat. And this will have the likes of Joanna Luja and Bertram Sash on the front row of the grid. Joanna, of course, is the driver who effectively is currently leading the intermediate classifications. He's had 3 wins out of 3. If he can get another win for this one, he will find himself in a good spot. And as you can see from that graphic, a switch of sides, which is completely allowed. The front row are allowed to switch sides officially. If they do announce it, they can do it. And we have seen that. So Joanna Luja then switching to, I think, help out the likes of Aaron Garcia. The 2 MDC drivers have been witnessing what they have seen from the Panther Racing team and think, hey, I would like a piece of that, and see if we can get a 1-2. There is Joanna Luja. Getting his gloves on, ready for the start of this race. It means that, yeah, like you say, benefits Alan Garcia. Bertram Sash then will have the likes of Freddie Lloyd for company now, who won't get the fast run in towards turn number 1 because, of course, Bertram Sash will have to start behind Joanna Luja. So that changes that format up quite significantly at the sharp end of the field. There is Bertram Sash, who has had to switch to the inside line now. Last few words of encouragement for the driver rocking the MP suit there, running with the Falcon Racing team this weekend on the Henza chassis. The 301 machine, the sort of wild card into this weekend, formerly racing in the world of FIA karting here for the IAME Euro Series. And yeah, like I say, rocking away and doing a good job of it as well. Nicole Sutherland joined me back into the box. 26 degrees out there. It's looking mighty nice, isn't it?
Well, compared to some of last week's heats that we endured in a different part of Europe, 26 degrees feels a bit cold.
A bit chilly.
I would say. But it's nice out there, and I think I've raced in conditions similar to these. I used to really like it. I think some of those shorter drivers with the lower centre of gravity really benefit when it's conditions like these. Driver on your screen then, Fast Fred Lloyd for Premium Karting. Despite the Lando Norris branded suit, he is out there sporting the Premium Karting livery for 2025.
On a LN chassis.
On an LN. Previously was with Fusion on a Kart Republic. Jumped over to Premium because he prefers the way that the OTK performs. So keep an eye out for Fred, like you said, Anthony. Will be starting on that second row of the field. Shortly behind is his teammate of Morgan Moore. And then we've got Aaron Garcia in the mix as well. Garcia, the 225, will be starting alongside Fast Fred on that second row. He's going from fourth for MDC, of course, starting behind Luja on that front row. The two drivers' teammates. More team tactics going to go into senior racing, because
I've got a feeling.
We just heard it from Sebastiano. It is playing into this weekend.
It certainly is, but both of these drivers in the championship right now, and I think both of them wanting to gain as many points as they can. Right, engines fire up then. Drivers will make their way out onto the circuit. As I predicted, Nicole, around this time of the weekend, this is where we start to see tyres on board, and we're going to start to see those in play now. Johan Aluja and Bertram Sash on row number 1. They've switched sides of the grid. Freddie Lloyd, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of the kart. We'll start this one alongside Aaron Garcia. Then row 3, Morgan Moore has done the same, left-hand side with Max Camalander alongside him. Clement Outron and Peter Gorecki on row 4. Again, Clement Outron, left-hand side. Then row 5 sees Tobias Norman and Sophia Sage, both of them on the left-hand side with Jamil Bayati and Paul Andriotis on row number 6.
Row number 7 includes Mats Hessel with Luis Mas. And from 8, we have Elias Leman on an all-new set alongside Isaac Sayer. From 9, we have Esteban Walgrave with Maximilian Esselada. And from 10 includes Luis Schutzer with Henry Carter. 11, Dinat de Vos with Mark Granada. And from 12, we have Alejandro Suarez with Alex Pinera. Like you said then, Anthony, new tyres being deployed for a lot of members of our field. That's going to play into things, especially at the front row, where Freddie Lloyd has decided to go for that all-new side of the kart.
And this, of course, does not play into the hands of Johan Aluja, who sits there on the front row of the grid, has not got new tyres on board. Now, granted, has been having those wins, hasn't needed to fight too much, so he hasn't used those tyres too hard. And, of course, because it's quite a soft tarmac, I say soft tarmac, it's not abrasive or any way, shape or form. It's the field head through the red lines. Synchronization score. Ladies and gentlemen, I called a 9.8 earlier on. We've had a couple of tricky ones, but let's see this time around. Oh, dear. Oh, that was, yeah, okay. Well, there we go. Still got plenty of time to get that one sorted out. But it's been a long day, you got to say, for the marshalling team, hasn't it? They've had lots of races to get through. They've done brilliant work, and they've been on top of all of the moments out there. Right, everyone is primed and ready to go for this one. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front 2, and immediately there, you've got Aluja through. Sash tries to get involved. Oh dear, there's one of the cars go very slow. It's one of your bit carts going slowly. That, I think, is Max Camalander, who unfortunately nearly got swiped from the rest of the drivers there. But crucially, it's MDC 1-2. There is 2 carts going slowly. One of them is Max Camalander, I do believe. It is MDC's Lewis Masters at a moment. Isaac Say and Esteban Walgrave also off the circuit. That, I believe, is Isaac Say. The Jamie Green Racing driver from Singapore going no further.
Paul Andriotis got caught out in that moment then as well. We had Sash lucky to get out of that one unscathed, but I think maybe the back bumper is bent up slightly. That won't be a performance issue, hopefully, for Sash, who is now sat there on the back of this front 6. Aluja leads from Garcia, Fred Lloyd in 3rd, Morgan Moore 4th, Clement Outron 5th, then Tourman in 6th. Tourman trying to apply the pressure and the heat to Morgan Moore, does just that, attempts it into the turn, into that hairpin of 6, clips the curb, gets it wrong and sacrifices the run and loses position now. Sash still there, fighting to try and get himself back onto the front end of the order. He started at the front, finds himself further down. Morgan Moore trying to of positions and does just that. Does that now mean that it's the two premiums in second and third? Yes, it does. Freddie Lloyd over the crest of the hill to apply more pressure to Aluja in that race lead. So now it is the two MDCs from the two premiums. This is a race replay of your start.
I'm going to keep an eye on Bertram Sash. You see the two MDCs break away at the front. Max Camalanga there, who's third. Right, this was the moment. Goes in. Oh, the rear wheel just over the top. Yeah, and that's damaged that rear bumper of Bertram Sash. And then a second hit. Wait for it. Then a third hit. That is not a good start for Max Camalanga. I've got to say, absolutely beaten and bruised. Then you had the Isaac Say moment into the barriers. He was involved with, I think that is Esteban Woolgarve, and I think Lewis Mass for MDC Racing, all having moments in this race. So for them, they're doing well. Oh dear, Tobias Norman I think has had a moment. He's tumbling down the order, the same with Sophia Sage, and hand gestures going up thick and fast there to the officials, but obviously just saying, come on, you're not seeing what's happening out here. Lloyd has taken the lead of the race. I will stress that. We've not spoken about that, but Lloyd has taken the lead. Morgan Moore has got through. Joanna Aluja has gone down to third place now as Lloyd on those fresh tyres with Morgan Moore are breaking away.
Granada and Hazel in the thick of the fight. Granada up by 14 positions to jump into 8th position. Eyes and ears back on the front end of your field. Fred Lloyd out there in the race lead. And we'll take a moment to say the race replay. So into turn number 3 they go. Fred just gets that run down the straight. We've got more going on then into number 6. This was the moment for the MDC over the top of the other cart.
Norman. Yeah, Tobias Norman and the KCR machine tumbling down the order.
That's going to be an interesting one back in race control, I would say, all over that rumble strap. Wow. You know, that's a part of the circuit where there's a dip and it drops away from you. If you drop a wheel into there, you find yourself in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, indeed. Well, obviously, that is after that initial overtake, and of course a bit of damage on board, and maybe the front's unsettled. It doesn't feel like it's attached again. Oh dear,
gets it wrong.
Is that Lloyd completely outbraking himself? Well, okay, well, let's think of this from a team's point of view. We were talking about it earlier on with Pantano Racing Team. You got Fred Lloyd, wildcard into this weekend, who's leading the way. He's now given Morgan Moore the lead, but I don't know if that was a mistake because he accidentally gave it to Joanna Aluja, and now he's let Clement Utron through. Are we seeing mechanical gremlins for Freddie Lloyd here? He's tumbled from first all the way down to fourth.
That was shocking from Fred. I don't know if it was, a driver mistake, if he barreled into the corner too fast, sacrificed that run out of it, and slid. But now he's just looks like he's even falling off the back of Clement Utron there in that fourth position. The gap has opened up already. Does he get the corner right this time? It looks like he does, but Morgan Moore was gifted a good race lead there and was actually lucky not to clip the teammates of his premium friend of Fred Lloyd. Out the final turn they go, and it's a 4-cart breakaway, but they have all got a bit of room to breathe. Qualifying heats points so far is Joanna Aluja that leads by 194 points, but is tied with Ruben Moya, who we just saw had a good race heat. Karanini on 178, and that rounds out your top 3 for these points so far. Moore still under pressure for the race lead. Aluja trying to chase down and close in that 2/10 gap.
Indeed, that's going to be easier said than done, though, of course, because Moore's got those fresh tyres on board, hasn't he? So that's going to be difficult for that gap to close in. Now, with John Aluja sitting there in second place, because obviously Moya finished second, that still means that last race later on is still going to be an exciting one. I mean, even if John Aluja won this race, it's still going to be an exciting one because they'll still be fighting for position. But it just means that they'll be joint on points going into their last race of the day, meaning that, that's going to be a feisty one to watch. There is a look at tyres on this one, and I want to point out Elias Leman there for the Spirit Karting team. Fresh tyres all around, 10 places gained, and is in P5.
I think the drivers within these top 5, other than Joanne, maybe need to think how clever he has been with this. He didn't deploy new slicks out there. that has set him up, I would say, for the remainder of these heats, because he's now going to have that tyre advantage. Moore, who is only 3/10 clear of Aluja, has put those new tyres on. Aluja has really not, sacrificed any speed by not deploying a new tyre, as Fred Lloyd looked like he clipped the grass going out turn number 12. Having a torrid race here, I would say, is Fred.
Yeah, indeed. But no, again, I can understand why Joan Aluja has not done it.
Okay, that wasn't Freddie. That was Saron Garcia getting it wrong out turn number 12.
So, yeah, on to my point of that one, between Joan Aluja and those tyres, he's not deployed them because Ruben Moya didn't deploy them earlier on. If he deployed them now, it would have been a waste of a tyre, because they know later on, if Ruben deploys them, he'll deploy them. They're on the same boat, and then they can go to battle in that one. But yeah, like you say, it's all a mind game. It's all just thinking where they want to deploy things like this. But I can understand the decision. But despite that, still doing a brilliant job at holding off drivers who have got fresher tyres on around him.
Yeah, absolutely that. Moore still in that race lead. It's 0.3 of a second, not closing or opening that gap up to Dransat there in second. Clement Neutron has looked like he's been strong in this race. It's been a 4-place gain who has matched Morgan Moore. Clement for Dream Racing having a good run, I would say, in Germany, has turned up that dial slightly compared to our previous race. Moore still holding on to the race lead from Dran, who, I don't know, Anthony, he's knocking on the door through turn number 9. There we go, Morgan Moore just kissing that curb through turn number 9. This is that replay again for Garcia. Sparks, that's just the bottom of the chassis grinding on the tarmac.
Yeah, I do remember the last time we were here, we saw a lot of sparks. It's they like to run it low here, do they, on the karts? But yeah.
Well, the track on the track walk actually falls away slightly,
apart,
so the edge of the tarmac is slightly uneven. It's just the way it is, and you bottom out on the bottom of the floor tray or the chassis, or maybe if there's some lead bolted to the bottom of the seat. Battle going on for this race lead now. And this is Dran trying to apply the pressure to Morgan. Morgan shuts the door through turn number 6. That brings Clement into the fight once more.
It certainly does. And Clement Dran trying to get involved. Of course, he's got a fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side of his kart also. So he's going to try and get a move on this one. That's a smart positioning from Morgan Moore, because he's opened up the gap between the two of them. Now, Joan Aluja will have to fight to hold on to second place here. This is an important position for Joan Aluja. He does not want to be behind the points on Ruben Moya going into that final qualifying heat later on today, and I think he's going to get away with it. Out of the final corner, Morgan Moore is going to claim his first win of the weekend, but Joan Aluja will take second place, will maintain the lead of the intermediate classification, which means that Ruben Moya and Joan Aluja will go into their last race later on today with both 94 points, as they go to battle to see who will start on pole position for those superheats. Morgan Moore takes the win then ahead of Joan Aluja. It is Clement Dran from Freddie Lloyd. Aaron Garcia rounds out the top 5 as the field will slowly make their way back to Parc Fermé. A very commanding drive there for Morgan Moore. The benefit of those brand new slick tyres on board on the left-hand side, helping him out nicely there. The top 5 we've gone over: Elias Lehmann into P6 from Bertram Sash, Mark Granada from Alex Pineda, Max Hetzel from Peter Gorecki, Tobias Norman from Henry Carter, Maximilian Engelstadler from Alejandro Suarez finishing in that top order. Then you'll have the likes of Paul Andriotis, Luis Mas, Sophia Sage, Jamil Bayati and Esteban Wolgarv finishing inside the top 20. Max Kamalanda and Isaac Sayer, unfortunately, not making it to the end of the race. Those two retiring on the opening lap of the race, and then on starters, of course, of Louis Schützer and Dinan De Vos, who will not, I think, be taking part in the rest of these weekend. Through they go onto the weighbridge. There is Morgan Moore, all fine and clear. That's a first race win of the weekend for Morgan Moore. It doesn't put him anywhere inside the top 8 in the points, but I don't expect he's too much further down in that order. Let's have a look at the start of this one. Good start for the inside row, not for Max Kamalander though. Watch him there. He's the blue Ubix kart who's in third place. You have this first initial contact with Bertram Sash, goes over the rear bumper, damage to his kart, then gets tagged again, then gets a third strike from, I think that was Henry Carter going through, was trying to rejoin. He will then retire. Moments there, Lewis Mass rotating, Isaac Sayer into the barrier, and Esteban Woolgar also off the track in that early stage of the race. To the inside, Freddie Lloyd would take the lead in the early stages, then seemingly a mistake from Lloyd, dropping him back into the order. This moment here, oh dear, absolute drama for these two, and unfortunately just falling off the track, and both of these two just not having the run they would have wanted on this one. Unfortunately, I think Aaron Garcia later dropping off at the race. Lewis Mass again pushing down in the order, but certainly dramatic moments for the field, and there you could just see Tobias Norman not happy whatsoever with those moments. Bertram Sash's rear bumper there may have been affecting the aerodynamics just a little bit on the rear end, but slowly getting overtaken left, right and centre. Elias Lebrun just pushing it through. Then you had the dramatic moment, like we said, Freddie Lloyd had a moment where he was in the lead, then he misbraked himself, and then he dropped down to P4. He would then stay there as the rest of the field would start into place. Aaron Garcia on the charge back through the field, pushing hard, maybe a little too hard there, kicking up the dust and throwing the sparks out from underneath his wagon. Then right in the final lap, Morgan Moore going massively defensive. Gianna Luja going into the rear bumper, nowhere to go. Would have to concede the win, but Gianna Luja goes into the final round of qualifying heats, joint on points with Ruben Moya, both of them on 194 points, meaning it is going to be a two-cut fight to who's going to start on pole position for Super Heat 1 and 2 tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Down here then with Morgan Moore. I wanted to try and catch up to Freddie Lloyd, but he has left Parc Ferme. I could see that Freddie was not happy when he came in. Lost that race lead to you, really went wide through turn 6. Do you know what happened, Morgan?
Well, I think there was either water on the track or maybe someone brought grass onto the track, but as soon as we hit the brakes, just big slip happened, so I'm not sure.
And did you experience actually the same thing through the turn?
Yeah, definitely, but obviously Fred in front, it was kind of easier to gauge.
And Morgan, then we've been talking about tyre deployment in the commentary box. Can you tell me why you've decided to put fresh rubber on at this stage in the weekend?
You know, I think it's always good to have a nice result in the bag. Didn't seem like too many people were going to do it, so always good to get a P1, 2, 3.
Absolutely, Morgan. Good result out there, and great to know about what happened between you and Fred. We'll head back up then to you in the commentary box, Anthony.
Thank you very much, me in the commentary box. Nicole, yes, indeed, a very good run there for Morgan Moore. He'll be delighted with that one, I am sure. Just going through the look of tyres in the next race, because yet again, seeing a smattering of them being deployed in this one. We will, of course, go over that in due course. Lars Rammer, though, will be starting this one on pole position. He, again, is going to be the one we're going to keep a very close eye on for this next qualifying heat, A versus C. This is the last senior race before their final rotation of them at the end of the day. After this one, we then go back to juniors and minis for their final qualifying heats of the day. It has been a long old day for the field. We started racing at around 10:10 in the morning, and it's been going all day so far for the field. There, though, Lars Rammer on the front row of the grid, not yet seated within his kart. Ross Upton, the pre-grid officer, clearing the grid of mechanics and members of the media, as these engines are moments away from being fired up. Lars Rammer has chosen to go for a brand new set. Now, well, he's gone for one half of it. Now, we've seen a lot of drivers deploy on the left-hand side of the kart in that last race. We saw a couple who deployed full sets as well. No one deployed tyres only on the right-hand side. Now, in this one, we are seeing drivers deploy brand new tyres on the right-hand side, and effectively, both of them are Germans who have decided to do that. Lars Rammer, who knows this circle like the back of his hand, has gone for the fresh set on the right-hand side. The same for Nicholas Hirsch. Now, those two drivers have got experience around this circuit. They're both obviously on the Cosmic Chassis, both drivers on the form of the Simon team, so they're going to be ones to really keep an eye on. But they've chosen to go for the right-hand side. Everyone else has gone left or gone for a full set. That's not everyone else. There is a lot of drivers who haven't deployed tyres at all, but we'll go over those individual ones later on in the grid. Yeah, like we say, for Lars Rammer, that is an interesting thing. So maybe we could see some interesting racing for that next one. One driver who hasn't deployed fresh tyres is on the front row of the grid. Max Radek has not deployed them. He has still got his original tyres for this one. So let's see what happens in this race. He'll have the tough work because the other two drivers who are all surrounding him have deployed tyres, but I won't tell you what they are just yet. We'll wait for that grid as they are waiting for the lights to go out. I think it's going to be in around a few seconds' time. The last qualifying heat of the fourth rotation is now underway as the field makes its way out onto track. Lars Rammer, brand new set, right-hand side. Max Radek alongside all original set. Full set for Rick Nadin. He's going to be the one to watch in this one. Florian Panet also with a brand new set, but on the left-hand side, Lewis Bird and Roxanne Lantinga not deploying the tyres just yet. Kevin Lantinga and Adam Elbasoini go from row 4, also no set. Harrison Mackie on row 5, no set. Luca Mann's gone for a full. Then it's Eloy Gonzalez with no new tyres, with Emmanuel Leodikis also with a full set of tyres. Nicholas Hirsch, as I mentioned earlier on the 7th row of the grid, brand new set on the right-hand side. He'll start alongside Donovan Bonilla on row number 7, who hasn't deployed tyres.
No new tyres for row number 8, which includes Senna Munir and Otto Pukkanen. 9 is Zach Green with Sam Woolley. And then from 10, we have Luna Clare and Lucas Brashke. 11 is Hugo Gelot with Sarah Iffert. And then from 12, we have Michael Gurecki with Kevin Backer. 13 rows on this grid for your final heat of this rotation of Senior X30s is rounded out by Mathis Mouchard and Raquel Zarif.
Well, for these drivers now, the job, well, is a little bit simple. They know they can't close in to Gianna Luja and Ruben Moya. They've been too consistent in their racing right now. But for Lars Rammer, Max Radek, Rick Nadin and Florian Panet, they've had the good results. They've been up at the sharp end. They can still gain a good few places in that intermediate classification, but they've got a bit of work to do on this one. Field heads round to the red line. We see the yellow flags. It has been a long day. But come on, let's see that synchronization here now for the flags as they go up. The field head through. This has been my entertainment so far this weekend, as well as the racing. Flags down. Oh, that was a lot better on that one. I'll give that a solid 5 out of 10. So good work from them. But like you say, I mentioned it earlier on, it has been an almighty long day for those marshals out there. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Lights are out, we're racing. It's a solid start for the inside row. Lars Ramos with that brand new set of tyres on the right-hand side will carry him through turn 1 nicely. As they go through with this drama in the background, spat out of the order is the 271 machine of Eloy Gonzalez. He had drama earlier on with his spark plug. He's got more drama now as he rejoins the circuit all the way at the back of the grid. Rest of the race, though, is still underway. The train heads through the chicane for the first time as drivers still going side by side into that chicane. Down into the hairpin, though, at the final stage of the lap. Still battles happening away as Lewis Bird is now there in 4th place.
I think that could have been Kevin Lantinga that overtook Lewis Bird for that P3. Drivers heading over the start-finish straight for the first time will take you through your top 5. Here we go then. It is Lars Rammer that leads from Nick Radin. Kevin Lantinga did jump the gun on Bird, and then Harrison Mackie once again has woken up and is sit there in 5th position, up by 4 places. Bird under pressure has taken the position as we head through that second sector. Eyes on the front end of your field. Rama still leads from Nadin there, as we've now got Eloy Gonzalez trying to pluck off positions after that horrendous start with that big moment down through turn number 3. Heading out of turn number 12 they go then, your 2 race leaders, Rama and Nadin, 3/10 split up the 2, and it's a nice chunk of time that these 2 have now got from Lewis Bird in third. Mackie now has overtaken Lantinga for that 4th. Mackie then will be on the charge to his Great Britain mate of Lewis Bird.
This is fresh tyres, of course, breaking away from Lewis Bird's original tyres. He has not deployed them at all. So he's pushing through nicely on this one. There's the change for the lead. I was expecting that one. Rick Nadin into the race lead, despite the fact that the fastest lap of the race went to the likes of Lars Rama. The fresh tyres all round for Rick Nadin has just given him the upper edge, and now is breaking away from the rest of the field. There you can see the change. There you can see the tyres full set for Rick Nadin. And Lars Rama only on the right-hand side has not been able to maintain that pace. So for Nadin here, looking for his first win of the weekend, and actually it does bump him up into the top 8 in the points.
Absolutely does. Here we go then. Mackie still trying to push forward to the likes of Bird. We've got Hirsch has now overtaken Lantinga as well. So Lantinga really dropping down the order then. The decision to not make a tyre change maybe is going to be an Achilles heel for Kevin as we head through this heat. Roxanne then in there as well. Dropped down the order slightly within this race. Of course, 2 P4s in heats previously, then I think a P7 for Roxanne. Out of turn number 11, we've got Max Radek now overtaking Lantinga for that position. Max, a penalty earlier on in the heat. He's shown that he can get his elbows out within these racing, but it has cost him at certain stages within the weekend. Settled down, Max now goes through turn number 3, overtaking Kevin. Kevin hasn't lost major bits of time. These 2 drivers are on similar setup, of course, with those tyre change decisions.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of drivers not choosing to deploy those until the very last race. A lot of drivers won't deploy them until the CB tomorrow. So again, a lot of change you will see over the course of these weekends. But right now, they still are trying to hold on to position. First and second, they're not going to be caught at all. They are just too far up the road with those fresh tyres on board. And like I say, Lewis Bird is absolutely fine. Unfortunately, out of the race will be Senrinir. A technical flag going out to the driver for VDK Racing. His race is unfortunately over, which is a bit of a shame. But he does sit a little further down in the order. He's currently rocking around in 23rd place. Eyes on this. This is the fight further back in the field. Right now we are seeing the likes of Kevin Lantinga fighting away with Florent Panet, but that is 7th and 8th place right now on your screens. No changes there within the top 5. That's that battle just going through your screen there. Zach Green is closing in on that fight now, Nicole. Now Zach has got tyres deployed on the left-hand side of his kart, and he's wanting to see if he can gain a couple more places here.
Green then is a driver this weekend in the senior group that has really charged through the field in pretty much every single heat. Mackie now has been overtaken through turn number 4. That's Hirsch going down the inside to take 4th position. Hirsch then defending through 6. Mackie trying to see if he can find something back up the hill, but he doesn't, and Hirsch heads out of turn number 8 with that lead from the driver from Great Britain. Mackie is one of those who has not deployed new tyres compared to Hirsch, who has just overtaken, who has on one side of the kart. Drivers settling down. Pretty much everybody, I'd say, within this race has found a bit of a rhythm, and I'd say maybe that's added to because of the varied tyre levels. You know, you've got drivers not really out of order. Everybody's kind of settled into where they should be pace-wise. Nobody's out of position. The front 2, still Nadin from Rama. No change between those 2. No real reduction in that gap. It's just under 4/10 of a second that Nadin leads by its 2-place gain overall for him out there in the front. Eyes again on Mackie, still chasing round Hirsch, but I don't think he's going to have it on that tyre to try and take that chunk, to try and attempt an overtake to get himself back into that P4.
No, indeed. Update with the Zach Green, Kevin Antinga battle. Green has now got past. He is now up 9 places, currently sits in P8. Biggest movers though, Kevin back at 12 places gained. Raquel Zarif also 12 places gained, has stepped up nicely through the field, and of course both of those drive well. Actually, Raquel Zarif, no tyres deployed on this one, and has still gained 12 places, so showcasing some extraordinary talent, I believe.
Luca Mann then had a good qualifying compared to previous rounds. He started this on the 5th row, but now finds himself all the way down in 24th despite deploying those new tyres. It's not helped Luca. He's lost
had a torrid
number
weekend.
of positions throughout heats. I don't know if maybe that's racecraft, outright pace. Maybe he just got lucky in qualifying, but he's not had the heats that he needed. And in a grid of this size, that's going to come into play when it comes into making those finals and grabbing those points.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, remember 72 drivers go through to those superheats. 76 drivers in the senior category entered, which means some drivers, 4 of them in total, will not make it through. But the good thing is that I think we have seen quite a few drivers who have had difficulties. We've seen a couple of non-starters. We've seen some drivers, unfortunately, have been excluded from the weekend. So that might actually mean that we could see everyone in these races so far still going through. Eyes at the front, and we're getting this to the end. Sam Woolley, the fastest driver, though.
Well, this is Zach Green on your screen, trying to hustle Max in front of him, going through turn number 11. Green up by 10 positions, did deploy those new tyres on one side of the kart, finds himself in 7th position currently, looking down at Radek in front into the final turn. Hasn't attempted something just yet, as I think he's getting busy on the mechanics grandstand. Mechanics out there really trying to shout forward to the drivers on the track.
It's Max Radek's mechanic who's screaming at him to say, keep defending, he's right behind you. There he is right now on your screen. Oh, that's going to help him out though, massively. Down the inside, Florian Panet's got the move done on Zach Green. That's released Max Radek now, who can hold on to his position. He will stay in 6th place. That overtake couldn't have come at a better time for Max Radek on those older tyres. Florian Panet's just managed to hold on to it as Ella Gonzalez unfortunately has picked up a warning flag for causing a collision. 5-second time penalty. Checker flag goes out, and for the first time this weekend, it heads to Rick Nadin for the Dutt Motorsport team. He takes the win. The driver from Luxembourg finishes ahead of Lars Rammer. Lewis Bird from Nicholas Hurst, Harrison Mackie from Max Radek, and Florian Panet. Zach Green will finish in the top 8 from Kevin Lantinga. Otto Pukinen will round out the top 10. A superb drive then for Rick Nadin, a deserved win. Did need to deploy the tyres to benefit him on that one, but that was still a solid drive from the driver from Luxembourg, who has had a brilliant run in qualifying. Kevin Backer, though, the biggest mover of the race, started 24th, finished 11th, a gain of 13 places at the end of that one. Well, drivers will make their way back to Parc Fermé. There you can see the full results on your screen. Top 10 we've gone over. Kevin Backer with that 11th place ahead of Sam Woolley. Roxanne Antinga from Raquel Zarif, who also gained 12 places in that race. Luna Gray from Soto Fert, Adam Elbasoni and Donovan Bonilla finishing very well indeed. Then you had the likes of Lucas Horchica from Emmanuel Leodikis. Eloy Gonzalez at the end of that one. Drama at the start, and has also picked up a 5-second time penalty. Will tumble down the order. Michael Gorecki and Hugo Gillade from Luca Mann, who finishes in 24th place. One retirement ceremony. Technical flag was pulled off the circuit for dramas. There, though, your race winner. Deservedly so. Fresh tyres on board. Has now deployed them, of course, for Rick Nadin. He will have to think what he wants to do in those later races, of course. He has still got the next race to go later on today, and of course the Superheats tomorrow to contend with now on used tyres. This one here though, let's have a look at the highlights from this. Well, right at the start, no real drama for your front runners. You see Lammers and Nadine break away. Keep an eye on Ella Gonzalez though, right at the back. Oh dear, yep, straight into the back of the driver in front. Now that is possibly the likes of, not sure who it was, Luca Mann potentially, who we had that moment with. They were starting relatively close to each other. And there you can see, yeah, shake of the head and disappointment there. Does continue to go and circulate in the race, but Ella Gonzalez finishing in 21st place and also picking up that 5-second time penalty. Race continuing on in the early stages of that race, and we saw the two at the front break away, Lars Rammers and Rick Nadin. They would later swap places. There was the move down the inside there into the hairpin, beautifully done. Nothing that Lars Rammers could do there. He didn't have the full set of fresh tyres. Nadin did. He was able to just continue to break away at the front there. Battle still raged on in behind. Another driver who deployed a fresh set of tyres. Another one for the Simon team. Nicholas Hirsch pushing his way through. A gain of 9 places in that race to finish in P4. Then we saw the likes of Zach Green as well. He also had a really good run in that one. Also 9 places gain to finish in P8. And also another driver who had deployed those tyres. There, though, over the start-finish line, Rick Nadin takes the win. First of the weekend. But like I say, he's got 2 more races to go over this weekend now on a used set of tyres. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Down in Parc Ferme, then Rick, new tyre deployment for you for that heat. The decision came from where?
Yeah, we decided together with the team that we will get new tyres now because we're on the half of the heat, and so we have 1 heat to do today, and we will see for tomorrow for the super heat.
And the track, although the surface isn't that abrasive, it's quite smooth. Actually, you were saying just a moment ago that the tyres do have a lot of rubber taken out of them. Where on the track do you struggle the most with the grip?
Oh, all the corners are the same. It's more grip than with old tyres, but it's faster, so that's why we put it on.
And going into the racing aspect of things, you know, we'll forget about the tyres for now. The challenge, the drivers around you. What's hard about it this weekend around this track?
Yeah, it's the fight. The fight with the other drivers are very hard because they are all fast and young, and yeah. So for an old man, it's not so bad.
Well, you're right at the sharp end, Rick. Names in particular that you're looking at, the competitors around you. Anthony and I have been talking about Danny Caronini, Ruben Moya. Are they 2 of the main ones that you're thinking about?
Yeah, for sure. And not to forget is Ramer, and because he is also very fast. So we'll see tomorrow afternoon.
Well, great to hear from you, Rick. Well done on good result. We'll head back up then to you, Anthony. That's our rotation of Senior X30s done once more. More coming up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed. Seniors done for now, but like you say, the last 3 races of the day will be those senior races. We will now turn our attention to the last qualifying heats of the day, though, for junior and mini. But it starts with the junior X30 categories. Qualifying heat A versus C. Will be heading out on to the track next. This is the one we are going to be looking forward to seeing. And of course, a reminder of that intermediate classification as it stands. Riley Cranham is the points leader in that one. He has had 2 wins out of 2, and he is looking to claim a 3rd one here. He will start on the front row of the grid for this one. And they have not chosen to switch sides. They're staying on the normal sides of their grid. Cranham, you can still see there on the left-hand side of your screen as we look at it. It'll be on the right-hand side of the grid going into turn number 1. But right now, we'll see what happens as they square themselves away. He takes a seat in his wagon. Tyres have been deployed in this one. we will go over that one, but very few of them have done so. All of these drivers still utilising their original set of tyres over this weekend. As Didier Krief takes his seat into his wagon. Will Green as well. Jacob Bachelor, who needs good results in this one, of course, to push himself forward in the points. He doesn't sit anywhere within inside the top 8 at the moment. That does still stand as Cranham leading the way. Didier Krief with 94 points to his name. Phillips from Stig de Rademaker, Finley Lines, Will Green, Elvis Krausis and Freddie Wood round out the top 8 in the points. For Didier Krief, this is an important one. Of course, he sits just behind Cranham in the points. Now, if he can get past Cranham and take the win, they will be joint on those points. But, of course, it all falls then to qualifying. And as Riley Cranham out-qualified Didier Krief, he would still have pole position for that superheat tomorrow. So that's the main thing we've got to take away from that one. Sun continuing to shine through the clouds. It has increased in temperature. Actually, 28 degrees now. 2 degrees higher than what it was earlier on in the day. So starting to get a little bit warm now for the drivers, especially as we're getting into that final stage of the day, Nicole. It has been a long old day of racing, but the engines have fired up. Drivers are making their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Only one driver has deployed tyres in this one, but we will go over that in a few moments' time. Riley Cranham and Didier Krief go from row number 1. Will Green and Jacob Bachelor on row 2. Stig de Rademaker and Ludwig Granqvist go from row number 3. Row 4 will see Andrea Galaberti and Linus Wackersdorf lock out that row. They'll have Lou Bazare and Esteban Rocha on row number 5. David Minchuna and Bruno Grieling will round out the first half of the grid on row number 6.
Row number 7 includes Len Gogman with Chet Peters. And from 8 we have Veer Chopra with Zoltan Konyi. 9 is Benji Westwood with Juarez Pascu. And joined on 10 we have Jolena Danzel with Nilas Malik. 11 is Jörg Rana and your only driver in the grid to deploy some new rubber, Alexander Point. 12 is Alex Martinez with Ben Guetz. And going from row number 13 all alone on P25, we have Max Yule.
Indeed. So, like we say, Alexandre Point of Luxembourg will be the only driver with a brand new set of tyres. Are we going to see an Alexandre Point fight from 22nd all the way to P1?
Wow, he's got a challenge on his hands because he's got some quick drivers ahead of him, the likes of Cranham, Green, Didier Krief, who are all drivers that can deal with that old rubber well enough. You know, it's not going to be too detrimental for some of these drivers out there. They can handle it.
And they've only done 2 heats on them. Right, into the flags. Here we go. Drivers keeping it nice and steady. Good synchronization there as the flags go up. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Oh, a little bit out of sync there on that one. I'll still give it a solid 4 out of 10. There we go. Right, here we go then in towards those tram lines. Junior X30, final race of the weekend for A and C, of the day, I should say. And it's Cranham who takes the early lead. He holds on to that inside line. Where does Didier Krief slot into as there's pandemonium at turn number 1 into that fast sweeper. Multiple carts going down the order. I will read out who has had that moment. We will find out when they go through the beam here. Multiple drivers involved, and I think it started with Veer Chopra. Zoltan Koini was one of them. Benjamin Westwood was another. Jörg Rana and Ben Gertz, and there's another moment there. That is Ben Gertz having the drama. Oh dear, and you can see how quickly they want to get going again. That's the 89, I think, that's having the drama out there in the juniors. So that's a tough one. Veer Chopra, yes, indeed, involved in that one, and unfortunately dropping the cart. And I think those two are going to be out of this race. Back over the start-finish line they go. No change for the top 3. Cranham, Krief and Green are 1, 2, 3. De Rademaker, Granqvist and Louis Bazare round out the top 6 as the race goes on to lap number 2. Out of the race is another one of the drivers. Is that the number 8? Is that still the 89 of Veer Chopra, who I think is out of the race? Yes, I think it is. Everyone else has gone through.
Right then, your top 3. Krief is chasing down Cranham for that race lead. Cranham has not been shuffled out of that top spot for more than a couple of laps so far this weekend. Heads through turn number 11, the same as he has pretty much all day, completely in his own air. Kreeft sat there in second and pulling around Will Green. De Rademacher's is there in fourth. It's a 4-car break away. The next closest driver is Louis Vazeret in 5th position, but you can hardly see him in the back of that shot. Cranham now is being challenged by Kreeft. Down the inside he goes at turn number 3. How quickly will Cranham return the favour? Because for most of the day it's been within a couple of corners. Down the inside now Will Green goes. Is this the stage in the weekend that the drivers realise if you're going to stop Riley Cranham, you really have to give him a tough time? You can't just make one of those simple, typical overtakes. You have to hustle him hard. Is De Rademacher's going to try and attempt as well? No, he isn't, because Riley Cranham is going to go in on Will Green and take that second place. Almost runs himself slightly off the track, heading up the hill through turn number 11 and 12. Over the crest they go. And now Didier Kreeft has got a bit of a gap.
He does, and for Didier Kreeft, he did lead the intermediate classification for half a lap, but because Cranham's got back up into second place, they are joint on points, both with 144, but because I mentioned it earlier on, Cranham out-qualified Kreeft, he takes the lead of that intermediate classification. So this is still a very important one for these two drivers to the end of this one. If Cranham gets back in front, he will start definitely on that pole position for Superheat 1. That is still the case right now. Ben Gert's under investigation for potentially causing that collision, I believe, at the start of the race. He unfortunately is still in this race, but circulating down in 24th place. Esteban Roca, I think, has had an absolute stinker in this one. He has tumbled down to 23rd place now in this one as he's going backwards. As Aldir off the track, that's not going to be well received at all for the number 18 machine. Jacob Battler once again having a bit of a torrid race here, Nicole.
Will Green has lost position to De Rademacher's then, so it makes it a fusion 1, 2, 3. De Rademacher's kissing that curb through turn number 4. It doesn't put him off and bring him into the clutches too much from Will Green, but it's a bit of a 2-cart pod in this number 4. It's more so Kreeft and Cranham closer together, and then De Rademacher's and Will Green. Cranham taking a bit longer than compared to what he typically does to catch up to Kreeft. Heading out of turn number 11 now. Just his body language, you can see that he's trying to push forward. Edges his head closer to the wheel, trying to duck under that slight headwind that is out there. Of course, he is a bit taller than his teammates of Kreeft out there in the front. Biggest hitter within this race, Anthony Jordan, to break into the top 10. Max Yule for Mick Barrett Racing is up by 15 places so far.
He certainly is. Where, though, is Alexandre Point in all of this? 10 places gained inside the top 12 now, continuing that charge and that full fresh set of tyres. But again, this is the deployment early on. All these drivers right now will deploy these in the Superheats tomorrow if they get that chance. So, for right now, we'll keep an eye on the progression in this race. Still no change then between those top runners. Kreeft still in control of this one, actually still pushing on quite nicely. He's gone purple in sector 2 on that last lap, and he's still trying to break away from Riley Cranham. But like I say, Cranham in second place, still keeping him at bay, knows that the job is done. And these two will go into the Superheats tomorrow knowing that they're going to be P1 in Group A and B tomorrow. So we'd need to chat to both of those drivers at the end of this one. But that's if it stays like this, of course. Cranham's not out of the woods yet, Nicole. Stick the Rademacher all over the rear bumper. Will Green there as well.
Absolutely, but what are Team Fusion saying on the sidelines to De Rademacher's? Because if he goes in and causes issues for Cranham, that could potentially lose him that lead when we head into those extra races tomorrow. Cranham looking settled out of turn number 11, has dropped off the back of Didier Kreeft so far, but it's a bit of a lull phase in this race. I wouldn't expect to see any major moves going on between these four now. They've all got a bit of a one-cart gap in between each. Heading through turn number 4, all drivers carrying loads of speed into that positively cambered corner. It's a bit deceiving on the camera, but the run really does help these drivers to barrel in on the front end, really get good drive out of their dying stages. But Bruno Grayling doesn't really care because he is now your fastest driver out there on the circuit. It's a 50.914 to beat. But you can see how much has been taken out the tyre, as we questioned if Dorado Makers would try and make that overtake, and he absolutely does. But Riley Cranham snatches it once more, and that's maybe going to gift something to Will Green.
Yeah, well, Will Green tries to get the move down the inside, but he's not going to get it done. And to the line, big check over the shoulder for Didier Krieft. Where does Cranham finish? He does finish second place. That is nicely done for him. He will still secure pole position for the Superheats tomorrow. So will Didier Krieft. Those two will be your pole sitters then. In Junior X30, the job is done. Jesse Phillips is the next highest scoring driver who will be out in the next race. He's got 91 points to his name. 50 points would not put him in contention with those top two. So it's done and dusted then for Cranham and Krieft. Both of them will have those front row starts, but who will be starting alongside them? That is the question that the next race will tell us. Didier Krieft ahead of Riley Cranham, Stint Maker from Will Green, Lou Bazare from Linus Evers Dobler, Bruno Grayling from David Severman-Tuna, Ludwig Granquist from Max Yule, Andrea Galimberti from Czech Peters, Alexandre Point from Alex Martinez. Then you have the likes of Radas Pascu, who gained 3 places ahead of Jolina Denzel. Jacob Bashler, unfortunately, dropping to 17th place ahead of Len Gurkman. Then it is Nilas Malik from Benjamin Westwood, Yogarana from Zoltan Korny, Esteban Rocha from Ben Goertz, who rounds out the top 24. Veer Chopra, the only retirement from that race, unfortunately. The driver of the 89 machine not making it to the end. Krieft takes the win. Delighted, he helps his mechanic get that cart on the trolley. That is job done. He takes the win in that one. He doesn't secure pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, but he will secure it for Superheat 2 for the junior category. Here's a look at the highlights from it as well. Well, Cranham got the initial run off the line, but we'll keep an eye on Krieft. He's there now in 3rd place. Green managed to get through on that inside line through turn number 1 and 2. Then you saw the drama off in the background. Amazingly, no contact into the barriers. All drivers managing to get restarted. It was later then between Veer Chopra there on the track, and dramatic moments there as well for Ben Goertz. And both those drivers heavy into the barriers, but thankfully both okay. Only the one retirement, though, from that incident. Will Green. This was an important overtake, actually, for Green. He got that move done on Riley Cranham. That put Cranham down to 3rd. Now, that would have put him out of contention for outright pole position and those full championship points. Of course, Cranham knew that. He puts himself back through into 2nd place. He knew that was going to be an important one to try and hold on to. There was the getting squeezed off the track a little bit there. Jacob Bashler kicking up the dust on the exit going into the final corner. Check of right going out. Big check over the shoulder for Didier Krieft just to see what was happening unfold behind. Cranham holding on to the lead, secures pole position for Superheat 1, and also claims 25 championship points. He adds to his lead tally. It's exactly what he wants. And he'll be delighted going into those Superheats tomorrow, knowing that he's still got a full set of brand new tyres on board as well for that last race before the final tomorrow. We will be heading down, I'm sure, very soon to Parc Fermé, where, of course, hopefully we'll be chatting to both Didier Krieft and Riley Cranham, because both of them will be our pole sitters for tomorrow's Superheats. So we look forward to hearing from them. But the juniors not done just yet. One more junior race, of course, with B&D coming up next. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
Down with Didier Krieft then. Didier, you're looking a bit warm. I know that it probably feels like long races out there. How are you managing the temperature?
I'm just out practice in Dubai, and it was like 42 degrees on there. So with the Championship Future Academy, and then so I'm prepared for the hot weather here.
And Didier, the racing out there, you've had a strong day so far, and a pole for Superheats could be on the cards. You know, that's strong stuff. You had to overtake your teammate of Cranham within that race. We know Riley is quick. How did you pull it off, and where did the confidence come from?
I knew I was I didn't really knew I was faster, but I was driving in on him, and then I just passed him, and then I was just driving a bit away, but they kept behind me. So yeah.
And thoughts going into tomorrow then, Didier, with the rest of the field? Are there any names in particular that you're watching out for?
Yeah, Riley of course, but Stig, Will Green, like everyone in the top 5.
Well, Didier, good to hear from you. We'll let you go and cool down, and we'll pull Riley Cranham over as well. Riley, we'll trade places with you and Didier. Good racing this weekend so far, pole in quali, heat wins, and then a P2. Every time you've been overtaken, it's taken you probably 2 corners to get it back. What is the tactic of doing that? Why do you decide to not wait, maybe?
I definitely feel more comfortable leading the race, so I prefer to be out front. So yeah, that's the only reason I go back in.
So is that like you get nervous in traffic, or you just prefer to drive around in your own air?
No, I definitely don't get nervous in traffic. I just prefer driving in my own air.
And then Superheats, Riley starting at the front, but you have got your teammate of Didier to think about in the grand scheme of things, the big picture. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Obviously, DJ's very quick, so we'll see how Superheat 1 goes.
Well, we'll see how the story plays out between you and DJ then, Riley. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then to a quick message before more racing for this afternoon and this evening.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series round 3 here at Wackersdorf. We are nearing the end of the day. We are down to the last handful of qualifying heats here, with one more junior race to go. And then we head into the last 5 races of the day. We will have minis out for their last round of qualifying heats, and then the all-important seniors out for the last ones of the day before we head into a busy day tomorrow with superheats and finals, of course. There you can see the next grid lined up, ready to go. Elvis Krakowski starting this one on pole position. There is the Lithuanian who has worked hard over the course of this weekend. We'll have Jesse Phillips alongside. Now, Phillips is going to have an important one to do here. 91 points to the name, another 50 points added onto that one would put him on 141. And that would, of course, in turn put him third in the points. He won't be able to catch up to Krifta or Cranham, but he will still be able to start on a front row for tomorrow's Superheat. So still, a front row start vital for him to gain those good championship points.
Absolutely is, but of course we've confirmed those 2 pole sitters, so what can the rest of our field try and achieve? Phillips there, just one of the last drivers to sit in his seats. We've got some of the background drivers just taking their time to get bums in seats. Then this race, final qualifying heat for our juniors today. I'm sure it'll be a busy one. We've seen a lot of action go on for our juniors throughout today's racing, and I'm sure this heat will be absolutely no different.
Yes, no, you are completely correct in this one. And it was, again, a relatively calm race, actually, for the juniors in the last one. Again, feisty start for them. That may be the case in this one. One driver, again, in this has deployed some tyres, not a full set. Only the one side of the kart has deployed that side, but we'll talk a little bit about that later on in the grid. But like we say, the job is simple for the rest of them. A driver I'm going to keep a close eye in this one, though, is Finlay Lines. He has still been a competitive driver in the weekend so far, but just has some of those moments earlier on in the racing. Engines have now fired up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for the last junior race of the day. Elvis Krakowski and Jesse Phillips on row number 1. Jan Rodriguez and Denny Babacek on row 2. Finlay Lines and Carlos Anise go from row 3. They'll have Charles Sayer and Tuna Jurkin on row 4. Archie Owen and Emilio Byrne will go from row 5. Rock Pineda and Max Endicott round out row 6, with Freddie Wood and Max LaCroix on the first half of the field, the only driver to deploy a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side.
Row number 8 looks like Jonathan Mayer with Matteo Peruccio, and from 9 we have Aaron Meta with Danny Boaz. From 10 includes Daniel Oliver with Matteo Melis, and 11 houses Matis Mouge with Nicola Frink. Your penultimate row of your grid for the final X30 junior qualifying heat is Sam Bectus with Nick Reed, and then all alone on that 13th row is Dan Alleman on 25th. After that really difficult qualifying earlier on in the weekend, he's made up a smattering of positions so far. I think the golden number for Dan, I think it's 12 place gain. Can he maybe get more than that in this one? Because he's absolutely going to need to get some points on the board.
Indeed. Right, let's see what happens within these races. Everyone watching alongside pretty nicely there. Sun's still shining. It's getting hotter, Nicole, 29 degrees.
Yeah, absolutely. Walking back and forth to interview some of these drivers, you can really feel it out there now. This morning when we started heats, it was 23. So actually, more and more rubber being deployed as we go on faster. Here we go then. Are we going to get the synchronization
I'll let
correct?
you score it.
And we've pulled the camera away.
They cut it away.
We'll give it a 10 anyway.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably going to be the best one of the weekend so far. We missed it. Right, okay, here we go then. Drivers into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights are out. We are indeed. Klisowskis will hold on to the race lead then as they sweep uphill. Where will Phillips get through? Phillips needs a good one on this, but he goes down into third place as he cuts across the nose there of, I think that was Jan Rodriguez, who didn't get the best start then out of turn number 1. Through the likes of the infield section into the hairpin now for the first time. Are they all going to trip over each other, or are they all going to get through cleanly? The answer is the second one of those as the front runners break away. It's a good start for Klisowskis, and there you can see Jan Rodriguez is holding on to second place in the early stages.
It looked like a bit of a timid start then from the likes of Finn Lines, who has maybe lost a few positions. Phillips then down the inside at turn number 11. That looks like it's going to gift a position to Denny Babacek as well to get into the top 3. Phillips now sat there in second. but we are still led by Elvis Krauskas. Krauskas leads from Phillips. We then have Babicek, Jan Rodriguez, and then Jarlath Sayer up by 2 to break into the top 5. Now looking down the inside at turn number 4. Can he pull the move off? No, he doesn't. Has to back off and let it go. Let Rodriguez have it again, as Jesse Phillips wastes no time to go down the inside at turn number 6 and makes himself your new race leader.
I very nearly started singing a song there, Nicole, after you said let it go, but I didn't. Right, Phillips, like you say, trying to hold on for this one. He has got into the lead of this race now, and he's pushing through nicely. Endicott's under investigation for potentially cutting the track. Now, I've not seen that. Maybe off camera that we've potentially seen something, but there we go. That's an interesting one to see. Eyes on this one, though. Clear breakaway now for Phillips. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Get up into 3rd. Stig de Rademaker would still be the driver joining him on the front rows of the grid for those who meets tomorrow, but Phillips will be joining Riley Cranham on the front row of the grid if he maintains this lead. Down the inside, Jarlath Sayer gets the move done on Elvis Krauskas, puts him down to 4th place. Jan Rodriguez will have a chance to get the move down the inside, but it's Phillips and Babicek now. Jarlath Sayer in 3rd place as they push forward to the end of this race.
Babicek looking strong there in that second. He overtook Elvis previously on that previous lap to get into 2nd. Sayer 3rd. Krauskas still sat there in 4th for now, but Rodriguez looking racy as they're heading over the crest and looks down the inside at the final corner, makes the move stick. All of these drivers then, your 1, 2 and 3, rich history within the sport. Phillips has been going for a number of years. He's had national wins. He's had success in the IAME Euro Series. Didn't have the last round that he would have wanted with the DNF, but he had a podium out at the first round of the championship at Cremona, so he knows he can do it. We've then got Denny Babicek, who finished in your top 5 of the mini Euro Series last year, followed by Jarlath Sayer, who is a big hitter within karting just in general. He's a driver that is quick and can absolutely make overtakes, which he looks like he's going to do on Denny Babicek, and he does it and gets himself into P2.
It certainly does. Nice move there. Sayer now will have the chance to go towards Phillips, but the gap 0.8 of a second thereabouts. But we'll have to wait and see what happens as they go through on this lap. What will the gap do? Will it extend open? No, it actually closes on that one. So Sayer and Babicek looking pretty strong there in 2nd and 3rd. Jan Rodriguez holding on to the position. Krauskas is still there. Lines is there in P6 now, just behind. He has got Archie Owen for company just behind as well, but all on his own. He's now set the fastest lap of the race and is starting to close in, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Lines just step up to 5th in the points as well, 116 points to his name. Lines has got a chance here of starting on the front row for Superheat 2 here, Nicole. He just needs to gain a few more places.
Absolutely does, but he's there and he's ready to do it. It's Archie Owen that's currently following him around, and I predict if Owen catches up, I'd say Archie would push Finley around to catch up to the likes of Krauskas and Rodriguez in 4th and 5th. Babicek still on the back of Sayer, but I'd say Rodriguez is looking racy there going through turn number 4. Babicek, though, not cracking under the pressure just yet. Phillips still leads by half a second to Sayer in 2nd. The gap is reduced to just under 0.5 now, as Max Endicott goes fastest with a 51.110, so you can see the drop in pace as the race progresses and as chunks of those tyres really get pulled out around the circuit. Lull stage for this part of the race, then Anthony, nothing too major going on. Dan Alleman is up by 10 places to now get into 15th. He is your biggest hitter and a name we've said time and time again to watch out for after that tricky qualifying session. Over the line they go and the clock is absolutely ticking. We're getting to those final moments, but Finline is not put off because he is starting to arrive on the door of this front pack.
He certainly is. We will keep a close eye on that one. These drivers will be seeing the last lap very, very soon as there you go, Lines confirmation, fastest lap of the race. Closing in there with Krauskas, and again, he just needs to maintain this pace here. Just chunk away at those points He needs to get past Sid Rodemaker. He needs 10 intermediate classification points here, just Finley Lines, to get that jump. And those 10 points are ahead of him right now, as there's the first chunk of it down the inside of Krasauskis, as there's been a big hit into the barriers there. The 52, and I think that's the 66, I think, that have had a moment out there. And there's another moment out there. So it's Danny Boris and Rock Pinheiro who've had a moment. There's more moments on the exit of it as well. That's Max Lacroix and Matteo Peruzio who have had dramas as well. That's a shame for Max, because he's had those brand new set on board his wagon, and unfortunately it's not gone his way. Final lap board is out, and Finley Lines still needs more points here to try and get the job done. However, he's only got this lap to do it, and I think he's going to run out of time. I don't think he's going to start on the front row of Superheat 2 tomorrow, but he'll still start well. Out of the final corner, Jesse Phillips will start on the front row of the grid tomorrow alongside Riley Cranham. With that result, steps him to third in the points. Charles Sayer finishes in second place. Denny Babacek takes third from Finley Lines. Jan Rodriguez and Elvis Krasauskis finishing in P6. Archie Owen from Freddie Wood. Amelia Byrne from Daniel Oliver. 9 places gained there for the Spaniard. He rounds out the top 10. Solid drive for Jesse Phillips. Exactly what he needed. Does start on the front row tomorrow, Nicole, in Superheat 1 alongside Riley Cranham. That's going to be a pretty fun fight to watch.
Absolutely is, and that's just what you call a job well done. He knew the task in hand, went out there and absolutely ticked it off his list. We'll be able to go home back to hotel or motorhome tonight, happy with the laps that he has put in. Your race leader by 0.4 of a second for Fusion. Fusion then couldn't ask for much more out of their drivers. Lydia Kreeft, Jesse Phillips and Riley Cranham really being dominant throughout these junior heats and going into tomorrow's super heats. Other drivers out there though from 10th to 20th, we obviously had Daniel Oliver, Carlos Nies, Matteo Melis, Julie Yerken. Dan Alleman was up by 11th to get into 14th, and Nicola Frigg rounds out your top 15. We have of course lost a number of drivers despite Max Endicott having some good pace, finished down there in 22nd, had to pull in. We also lost the likes of Danny Bors, Max Lacroix and Rock Pinheiro in incidents on the later laps.
Indeed. Talk about saving it to the very last lap of the race, hey Nicole, but they've done a good job still, and unfortunately for a lot of those drivers, it is going to be a tough day tomorrow. All of them will be racing in a superheat, but they've got to have to do a lot of work. There, smiles on board. Jesse Phillips, happy with the result. He's got a front row. He's all good. He's happy. He knows what he needs to do tomorrow, and that is just battle away with Riley Cranham, see if he can come away with some decent points, and a thumbs up, and a cheeky smile from the young lad there. So he'll head back to the paddock. That's all done and dusted. Let's take you through some of the highlights. Initially, though, Nicole, Elvis Krasauskis, a really good start to his race. He was able to get through, but you mentioned it. Finley Lines, not the start he would have wanted on that one, seeming to just fade back a little bit right at the get-go.
He almost looked as if he was trying to think about it too much, trying a bit too hard to set something up, swapped over the lines a couple of times, but obviously he did find a rhythm in the end. This is when Jesse Phillips turned up the temperature dial on the likes of Danny Babacek and Elvis Krasauskis. Babacek did manage to follow Jesse's lead and pick off a position as well. Busy stuff going through that final corner, and this is when Phillips asserted his dominance and snatched away that race lead from Krasauskis. Babacek also overtook. That was through turn number 12. Then we had Jarlath Sayer replicating what Phillips did and overtook down towards turn number 6. Sayer ending up on that P2 spot with a net gain of 5 positions.
A net gain, I like that. Drivers then later on in the race, you saw the likes of, like you say, Finley Lines trying to push through. There was that overtake on Jan Rodriguez at the end of that one. There was the drama right at the end. Unfortunately, we saw drivers out of the race. I think Max Endicott may have been actually one of them, because he also didn't finish that race. Max Endicott, Danny Bors, Max Lacroix and Rock Pinheiro all out of the race right at the end of that one. Cross the line though, Jesse Phillips. He won and starts on the front row in Superheat 1 tomorrow alongside Riley Cranham. Didier Creed will start on pole with Stig de Rademaker alongside for that one. That's tomorrow though. Juniors are all done. Minis will be coming up next for their last races of the day. We're going to take an ad break. Do not go anywhere with just 5 more races to go.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva supported us to this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
It's time for Mini X30 to head out onto the circuit for the last qualifying heats of the weekend before they go into their finals day tomorrow. And it all falls down to the drivers starting on the sharp end of the grids in this one. It is A and C that is coming up next. George Clark and Daniel Ferguson on the front row of the grid for this one. But like you say, in the next one, Harry Williams and Mason Hibbert will be the other 2 drivers starting on the front row of the grid. So it's going to be a long old race for these minis. And well, we've seen it all the way throughout it, Nicole. They've been pretty feisty in their racing, haven't they?
Absolutely have. These are your young guns and the drivers that really go out there. I think race after race give us a show. There you can see at the front of the grid. I think that's Daniel Ferguson giving last-minute handshake to mechanic Lewis Mackey, older brother of Harrison Mackey.
I think what they were trying to do there is trying to do the like the high five where you try and make the cup noise in the hands. We can try it right now, Nicole.
Okay.
We do it. Oh, that was really good. First time we did it there. There we go. Right, George Clark getting himself with his helmet on, primed and ready. Usually it takes us about 10 attempts for that one, but no, we nailed it first time. Yeah, this is going to be a really important one for George Clark. He has pushed his way through pretty nicely throughout this order. I forget there's a GoPro in the commentary box. They missed it in the box. Maybe they have a replay of it. But there we go. Are we going to try and do it again, are we? But this time on the camera?
I think maybe.
You think maybe? Oh, why? Why are you doing that? Right, okay, right, there we go. It's been a long day, right? Ready?
Wait.
No, right, 3, 2, 1. No, that was terrible. No. We got... Hey! There we go. Oh, can you tell it's been a really long day?
5 more, though, Anthony.
5 more.
5 more. It's going to be exciting. And we're still laughing. We're still enjoying it. So there we go.
Exactly. I can imagine.
I bet they just did a final handshake, Lewis and Daniel. I bet it wasn't as good as ours.
Oh, probably not. Probably not. There's probably people in the paddock right now thinking, what on earth is happening in that commentary box? Trust me, I'm wondering the very same. But like you say, for Mini X30, this is still going to be an exciting one to the end of their qualifying heats. Just a reminder of those points.
Late to the grid.
Oh, very late to the grid. I think he forgot his rib protector. He had his neck brace, but I don't think I saw him getting his rib protector on. He's made it, but that's all good. At the moment, though, the driver we need to keep a close eye on is in this race, Christian Kobe. He is the leader of those points. He has 94 points to his name. Newstead is second in the points with 91. Williams is third, joint on points with Mason Hibbert. Both of those on 88 points apiece. A lot of those names just read out are in that in this race. Of course, Specker and more in the next race. But this is going to be an important one for them. Because, like you say, no one's been a real breakout driver in the minis, and that's why it stayed so consistent and close.
Yeah, we've had a fluctuation of race winners and drivers fighting through the pack as well. But these are your final opportunities to confirm who's going to be on the front row of those superheats tomorrow. Shorter races for how many? 7 laps for these drivers. Of course, when you're in a smaller kart and in a tight and twisty track like this, it might feel like it's a while, but it's actually not too long for drivers to try and pluck off some positions and confirm a good starting position for tomorrow. Clark, now sat in the kart, looks like he did manage to get that rib protector on. Engines fired up, Clark and Ferguson off. Anthony Jordan, who is else on our grid?
Well, you've already mentioned the front row, but I'll say it again. George Clark and Daniel Ferguson on row number 1. They'll have Austin Newstead and Christian Kobe on row number 2. And remember, Kobe is the one that we need to watch on this one. He leads the points, 94 points to his name. If he can push through the field, he'll be delighted, and he should start that one on the front row of the grid. George House and Colby Patterson, they go from row number 3. They will have Orion Mehta and Mason Kwong on row number 4.
Row number 5 includes Oliver Vitens with Ilyas Sami. And then from 6, we have Min Jae Kim with Alex Riley. 7 is Martin Chechin with Matthias Pearsons. And rounding out your 8-row field is Andy Stewart in 15th.
Indeed. No tyres on board for these drivers. They are saving them for tomorrow for the superheats. Let's see what happens. Smackering of the Fusion team there. We've even got young Jarlis Sayer joining on the balcony there as well.
Yeah, you've got George Clark's dad, Adam, stood there sporting those nice gold sunglasses, watching on, seeing if George can pick off some positions in points terms. Of course, he's starting at the front row, will want to finish on that top spot, but he's had a bit of a difficult one when it comes to the racing so far. Can he try and improve on those heats earlier on? We will find out, but with the pace he's been carrying, I'd say he's absolutely got a chance.
Yeah, indeed. George Clark, his first pole position in Europe, but like I say, at this moment, sixth in the points, 79 points to his name. He's joined with Colby Patterson. Did I see some almighty bumps in the rear?
Ooh.
Oh dear, yeah, seeing a bit more there. Full rotation there for the 483 machine of Martin Chechin Gomez, who tries to get back into position. Nice synchronization there. That was pretty good, but yeah, that's a bit of an interesting start.
Well, Chechin Gomez trying to get back into position, but let's not forget that's where the red line is on the crest of that hill. So driver swerving, so Gomez clips the back of Andy Stewart, loses the rear end, tries to get himself back into position, but it's too late. Into the tram lines they go then. Lights go green and we are racing. We're led by George Clark into turn number 3 as we've got drama in the background. That's one of the carts going up into the air as we've got a 4-cart train going all abreast, and we've lost one of the fusions. Is that Daniel Ferguson that has been lost going towards turn number 4? 4. I think it could be. Is that Ferguson, the 4.26? Yes, it is. So Ferguson, your driver that started on the front row, drops down to the back of the order. Led at the front end of the field is Clark, and once more it's Austin Newstead that is right behind him. And now we have one of the XLs, is that Colby Patterson right there in the fight for this top 3 as well.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but definitely a feisty opening lap so far for Mini X30 as they stretch their way down and towards that final corner of the lap. We'll go over who currently leads the way and how they order up. But across the line they go, still a very, very tough one. George Clark leads the way from Newstead, Waitins from Kobe, House from Sammy, then it's Peasons from Kim, Riley, Patterson locks out the top 10. Like you said right at the start of that one, Daniel Ferguson out of contention in this one. Looking to the inside there, Newstead trying to get down the inside, not close enough for the overtake. Bit of dust getting kicked up in the background. Kim and Jay unfortunately going backwards now, dropping to 9th place, but there's a clear 3-car breakaway now. George Clark, Austin Newstead and Christian Kobe, who are your top 3. As you see there, with Newstead ahead of Kobe, they would be joint on points with 135 apiece, but Newstead out qualifying Kobe, puts him ahead of him. But can he fight back in this one? If Kobe can get through, he will take the lead of that intermediate classification with 1 race to go.
Well, in all of the heats so far, we've seen Christian Kobe sit and wait and play the long game and then go for those aggressive moves to catch his competitors off guard. But this time it's his teammates once again, pushes his way through, tails on the back of Austin Newstead and helps him overtake teammate of George Clark. So now Kobe sat in 2nd position. Newstead once again is a race leader. George Clark now sacrifices a lot of pace out turn number 6 and drops right down the order. He's lost 2 positions. I think that is no just one to Oliver Vatent, who previously was muscled out by the likes of Kobe. Daniel Ferguson has found some fire after that difficult start and dropping to the back end of your field. Heading out of turn number 11, the drivers go then settling down. We've got George House trying to pick off positions. He's now overtaking Clark as well. Sammy now jumping up the order. Ilyas Sammy is having a good run of things. It's a 4-place game so far for that driver. Through they go once more. Austin Newstead hugs the wide line of turn number 3, still leading by Christian Kobe. I think Christian Kobe is going to do exactly what he did to Williams earlier on to Newstead, wait until the very last second.
Yeah, indeed, and that's what we see from these minis racing over the course of this one. They do like to save it right to that very end, and for Christian Kobe, this is an important overtake. Does this benefit him massively? I think it still does. Newstead does lead the points now with 141, but if Kobe can get past, yeah, he's only on 138, so yeah, he's only a handful of points behind. So again, this overtake is vital, and for Kobe, it's an overtake that does need to happen. But yes, I think we'll save it for that very last lap. There is high risk in doing that, because if it fails, then you don't have any more time to get it done again. But if it does succeed, then you don't have to defend for a long period of time. So it has got its benefits and it has got its downsides. George House there now in 3rd place. It's pushing through. Clark into 4th. Waitins now down to P5 as Kobe sets the fastest lap of the race. Continuing that pace, he knows he's got the momentum there. But have the trio behind got the momentum? Peason's had a moment there. He's just tumbled down the order a little bit. So Matt Peason back down to 10th place. I did hear some tyre squealing, but I don't think it was a full rotation. But the question still remains, yes, is the House, Clark and Waitins battle faster than the Newstead and Kobe battle? My answer, I think, is no, because there's still purple sectors coming out from Christian Kobe. He is the fastest driver out there in 2nd place.
Well, 2 engines are always better than 1, and these 2 have worked together to push away from the remainder of the field. Kobe now looking like he's having a look. Austin Newstead drops his head over his shoulder to see where his teammate is, but I'm sure he would have felt him on that back bumper. Through turn number 5 and towards 6 they go. Is Kobe going to have a look through the hairpin? No, he doesn't, but he still continues to go fastest because it's now a 56.470. The purple sectors are coming along nicely once more for Kobe. House having to defend from Clark. Waitons in that fight for that third position as well. It really is a 2-kart breakaway at the front end of the field. It's going to be out of these two, and I think if Kobe can maybe try and attempt a point decision to get in front of Austin Newstead, I don't know if it's going to be enough just yet for that intermediate classification lead. Dying stages of this race, no change once more. Is he going to set it up through turn number 3? No, he doesn't. Newstead still leading the way, but it definitely is bumper to bumper.
Kobe now switches to the outside line, defensive lines for Austin Newstead. Kobe needs to find a way past here. He's going to dive to the inside at the hairpin, and he does get alongside, but Newstead will hold his nerve round the outside there. Now with that, Kobe does confirm that he would take the lead of the intermediate classification, but he needs to get that overtake done. Newstead still sits ahead of them as they head down into the infield. Hairpin, beautiful switch over. Beautiful switch over for Christian Kobe. Throws the dummy on Austin Newstead and takes the lead of this race with one more corner to go. Can Christian Kobe lead that intermediate classification? Can he secure pole position for the Subic tomorrow? The answer is yes. Christian Kobe does the job with that sublime overtake into the hairpin. He sold the dummy to Austin Newstead and pinned it to the inside line right at the last moment. That was absolutely superb from the top two. A brilliant drive from both Newstead and Kobe. And those two will be at the sharper end of the order. Of course, we will still see that second Mini X30 qualifying heat. But for Christian Kobe, I think the job is done. 144 intermediate classification points. That is a solid drive there. That is 2 wins and a second. He can be delighted with that one, with that 3-place gain. Newstead from House, Clark from Waitons, Patterson from Kim, Sammy from Meta, Kwong from Peasons, Riley from Stewart, Ferguson from Chechen Gomez, who rounds out the 15-kart field. Chechen Gomez unfortunately retiring from that race. Christian Kobe then, 144 points, takes it from Austin Newstead with 135. A solid drive to the very end for the Fusion Motorsport duo. George House does finish in P3 ahead of George Clark, who finishes that race in P4. Still a solid drive still from the field, but there Christian Kobe, that was a sublime overtake. He just gets weighed up. I don't think his kart was fully on the pad there, and now he does get the all clear, and he heads off. We'll be chatting to this young man here, who I'd love to see what he thought of that overtake that he achieved. He looks a little bit disheartened there, as he come away with something that I don't think he wants, i.e. a nose cone potentially, or does he seem happy now? No, he seems pretty happy. Has that? Yeah, that was a good overtake, wasn't it, lad? But got it done. But that is certainly an almighty fight to the end there between those two. Here's the highlights from it right at the start. Unfortunately for Martin Chechen Gomez, having that moment, rejoining. Then the race starts. Initially, good getaway for Clark. There was the skywards moment there for the premium karting driver of Orion Meta. Skywards, Ferguson getting spat out of the field as well at the start of that race. Here's another angle of it. Yeah, that was really lucky. That could have been a lot worse there through the kink turn 1 and 2. But then later, that's so unfortunate for Daniel Ferguson. Thankfully, no contact with the barriers, but the job done. Slowly fires back into life. Did get going again, but like I say, finished P14. And not the result he would have wanted. Top 3 was a breakaway in that early stage of the race. It would then fall down to just 2. Kobe and Newstead in that fight. There you could see the likes of George House trying to follow through in those early stages. Oliver Waitings there as well. He would later tumble down into that order, leaving the top 2 to go to work. We'd have to wait all the way into that last lap before we see the defensive posture and the lunges. We still saw overtakes in the background. We saw some of the OMS racing drivers, Elias Sami making moves, Mason Kwong as well. But then it was the fight for that spot. Kobe got a taste very briefly of the lead. That moment there, the switch over in the braking zone, beautiful kart control from both the drivers. But Christian Kobe just selling the dummy there to Austin Newstead, claiming the win, claiming the points, claiming pole position for Superheats tomorrow. Absolutely delighted for Christian Kobe, who at the end of that one, absolutely, I'm sure, delighted with the run out on circuit. One more mini race to go before the last 3 races of the day. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Down in Parc Ferme then, and it's only right that we speak to Christian Kobe. Christian, that overtake, I've got a question for you. Who taught you to pull something like that off?
Ages ago when I was racing in Ireland and I was competing for the championship, my dad taught me that move, and that's come in handy. A lot of times it came in handy there and for the championship that I won in Ireland.
Absolutely, and you did it on your teammate of Austin Newstead, your friends, your teammates. Is, there any atmosphere between you two, or, did Austin take it and say fair play?
No, me and Austin are really good friends. Last lap, I guess. The team understands that too, but yeah, he's my best friend. I don't think we'll have any tension between us.
And that's good to hear going into both Superheats and hopefully finals tomorrow. Christian, going into the Superheat, it's a provisional pole position. That must feel absolutely great.
Yeah, it's the first time I think I'll ever be starting on pole for a Superheat. I'm really, really happy with it. Yeah, just have to go for it from there.
And one more question then from you, Christian. When I was walking up to come and do the interview, I could see you speaking to Dan Ashton, who is out there supporting on circuit with race director Martin Bean. What did Dan say to you before we were speaking?
So he came over and said to me, Christian, well done. That's one of the best moves I've ever seen in a long time.
Well, Christian, I think it was a pretty special move. We're then going to just swap you over with your teammate of Austin Newstead. Austin's just stood behind you, but... Okay, give a shout out, go on.
I just want to give a shout out to my girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Oh, brilliant. Okay, we'll swap Austin with Christian. Austin, the move just then between you and Christian, it was quite a good one, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it was very good from Christian Kobe. Probably one of the best moves I've seen in a very long time. Obviously, had me, I didn't think he was going to be able to do that, or not that he wasn't going to be able to do it, but I didn't expect him to do it, to be fair.
And then going into Superheats, we need to watch the next group of minis to see who will be confirmed for the other pole position, but it could be on the cards for you. Going into tomorrow, how are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously it'll be great to be on pole for the second Superheat, but also if I'm in the second one, or the first one, sorry, for P2, or even P3, I'm with Christian, so hopefully, if we are, hopefully we can just get away again.
And we're seeing a trend this weekend. It's a fusion domination in the minis. Do you actually prefer to be starting in, a sea of your teammates? Do you like starting around them?
I mean, sometimes it can help because you know people there, and one thing, you can predict their moves a bit more, and also you can have someone to work together with, but also sometimes it makes it a bit more competitive in a way.
Well, Austin, good to hear from you and good racing between you and Christian. We'll head back up then to see who will confirm the next lineup of minis.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Well, fair play there to Christian Kobe. I was running around with underwear on my head, not having girlfriends when I was 12 years old. Right, like we were saying, one more race to go. Qualifying heat B versus D for Mini X30. That will be the next one that will be taking out onto the circuit. This will have Harry Williams and Mason Hibbert on the front row of the grid. And this will be an important one for those two drivers because like we were hearing there from Austin Newstead, the job's not done yet. There is still a chance he could find himself not starting on pole position for the front of this one. He could still be starting on the front row of a grid for those superheats. But yeah, he doesn't know who it's going to be alongside. So yeah, a bit of work to figure that one out, but that will be found out in the next few moments' time, as that next race will be heading out onto the circuits. There is Harry Williams, neck brace going on, and he is priming himself ready for this one. Now, a look at where they are. Well, there's no real change in this one, of course. We can't really see a lot of these drivers. They're all outside of the top 8 right now, but as soon as they get the chance to go forth, they will be in a position. Now, even if they're on 90 points. Obviously, 50 points will put them up to 140. That's still 5 points clear from Austin Newstead, who's there in second place. So Newstead is not safe just as of yet, but we'll have to wait and see what happens and unfolds in this race. Mason Hibbert, at this moment, also on the front row of the grid, could have a chance of pushing through in the order. The whistle blows at the front, and we see the 1 minute board going up there. Ross Upton, our pre-grid officer, just showcasing that 1 minute to go board. The grid has been cleared from members of the media and the mechanics, as this field will head out back onto the circuit. Nicole Sutherland joins me back into the box. The weather conditions still absolutely delightful, and everyone enjoying a nice, relaxing day on the balcony there ahead of this last mini race of the day. Nicole, you've got a smirk on your face. I can only imagine it's from that interview. But a brilliant comment there from Chris Jacobi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't deny him his shout-out, and he did that. So it's great.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
After the performance today, brilliant.
Yeah, perfect. It's what we needed. But I will give him credit where credit's due. Fantastic little overtake there for Chris Jacobi.
Oh, that was something quite spectacular. And like you said, taught to him when racing in Ireland with his dad. Here we go then. Drivers prepped, primed and ready. Off the grid, they go for the final mini heat of today's racing.
It certainly is. Let's see how this 15-car grid will line itself up. It will be Harry Williams and Mason Hibbert on row number 1. They'll have Milan Baku and Aurelio Longatano on row number 2. Miko Chavez and Nihil Padavani will go from row 3. Row number 4 will see Eden Kaserovic and Abraham Shelvis on row number 4.
Row number 5 includes Matis Brajo with Denver Boss, and then from 6 houses Martin Rodriguez with Felipe Massard. 7, Johnston Stewart and Marcus Alberg, and then going from row number 8 for the final time, we have Nihil Al-Ghahoudi on 15th.
Who has so far this weekend, Nicole, been the person to watch. He's been fighting his way through the fields in those first 2 races. But what can he do in this last one here as the field head across the line now to start their formation lap? And for Williams, yeah, it's a super important one. There, the air conditions still 29 degrees out there at this late on in the day. We're 5:30 local time here, Nicole. A very, very warm evening here in Bavaria in Germany. But we are still loving the conditions here, and the track here in Wackersdorf looking absolutely superb as always for this penultimate round of the championship. Marshals have had a long day, officials have had a long day, the camera crews have had a long day, the drivers have had a long day, the production crew have had a long day. The commentators, we've not done any work because we're sat down all day. That's what I get told anyway. Here we go then into the red line. How's the synchronization? Over the flags. Oh, that's not bad at all. I'd give that a solid 8.9. There we go. Good run. Here we go then into the tram lines. Are we racing? First time of asking. Lights are not out, Nicole. That is a false start.
They just want to make us wait a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
Because it's going to be that good, that fiery. Mechanics on the sidelines then, just giving those final little hand gestures just to the drivers out there on the track. You see some interesting hand signals out there. Sometimes it looks like people are doing the YMCA, but...
It's a bit too quick round now, the last corner, Martin.
There we go then, Dan Ashton just confirming.
Bit
Too
quick.
fast. Like we were saying, hand gestures going out to these drivers just to tell them, pick it up here, slow down here, back off, make the overtake. It's a language of its own, karting.
It is indeed. It's a language I certainly haven't learned. I'm terrible at learning languages. I know how to say hello in like 3 different languages, and that's about it. But as soon as I nail it, then they start talking to me in the language, and then I'm like, I don't know what to say. Right. Look at that. Another good one there for the flags. Good job there from Tatiana and Tadeo, who have been out there all day dealing with those conditions. Here we go then into the tram lines. Lights up. We are racing for the last Mini X30 race of the day. And it's a good start for Mason Hibbett. It's an early lead from the outside of row number 1. Covers off that immediate inside line already. Longatano tries to cut across. Unfortunately, that did not work out for him at all.
Too wide there. Longatano gets hung out to dry. Can't slot back in. Maybe just a little bit too eager. Pace-wise as well. Out in the front then, Williams looking strong, going through turns 9 and 10. Settle down, have the drivers, and it's a 3-car breakaway as we've got, I think that's Mason Hibbett trying to go defensive into turn number 11 after losing multiple positions on the early stage of this final mini heat. Further back in the field, you've got the likes of Johnson Stewart trying to push forward in that XL Energy course. The busy stuff then for the back end of your field is Felipe Massard, Stewart, Martin Rodriguez, all getting involved. There you can see them on your screen going through turns 1 and 2, down towards turn number 3. Domino effect of drivers bumping into the back of each other. Of course, let's not forget, you've got front fairings on these mini karts. The minute you bump into somebody too heavily, it will drop, and that is a penalty. That's not what you want on a grid when it is so small. You've only got 15 out there, and currently a 5-second penalty would drop you literally from first to last.
Yeah, indeed. That's how close and competitive it is.
Exactly that. Williams still leading going into turn number 11 from Baku. Marco Schwerz in there, up by 2 positions early on to jump into the top 3. Looking strong for MDC there, sets a purple through sector 1, but the purple then goes to Milan Baku in sector number 2. If Harry Williams wants to hold on to this lead, he needs to turn up the dial through sector number 3. Under the gantry they go once more, and it's 0.2 of a second that splits up Harry Williams in first and Maiko Schwerz in third, as Schwerz attempts a move down the inside at turn number 4 on Baku and makes it stick.
Robust, but that will still work out for them in the end. Williams will not be able to break away by himself, especially with the toe that these drivers can get down that start-finish straight. Now he has got the chance to break away in this infield section because it's tight, it's twisted, there's not much of a slipstream opportunity. You can see already they're trying to do so, but yeah, he might have the chance. If he can maintain it here, he could be okay. But as soon as they get back onto that start-finish straight, that's where it all goes, P-Tong. Baku, under-invested, no, that's a warning flag, causing a collision. Milan Baku, who is in 2nd place in this race, or 3rd place I should say, is under, well, he's got that 5-second time penalty now, and that's disaster. He will tow into the back of the grid after this race.
We just said a 5-second penalty is going to drop you pretty much to dead last. That's absolute drama for Baku, who's now, like you said, Anthony, in that 3rd spot. Qualifying heats points so far. Kobe, of course, has confirmed that number 1 spot with 144. Williams is sat there in 2nd with 138. Newstead, who I'm sure is probably watching on very eagerly, is there with 135. So Williams, with the way he's driving currently, would start on pole for that other superheat, that superheat B for Mini tomorrow. Still leading the way by 0.2 of a second in his own air. Currently leading a round from Schwerz and Baku, but technically Hibbett is actually in that top 3 because of that 5 seconds to Baku.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on this one then. Over the start-finish line they go. Still no change between the top 7, 8 or 10 in that matter. In fact, no overtakes at all there. Back down the inside. And that's a reaction from seeing that warning flag. He knows he's got the 5-second now. So he's needing to get to the front, and he wants to try and break away. But he doesn't want to get locked in a battle now after doing that, because he's obviously then, Shivers is thinking, well, no, you know what, I'm going to go for that overtake once again. That's going to put him more back into the field, which will allow Williams to break away. But he wants to get onto the back of Williams and try and push him away from the drivers behind to try and open up that gap as much as possible. But that's a lot to do, Nicole, when we're on lap 5 of 7.
Absolutely is. With that 5-second penalty, that's going to drop him to around about 12th position. So that is difficult stuff from Baku. But like you just said, Anthony, he's trying to get himself further up the field, trying to break that gap more and more, make it bigger and bigger. There on the back of things, Mason Hibbert still looking strong. Overall, it's a loss of 2 positions, but now changes it to a loss of 1 position overall, goes down the inside of Schwarz to get that 3rd spot. Down the inside now goes Hibbert on Baku. Caught Baku, I think, wasn't expecting that, off guard. I think Baku's more thinking about the defensive line from Austin Newstead and didn't realise that Hibbert was actually there. So now it's the 2 fusions out there in the front.
It certainly is. Now I'm going to talk to you about some points just quickly here as Hibbert goes defensive from Milan Baku there. Harry Williams, with the lead of this race, will secure pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow. Baku's got back through past Hibbert. Hibbert's in a fight here to try and close in the gap on Austin Newstead in the points. But that's going to be too hard to do here. As we're going on to the last lap of this race, Hibbert is not going to be able to do anything to catch up to Williams. Check over the shoulder. Schwarz goes wheel to wheel now with Hibbert. Hibbert's on the inside, Schwarz on the outside. He'll have the optimal line, and he holds on to 3rd place. However, Baku there in P2 will be dropping down, of course, with that 5-second time penalty. Harry Williams is clear at the front here. He's going to go to the end of this race, knowing that he starts on pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow. Newstead did say in his interview, no matter what happens, I'll be starting alongside Kobe, and he was absolutely bang on with that one. That is the fact, but now Williams will start his Super Heat tomorrow alongside Mason Hibbert, and it is Williams who secures pole position for Super Heat 2 with that win. Baku finishes on track in 2nd place. The 5-second time penalty, however, will put him 6.23 seconds behind the rest, and that will tumble him all the way down to, as we said it, 12th place on the screen. So that is a huge, huge loss of points there for Milan Baku, who at this moment sits 6th in the points. Only 1 point ahead, Schwarz and Patterson, but he will tumble outside of that moment between those 2 drivers. That is a big shame for him. There was the moment of it, and right, Milan Baku at the start of this one, he's there in 3rd place. Watch him going into the corner. Yeah, you see the head move backwards once, and you see a few of them, yeah, and they just go forward. So, yeah, maybe at the start of that one, bit of a tough one from that angle to call. Of course, race control of multiple angles of it. Yeah, you see the heads going backwards, sideways, and it just, yeah, unfortunately forces the likes of Harry Williams into the oncoming path there of Aurelio Longatano. He was trying to go the long way round there, and that's an unfortunate moment. And unfortunately, that allows him to get through. So it was Hibbert into the oncoming path there of Aurelio Longatano. There we go. Job done then for Mini X30. They make their way back. There's a look at your full results. William from Baku, Hibbert from Schwarz Longatano from Brageau, Stewart from Padovani, El Gahudi from Boss, Shelvis from Rodriguez, Kaserovic from Alberg, and Massar, who rounds out the 15 runners in that race. All 15 who started did finish that race, so that is still a good run for the field in Mini X30. But there, though, on your screen, Harry Williams will start on pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow. The job today is done. He can relax. He can wait for those races. But for right now, what a tough one that has been for him. And there you can still see, very hot out there still. Still short races for the Minis, but with temperatures still reaching 29 degrees. You can imagine it's much hotter in those wagons. Here's a look at the start again. We saw initially that incident at the get-go. Milan Baku there just squeezing the drivers in. Unfortunately for Aurelio Longitano, he then got a mouthful of Mason Hibbert because of that, and that put him down into the field. He later had dramas on in that race as well. Here it is from the outside of the hairpin. And again, he just showcases the helmets do bump their heads backwards. Angle of it from quite a way away. And you just see the angle there. So unfortunate for Aurelio Longitano right at the start of that race. And yeah, later on, he found himself still fighting up at that sharp end, but later dropping back in the order. The first little overtakes here down the inside. Miko Shivers getting through into second place. Milan Baku did retaliate later on in the race. We'd have to wait some time for that one. There it was down in towards the same turn he originally lost that second place. That allowed the likes of Mason Hibbert to close in. Hibbert first down the inside of Miko Shivers into third place. Immediately after that, the attack on Milan Baku, seemingly catching Baku unawares that he was going to go down the inside. He would retaliate though. Milan Baku on the dying stages of the race, which did release Harry Williams. No contention there for Williams. He was able to drive right to the end of that race with no real drama. Secures a front row start on pole position for the second Superheat tomorrow for the Minis, as we'll head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Down with Harry Williams then. Harry, good race from you once more. We've seen pretty stellar stuff from you throughout the entire weekend, pretty much since qualifying. I don't know if you're going to give it away just yet, but what's the tactics going into the Superheat tomorrow?
Well, I'm just going to try and do the same again what I did there, just hopefully get a good start. The pace will hopefully be there as well, like it was then, quite fast I felt. And yeah, we'll just maybe push away with a few teammates and battle it out in the last few laps.
And I asked a similar question to Austin Newstead earlier. Do you actually prefer to be around your teammates going into Superheats and finals?
Yeah, I do, because we're a team, obviously teams will work together, and yeah, we will always go together.
And in mini racing, Harry, it's always really busy. The track itself, you know, those hairpins out there mean that you can overtake a lot. Do you enjoy that aspect of the circuit?
Yeah, I quite like overtaking, obviously, to get position, go faster, and I just like how many hairpins there are, really.
Harry, good to hear from you, and of course it will be pole for Superheat B tomorrow. Well done. We'll head back up then to hear from some of our championship partners before we go into our last rotation of senior heats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Euro Series Round 3, live here from the Wackersdorf circuit in Germany. We have smashed through the qualifying heats today with just 3 more to go. the last chance for the drivers to put points on the board in the senior category. And this is the important one for me. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. It is all down to Joanna Luja and Ruben Moya in this race. Both of them joint on points, and both of them have gone for some new tyres. However, one of them has gone for the left-hand side, one has gone for the right-hand side. But we'll let you know who has done what on the grid. I like to hold suspense there, Nicole. It's quite important. But the grid is being cleared by Ross Upton, the fact, and this is going to be an almighty fight in this one. Like you say, Aluja and Moya are going to be the ones to watch in this one. I've been looking forward to this one all day. I do hope it's a good fight.
I think we're in for a show within this one then, and one of the drivers to give us that is the man on your screen, the 204, the Spaniard of Ruben Moya. Ruben, good points on the board throughout the entire day. We've had battles between him and the likes of Danny Caronini, but the driver that he's thinking about now then is his countryman of Joan Aluja on that front row. Sebastiano Pavan, his teammate, starts behind him again. As I think you've just said in my ear then, Anthony, we're missing a smattering of drivers further back in the field. We'll take you through who that is shortly when we go through the grid, but maybe drivers missing the gate there. Maybe there's some technical gremlins for some of our field.
Indeed. Right, well, 1 minute board going up. One driver still not seated in there. It's probably going to be easier to tell you in this race who hasn't deployed tyres. So many have in this one. You've got a smattering of people on the right-hand side, people on the left-hand side. You've got drivers who have gone for a full set of tyres in this one. Yeah, I did think we were going to see something from our front row in this race, and we have just seen that one. This is going to be a true test of that one. Freddie Lloyd and Sebastian Pavan, second row of the grid. They've done exactly the same as the front row, so they've also gone alternatives at sides of the tyres. But again, I'm not telling you which side yet that they've gone for. I'll wait for the graphics to do that. Engines fire up. Drivers will make their way out into the circuit, and we'll quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then of the senior qualifying heat, D versus E. The last time we will see these drivers race today, it is Joan Aluja and Ruben Moya. Aluja with the left set, Moya with the right set. The same for Freddie Lloyd and Sebastiano Pavan. They've done the same. Morgan Moore and Rocco Cruccio have both gone for the left-hand side. Clement Outran will start on row number 4 alongside Maxime Blanchimont. Outran with the fresh set, Tobias Norman and Nicholas Simic also brand new sets, but Simic with the full set of tyres on board. Jamil Bayati and Matthias van der Kerkhoff will round up row number 6, both of them going for the left-hand side.
Row number 7 is Max Hessel and Sinja Ombul. Hessel not going for any new tyres, and Ombul does have on the right-hand side. Row number 8 is Elias Leman, no tyres for him, and then there's Martel Matovic. 9 includes Esteban Walgrave with Roberto Bass, and then we are supposed to have on row number 10 Louis Schutzer and Dylan Patel, but Dylan Patel will not circulate for the remainder of this weekend. Not sure just yet if Schutzer is out there. 11 is supposed to be Dinan de Vos. Again, we're having reports that he's not on the grid with Dan Bridgen.
Oh,
and then from row number 12, we have Alejandro Suarez with Paco Sarmiento, as we've got one of the drivers pulling into the pit lane already. That's the 2-6. Is that the 268? I can't quite work out the number with the glare from the sun. 258
being told. And that's the spirit car of Elias Leman, unfortunately, who did deploy a full set of tyres earlier on and will not be able to put those to use in this one. It's, well, fair play to him. He's pushing that uphill to a safe spot. And I can see one of the mechanics, well, not happy with the machinery. Understandably, it's ground to a halt, and it's not going to be out in this last race of the day. Check of the synchronization. Oh, that was a very good one there. That's definitely an 8.9. There's some debris there. In fact, you know what? I think that was a chain. I think that was a chain on the circuit, and I think that may have been Elias Leman's chain. that's come off, and the marshals there has just run up to it and kicked it off the circuit, because I can imagine it mighty hot. They didn't want to touch it. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're racing. Shaky start for the back of the grid. Good start for the front. Keep an eye on this one then. Moya once again around the outside. He's going to try and benefit his teammate Sebastiano Pavan, but it's not worked out this time. Moya does not have his rear gunner behind him. I tell you who he's got. He's got Jan Aluja right there in second. Off at the final hairpin there, and that's a victory lane going wide. Possibly could have been, or Max Hetzel actually in the Falcon that's gone wide there. Plenty of drama unfolding in that opening stage, but everyone still circulating, but crucially, it is Moya who leads the way.
Lloyd had to work hard within that opening lap then to not get muscled out, as we've got drivers trying to get elbows out going into turn number 13. That's further back down the field. That could have been between the likes of Max Hazel and Sinja Ombol. Ombol up by a number of positions now to get into the top 10. Moves going on further back down the field. That's Clement Outron, the 205, overtaking Norman to get into 6th place. Eyes on the front end of your field. Ruben Moya has broken away early on from Aluja, from Sebastiano Pavan, who we spoke to earlier, and said there were team tactics coming into play this weekend. Team tactics, are they going to play out between the likes of Morgan Moore and Fred Lloyd, who are now 4th and 5th? Change for P2. Sebastiano Pavan overtakes Aluja, but Aluja takes it back through turn number 12, and that gives Morgan Moore some momentum, who looks like he's eager going through that final corner, pushes out onto the rumble strip, and that allows Fred Lloyd to get through on Pavan as well. Pavan just looked maybe a bit too soft when it comes to the aggression out of turn number 13. It let himself get muscled out there, did Sebastiano. Moore and Fred Lloyd then, we questioned, were they going to work together? They kind of did just then, as Freddie Lloyd puts in that fastest lap, sat there in 4th. He was not happy after losing that potential race win in the previous heat. We saw Morgan Moore say that maybe there was a bit of water, a bit of dust through turn number 6, where we saw Fred go in and lose the race lead, eventually drop to P4. But he's driving now like he's got some fire in his belly as he's tailing around his teammate.
Jan Aluja here, not able to close in on Ruben Moya, as Maxime Blancheman unfortunately is going to pick up a technical flag in this race. Seemingly well, he's closing in a little bit. The gap was over 9/10 as down the inside. That's not working together. Freddie Lloyd sends it on Morgan Moore in towards the hairpin there in the early stage of the lap, and that's a huge lunge, and Lloyd now is on the charge into 3rd place. As I was saying, Moya in the lead was having a gap over 9/10 of a second, down to 8/10 of a second now. Is Jan Aluja starting to close in on Moya? Are we going to see a fight for the leader? Are we going to see a fight for pole position?
Well, in this one, of course, we've got 2 more races for the seniors, but currently Fred Lloyd is sat there 3rd overall with 198 points. So that move on Morgan Moore did really help him out. Pavan looking like he's found some momentum then to catch up to Lloyd. He's on the tail going through turn number 6, and he's pulling round Morgan Moore, sat there in 5th. Simic sets the fastest driver. Simic is just inside the top 10, chasing around Sinja Ombol for that 9th place. Ombol really on a charge with a 5-place gain, as is other drivers further back in your field. Biggest hitters so far, Roberto Bass up by 7. We've also got Dan Bridgen matching that with a 7-place gain down there in 15th. Over the blind crest drivers go, and Morgan Moore now looking racy on the back of Sebastiano Pavan.
Indeed, keeping an eye on this one, but Pavan all over that rear bumper of Lloyd alongside down the inside at turn number 4, gets that done beautifully, and now the likes of Moore trying to fight back into this one, but not close enough. Pavan is back on the charge here, and he might have a pivotal role to play in this one, but again, Jan Aluja is closing the gap. It's down to 7/10 of a second now, Nicole, but time is running out. This is a tough race between these two, and Moya is retaliating. He's gone purple in Sector 1 and in Sector 2. He will extend that gap out even more. There, it's back to 9/10 of a second across the line. Oh, it is indeed. It's going to be a tough fight for these ones, but there, across the line, still, you've got Clement Autran trying to fight his way in towards this fight. Morgan Moy's got past him, Van der Kerkhoff as well, trying to get involved in the fight. Not close enough, but this time around. But still some big fights happening in that top section.
Well, that was actually Autran overtaking Moore out of turn number 13, and Van der Kerkhoff was helped momentarily by Autran as well. But Autran having a good race, then up by 2 more. Not really having a good go of things so far. Is having to defend now from Van der Kerkhoff, sat there in 7th. Moya, 8/10 of a second. He leads by, expect it to jump up to 9/10 as he goes over the start-finish line. He actually doesn't. He is your fastest driver out there with that 49.8, but he hasn't massively jumped up the order. Now the challenge is on for that last spot in the top 3, because Freddie Lloyd is all over the back of Sebastiano Pavan going through turn number 6. Watch Lloyd through 7, down towards 8, 9 and 10. Fast bit of the circuit. They run all of the rumble on the entry to 9 and 10, clipping that curb of 9 just gently. It's just a kiss of the curb. They're not smashing the curbs round this circuit. They don't want to unsettle those chassis. Lloyd now just looks like he's tailed off slightly from the back of Pavan. Pavan just trying to turn up the temperature as we've got battles going on back in the field. This is into the final corner. I think, I don't know who that is in the background. I'm not sure if that involves the likes of Moore. And it does. So Moore lost position to Van der Kerkhoff, and Autran has actually lost 3 places as he's getting busy now going into turn number 4.
Yeah, indeed. They're all getting involved in this one. And Nick Simek is one of them getting involved. He's one of the drivers who's deployed a full set of tyres in this one, and has been one of the faster drivers in this race. He is up now to P8 with a good gain, 2 places gained. Senior Ormwall as well involved in that fight, also piling on the pressure. This is the moment again. Oh, that's a big step there. The 2 rear wheels colliding there between Simek and I think Senior Ormwall battling for position. The fight at the front, Moya setting fastest laps of the race. Gianna Lucius is holding an 8/10 gap between himself and the front. It's a real shame that we've not seen that bigger fight between the 2 of them. They've been matched on points throughout this weekend, as a big setting down the inside there, just in that mid-pack section. I think Simek Ornball still fighting away pretty nicely in the sharp end of this field there. You can see diving down to the inside, or gaining a position, losing a spot there now as well is Ornball. But they still continue to fight through that order. But Nicholas Simek still on the charge up through the field. Moya in the lead. There, chasing him down. Gianna Luja for the lead. But the gap still remains at 8/10 of a second as the field goes on to the last lap of this race. Moya has done everything he's needed to do. He has pushed as hard as he can. He has extended that lead once again to just under a full second. And for Ruben Moya, he has proved to be the faster out of the 2 Spaniards this weekend, right at the dying stage of the qualifying heats phase. Out through the chicane, Ruben Moya has half a lap to go to secure pole position for the superheats tomorrow. He will secure 25, well, at this moment, championship points with 244 to his name. But Danny Carinini, of course, is going to be a driver to see what he can do. Out of the final corner, though, Ruben Moya takes it across the line. A deserved win after a fabulous run in the qualifying heats. Ruben Moya will be right up at that sharp end going into the superheats tomorrow. For Gianna Luja, second is all he can muster in the most important race for him of the weekend until that final, of course. It's all he could manage to find, but still a solid drive nonetheless. Sebastiano Pavan as well a solid drive, but steps up into third. A tough race for him as they will head back into Parc Fermé. There is a look at your intermediate classification. Moya with 244 ahead of Joanna Luja's 238. Solid drive from both of them. There's your results. Moya from Aluja, Pavan from Lloyd, Moore from Crucho, Van der Kerkhoff from Utrecht, Simic from Bass, Ornbull from Beati, then it is Norman from Volgarve, Bridden from Suarez, Matievich from Salamento, who rounds out the top 18. Hetzel and Blanchemont round out the top 20. And then it was Elias Lemon who fortunately retired right at the start of that race. A chain coming off at the beginning of that race. And then the non-starters, of course, Louis Schutzer, Dylan Patel and Duran de Vos not taking part anymore in this race weekend, which is a big shame for them. But the job is done for now for Ruben Moya. Busy day ahead tomorrow for the young Spaniard. So let's see how his evening goes before he gets himself primed and ready for tomorrow's racing. Let's see how it all transpired. There you can see the chain clearly on the circuit. Drivers obviously trying to get temperature into the tyres. Some of them just narrowly avoiding the chain there of the likes of Elias Lemam. The race starts initially relatively calm. Lloyd on the inside line, trying to get down the inside, but look at this again. Ruben Moya right round the outside. He has been nailing these starts, but that's been from the outside of row number 1. He will, of course, be on pole position, which means he'll have the inside line. There was the drama in the early stages of that one. Maxime Blanchemont, who would later retire, having that drama in the opening lap. Of course, with Moya starting on the pole position, he has got the right to change sides of the grid. So he could still start on that outside line. There was another angle of it at the start. That's a heavy hit into the barriers there. He did get it restarted, albeit right down in the order. Not the run he would have wanted for, I think, Maxime Blanchemont, who unfortunately, didn't find himself in a really strong position. So, or Max Hetzel, sorry, I should say. That was the Falcon Racing Team driver having the dramatic start to his race. He did actually get back to 19th place, so that was a good run for him. Eyes on the front then. So this moment here put Joanna Luja back into second place, albeit I think too little too late there. The gap had already opened up. He wasn't able to close in. Lloyd battling with Morgan Moore. Their teamwork ended at that point. Lloyd going for the moves as quick as he could. Later would lose out to Pavan. Moore fighting back on Lloyd, but he would have the inside line into the next turn, which means he just couldn't get that job done. Battles happening further down. That was the Van der Kerkhoff, Rocco Crucho. Morgan Moore later ended up in that fight. Clement Tron battling away through position. We saw Nicholas Simic get up into Orner, Senior Ornbull as well. We saw those tight moments there on the exit of the first hairpin. But still the battles raging on between the drivers. There you can see the big moments off the track. Dust getting kicked up from the field. But the racing going on all the way to the end of that one. Still solid drives from the field. And Senior Ornbull there gaining, losing, moving forward, moving backwards, but still having a relatively decent race weekend. Will make a good starting position, though, I can imagine, into those super heats. Across the line, though, Ruben Moya leads the points, checks over the shoulder, and sees a 1.3 second gap to Joanna Luja, who could only best a second place. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Ruben, points leader so far. Good weekend so far after missing the last round. Do you think missing out on points there has helped you to promote yourself forward and be extra fast?
I mean, it doesn't matter if I missed or not the last round. At the end, it's a different track, it's different things, so it doesn't matter. I only had other things to do in that week, so I couldn't go to Zuera, but I'm back here and it's okay.
And provisionally starting on the front row when we go into superheats, hopefully you shouldn't have to overtake. But, you know, if it comes to it and you do get into a battle, what's the racing bit of things like around this circuit?
Racing here is good. It's much better than tracks like Suera. This is narrow. It's a little bit more old style, so it's what it better suits me, and I'm not worried. I mean, I need to respect the other drivers, but I'm confident on my driving and our chassis. So yeah, respect the other drivers, but anyway, we are confident with what we have.
Well, confidence is key, Ruben, and with everything you've done today so far, you know, rightly so that you're as confident as you are. We'll swap you over with Joan then. Joan, if you come over, good race out there for you. You looked quick. Wasn't quite quick enough to catch up to Ruben, but what was it like out there?
Yeah, at the beginning of the race, we had a tough start. Ruben went for the move from the outside. And then, well, it was a race pace, and then his teammates came to me, you know, tried to break my pace. And then I came back, and it was difficult, yeah, but at the end, we were such a distance that it was difficult to catch up.
And the race starts round this circuit. It's a fast, you know, first sector. How do you make sure that you really get them correct?
Yeah, you really have to be careful because it's really easy to get out or spin off because of the narrow corners and everything. But well, you just have to be confident with you, with your chassis, with everything, with your tires, and then go for it.
Well, Joan, great to speak to you and good luck going into superheats tomorrow. It doesn't stop there though, because we've got 2 more senior X30 races left.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, 2 more to go. Qualifying heat A versus F is the next one that will head out onto the track. Smattering of tyres have gone on board to the karts in these last stages of the racing today. Of course, this is priming themselves ready for tomorrow. Again, maybe easier to tell you who hasn't deployed them, but we'll go over that a little bit later on in the racing. Excuse me. Ruben Moore at the moment, though, leads the way. 244 points to his name. Anyone in this one? Lars Ramo currently sits 5th in the points, 179 points here. A win, 50 points, won't give him enough to close into Ruben Moya. I don't think we'll either to Joanna Luja. But the fight still on for those last few spots. The front rows of the grid starting alongside Moya and Johan Aluja. Will that be a case of what they can do in that one? Danny Caronini, who's not in this race, he'll be in the last race, also as a contender to potentially start on the front rows of the grid. As the whistle blows, engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit as, well, thankfully for the drivers, a little bit of cloud cover over the sun here, as just hopefully cooling things down, but still air temperature 29 degrees out there on the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through then that full starting lineup. Lars Rama and Bertram Sash go from row number 1. They'll have Rick Nadin and Alan Garcia on row 2. Alan Garcia with the fresh set of tyres on board. Then you'll have the likes of Lewis Bird. He'll be fighting with Max Camalanga. Bertram Sash has got a full set of tyres on board as well on the front row of the grid. He'll have Max Camalanda alongside. He's got a brand new set on the left-hand side. Kevin Lantinga, full set. Peter Gorecki on the left-hand side. Mackie and Tobias Sage, no tyres on board. I believe they deployed them earlier on. Eloy Gonzalez, full set for the Spaniard. Paul Andriotis with the left-hand side. Nicholas Hirsch and Lewis Marsh on the 7th row of the grid. Brand new set on the left-hand side.
Row number 8 includes Senna Muner and Isaac Sayer, and then from 9 we have Zach Green with Maximilian Egglestader. 10 includes Lula Carrere, who's gone full new set with Henry Carter, who's gone new just on the left. And then shortly behind we have Hugo Gillard with Mark Granada. 12 is Michael Gorky with Alex Pinera. And rounding out your grid and not deploying tyres at all within this race is Mathis Mouchard.
Indeed, so big run of drivers in this one. Field of 24. Mathis Mouchard's missing from the grid. Will not be taking part in this race. But like I say, smattering of full sets being deployed in this one, and the highest of those drivers being the man who starts on the front row on that Henza orange machine. Full set for Bertram Sash. He's looking for that run to the end. Synchronization time for the penultimate time today, Nicole. and they've been getting better and better as the days progressed. How is it this time around? And it's a good one. That is solid. I think I'm going to go 9.1 on the scoreboard there. Here we go into the final corner. What's it going to be then? Is it going to be green? Lights are not out. It's a false start of the day. I'm looking forward to seeing what Dan Ashton had to say about that one.
Wondering how Bertram Sash will fare in this race start then, because he's fallen short a couple of times so far within heats. Can he maybe improve on things for his wildcard entry here in Germany? That's a question for me within the race, but of course...
Bit quicker the last corner, Martin and Messi in the mid-pack.
Answers your question then, Anthony. Bit quick in the mid-pack section for Dan Ashton. That's why we didn't go racing in this one. Big points on the board for some of these drivers, and who are going to be the ones that capture those last scores to maybe try and catch up to the likes of Aluya and Sebastiano Pavan in second and third.
Indeed. Right then, these drivers now will get themselves squared away once again. Do we get to see it for, just because it's at the end of the day, doesn't mean we get to see it for multiple times here. Do we get to see the synchronization once again from those flags? Yes, we do. It was a 9.1 on the last one. What will it be this time around? Wait for it. Wait for it. It's actually quite a long wait. The cut's going quite slow. There it goes. Last cut goes through. Oh, yes, that's another good one. I'd say another 9.2. I'll be even kinder that time around. Here we go then. Once more into the tram lines. Second time around for Senior X30 qualifying heat A versus F. It's Rammers and Sash as we go racing. It's a good start for the front row. Keep an eye on Bertram Sash. He's got the full set of tyres on board. He carries the speed around turn number 1 and 2, but he's got the pace. It's pandemonium though in the background. Multiple carts diving to the inside, but unfortunately not getting through. We'll count you who those drivers were. 4 drivers, though, not getting the getaway that were wanted at the start of that one. One of them being, I think, Harrison Mackie. One of them being Nicholas Hirsch. I think Seneminir was the other one, and maybe Luna Clay could have been the other. But drama there as Sash goes to the inside. He takes the lead. And I think, is that Aaron Garcia following through as well? It's the MDC livery into P2.
There we go then. Sash has used those new tyres to his advantage, maximising that decision to deploy later on, and has bit the bullets, especially at that race start. Like you said, Anthony, when going around turn number 3, used that grip that he's got on the tyre, hung it around the outside, and really did help himself. Moves going on now for that third position. We've got Rick Nadding getting involved. Lewis Bird is trying to follow down as well. Change for the race lead. Garcia now snatches it away from Sash through turn number 6 and pulls away slightly down out of turns 8 and towards 9 and 10. Garcia, your new race leader, 10th of a second ahead of Sash. But when will Sash retaliate? Because every point on the board is going to promote these drivers through when we go through into superheats later on. Rick Nadding was your driver that got into third ahead of Lewis Bird. Kevin Lantinga is up by 2 to round out your top 5. And then Eloy Gonzalez is up by 5 positions to get into the top 6, needing a redemption drive after 2 big crashes so far throughout heats.
Yeah, certainly so. Aaron Garcia, they're pushing his way forward as down the inside. Max Egger-Sadler just trying to push the positions through. But your big racing driver as well of Max Camelanda, who had that dramatic race earlier on, now pushing himself back through the order of this one. Sophia Sage under investigation, potentially causing a collision out on circuit. We'll have to keep that one under wraps for the time being and see how that unfolds. Changes though for third place. I think Kevin Lantinga is getting a move done on Lewis Bird, or vice versa, Bird getting past Lantinga, but the fight's still on. We'll keep a close eye on that one as the battle for 4th place is heating up. And yes, Lantinga did get past Bird, and Gonzalez getting through as well. Bird on the fight back to the inside of Elo Gonzalez. Beautiful little overtake there through turn number 4. Nicely done.
Yeah, slotted in nicely did Bird. Found his wings after that DNF yesterday through the heat. Sayer goes fastest on the board. Sayer sat there in 12th position following around the likes of Gelée, but having to fight off Luis Mas sat there in 13th. No attempt yet by Sash to try and pick up the temperature and apply some more pressure to Garcia out there in the race lead. But Kevin Lantinga looks like he's found something extra within his final heat because he goes purple through sector number 2. Sophia Sage still under investigation. That's come up again on my timing screen. As there on your screen is the battle between Eloy and Lewis going through turn number 3. Eloy, like we said previously, on a bit of a redemption, trying to pick things back up after some bad luck. I don't think which has been any fault of his own, but Bird is saying no to Eloy as he goes fastest now on the board. Qualifying heats points so far. Moya, of course, still leads the way with that 244. It's then Aluya with 238, and then Ramos on 209. So nobody within this race actually jumping up the order just yet.
I've had a thought, Nicole, and trust me, I'm just as worried as you are. But no, Aaron Garcia, obviously, has only got one side of his tyres on. He's only got the left-hand side. Bertram Sash got a full set, but he's losing time to Garcia. And you might be thinking, how is that possible, Anthony? How is he losing time? So without boring the audience, remember the interview you had with Ruben Moyer earlier on where he said this track is very grippy and this rubber going down is actually causing quite a lot of stickiness. Has deploying a full set of tyres actually over-gripped the kart, and it's slower than a kart that's got a used set on one side and one side a bit grippier, because when I did a track walk this morning, I did notice, not this morning, yesterday evening actually it was, the track is super sticky. I could feel my shoes kind of like peeling off the track. So there is a lot of high grip levels out there. So, yeah, that might be what we're seeing there from Bertram Sash.
Well, we're in luck because we get these post-race interviews, so it could be a question for either Sash or Garcia of what is the grip level like out there on the track. Bird still trying to have to defend off Gonzalez for that 4th position, but is by eye catching up to Kevin Lantinga in that 3rd spot. Those 3 drivers heading through turn number 6. You can just see Lantinga trying to put off that hopping of the kart. You don't want to barrel into the corners too fast, go in too hard, and then up bouncing around with the level of grip that is out there on the track. Oh. Settle down, take big that back. Send. Not settle down by Eloy Gonzalez. Like you said, Anthony, big send down the inside of Lewis Bird to snatch off that 4th position.
Battle's happening thick fast further down the order. Alex Pineda is on a 15-place gain here and is now inside the top 10. Hugo Gelée has done the same, 11 places gained in P10. They've just got both past Isaac Sayer and Lars Ramos. Luis Mas has just got into 11th place as well. Zach Green also on the charts. He's in P7 and is at 10 places, but there, Alex Pineda is your biggest mover. 15 places gained. He started this one 24th, right at the back of the field, and he's there now in he's there now inside the top 10 with a gain of 15 places.
Well, he's left it quite late in the day, but final moment, so a good time to do it. A bit of a lull phase for our top 5 then. No redemption from Lewis Bird to try and jump back in front of Eloy Gonzalez. Gonzalez looking pretty settled there in that 4th position. Warning flags out there for Senna Munir. 5-second instant penalty for Munir. Where will that drop the driver down to? So currently 16th, 5-second penalty drops to around about 23rd position to where pretty much Sophia Sage is currently sat. Eyes on this one, is that, can't tell if that is Zach Green just trying to fight off Nadin. That's for 6th place. Green then having to pluck off a lot of places this weekend throughout heats. 11 positions gained in this one heat after heat. You've seen a similar story for Zach after not having the qualifying he would have wanted, and actually it's really impressive to see that he can still continue to do that, because when positions like that are gained, you know that the drivers are really pushing the tyre hard. So to charge through in that way and not actually kill the tyre, good stuff by Green sat there in 6th.
Yeah, certainly so. He may still be getting a slight benefit here with a brand new set on the left-hand side, but still doing a very good job indeed. Like you say, for Rick Nadin, just down those 4 places, and yeah, after that win earlier on, utilising those brand new set of tyres, he is keeping that race and keeping those tyres in good nick. There, though, Elo Gonzalez, now fastest driver on the circuit, hunting down Kevin Lantinga in 3rd place. We are nearing the end of this race. Last lap board will be out this time. If we're going to see an overtake, it's not going to be for the race lead. It might be for 3rd place, though, Nicole, because look at Gonzalez. He had a shaky start, but he's certainly back into play now. Over the line they go. Last lap board is out. Fights on for 3rd place.
Fights on, but I'd say with this stage, with the gap that's got and the way that Bird has just hopped out of turn number 4 with that grip level, I'd say it is quite confirmed. Lantinga, though, looking like he's just driving round with the thought of Gonzalez sat there behind him in 4th. But I would say for your race leader of Aaron Garcia, this one is on the board. He's done it. He's got it in the books. Zach Green started 17th, currently 6th. A gain overall of 11 positions. A big hitter within this race. But for Garcia, who heads over that blind crest, looks like he's going to take the checkered flag as your race winner for his final heat of the day, ahead of Bertram Sash, ahead of Kevin Lantinga in 3rd place.
Indeed, he's done what he can there, but he can only get up to 4th in the points, joint with Sebastiano Pavan. No one here will break inside the top 3, and that is a, run to them for Ruben Moura and Gianna Lucia. They did enough there. They don't need to worry about what happens for the later of this one. They are calm going into their races tomorrow. There's a look at your points, but like you say, Aaron Garcia can only get up to 4th place. Pavan out-qualified him despite the fact they're joint on points, but Pavan does get that 3rd spot. However, we still don't know who's going to be starting on the front row between the likes of Garcia, Pavan, or maybe even Danny Carinini in this race, because he is still a driver in the next race who could do something about that. There is looking results. Garcia from Sash, Lantinga from Gonzalez, Bird from Green, Rick Nadin finishing in 7th place ahead of Alex Pineda's 16th place gain, ahead of Hugo Gillet's 12 places gain. Of course, Zach Green's 11th place gained as well. Lewis Mass running at the top 10 from Max Camalanda. Then it is Isaac Say from Seneminir, Henry Carter from Paul Anthony Lars Rammer, unfortunately, the front row of the grid. No tyres deployed in this race, did get swallowed by the pack and finishes down in 16th place. Mark Granada from Luna Carey, Peter Gorecki from Nicholas Hirsch, Harrison Mackie, drama for him right at the start of that race. Nicole caught out in that opening lap incident, the same as Maximilian Egger-Stadler, Sophia Sage and Michael Gorecki, all finishing right at the back of the order, and of course the one non-starter of Mattis Merschouts. But there on your screen, Aaron Garcia, solid drive up into the front row. He'll be starting at this moment alongside Gianna Luja, his fellow teammate. That's going to be an interesting one, but there's one more race to go, Nicole, that could make the difference, and here are some of the highlights from that race. Initially, the start very strong for Lars Ram, but of course those older tyres won't have been any match for the drivers around him. Bertram Sash, of course, with that full fresh set of tyres as well, just pushing his way through. Drama would strike here at the hairpin. Unfortunately, drivers getting tangled over each other, one of them being championship leader Harrison Mackie, who's had a pretty torrid weekend here.
Absolutely has. Mackie then has got some graft to put in tomorrow for superheats and hopefully finals if he can get himself into there. Not sure where he is overall on points for the time being, but after those results, I wouldn't say it's very high up your order. Sash took that early race lead, did end up losing it, but looked strong with the grip levels when he deployed those new tyres until about 2 or 3 laps in. Drivers hustling each other through turn number 4. We've got Lewis Bird, tried to hang it round the outside going through 5, but it wasn't quite enough until this stage where he just used a bit of the extra track to keep it on the tarmac and tuck back in going into turn number 6. This was also where Garcia then overtook Sash to snatch away that race lead that wasn't challenged at all for the remainder of the race. Zach Green looked feisty throughout the entire heat. 11 place gained overall by that driver who deployed a fresh set on just one side of the kart to help himself get back up the order after a difficult qualifying earlier on. That's it for that group then, but now we turn our attention to groups B versus C. One final senior X30 heat of the day, 11 laps, 13 kilometers, and hopefully it's going to be a good one. On the front end of your order though, Danny Caronini, you can see the Italian there, stood at the front end of the grid. We've got Max Radek already sat in the kart trying to concentrate, being given just a last-minute handshake by teammates of Marlon Bayer, who's now walking back down to that mid-pack section of the field to jump in his kart. But Caronini, a name to watch, a European champion for 2024. He's come into this weekend after not testing previously, came into this weekend blind, put it on pole in group in qualifying, and has done some good stuff throughout heats, but has felt short a couple of times when it comes to the racing aspect of things. Tyres within this one is going to come into effect because you've got a multitude of drivers that have deployed some new rubber.
Oh, certainly so. As the clear the grid board goes up to clear the mechanics away, Danny Caronini there on the front row of the grid has deployed one half of them on the left-hand side. That can be said for the top two rows, actually. The same for Max Radek, Christian Biasati and Florent Panner, who also have deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side of their wagons. That's going to be an interesting fight there at that sharp end. But let's just see how it all unfolds, because they're not out of the woods, I would say. But after what we saw in that previous race, maybe they are, because Roxanne Lantinga on the third row of the grid is going to be your highest-ranked driver on a full set of brand new slick tyres. However, we did just see from Bertram Sash that maybe that could be not the right choice, because could it be over-gripped out on circuit with the high temperatures, still 29 degrees, the sun blasting down on the track, all the rubber that has gone down on the circuit? It might actually be detrimental to go for a full set at this stage, but we'll have to wait and see. Because we are moments away from seeing the start of this race. Danny Caronini will not have the chance to start on pole position, may have the chance to start on the front row, but we'll have to wait and see if that is the case, as we are seconds away from seeing the green light flash and the engines firing up, and we get that now. Last race of the day. A very busy, long day of racing that started all the way at 10 past 10 in the morning. It is 6:30 in the evening right now, and I can't believe I'm still talking. The same for you, Nicole, as well. What a day it's been. Danny Caronini and Max Radek on row number 1, Christian Biasati and Florent Panay go from row 2. All of them brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Row 3 sees Annie Rattel. He's deployed them on the right-hand side, and Roxanne Lantinga with a full set. Jacob Mikalev with a full set. Now Vanel Basoini not deploying the tyres. They'll have Luca Horton with a brand new set on the left-hand side. Luca Mann not choosing any. Marlon Bayer and Emmanuel Leodikis, I believe they all chose their tyres earlier on. Marlon Bayer with a brand new set on the left-hand side, with the first half of the grid being Philip Tenson and Donovan Bonilla, both of them with the left-hand side.
Part 2 of your grid then, row number 8 includes Luca Millard, who has gone full set, with Otto Pukkanen, who's gone on just one side. Row number 9, just one side once more from Morgan Knudsen, alongside Sam Woolley, who has not deployed new tyre out there. We then have on 10 Sam van der Heijden alongside Luca Horschiska. 11 is Gims Markubag with Sarah Effert. Then on 12 we have Luke Taylor, who has gone for just one side, as has Kevin Backer, who's starting alongside him on that 12th and penultimate row. Row number 13, we are supposed to have Leonard Kath, but I believe he is missing. He would be starting alongside Raquel Zarif on that 26th spot of the final X30 Senior Heat, the final heat of today's racing. B versus C. Who is going to jump the gun? Who is going to get the run to the line and give us a show for the last one, as we have the synchronized flags out there on the crest of the hill.
For the last time today, beautiful,
Ooh.
10 out of 10. I'm going to give it on that last one. Here we go then, into the tram lines. It is the last race of the day. It's Danny Carinini and Max Radek on the front row of the grid. The lights go out. We're racing in Senior X30 as they head in towards turn number 2 and 3 for the first time. It's a lightning start for Danny Carinini as the rest of the field scramble for second place onwards. But it's a good start round the first couple of corners as they dive into the hairpin at post number 4. And are they all going to get round cleanly? The answer to that is yes. But like I said, it's a solid start for Danny Carinini. He's held on to the front. Max Radek is there in second place. He's doing what he needs to do. He is holding off the likes of Florent Panet, who's there on that Birilant machine, but pushing through nicely. He's defending from the likes of Christian Biasati, who's there in 4th place.
Hopefully I don't speak too soon, but Danny Carinini, your race leader within just 1 lap, has cleared off from the rest of the field. 7/10 of a second. He's already given himself ahead of the likes of Max Radek in second, who is now being challenged by the likes of Pan and Biasati. Biasati overtaking Pan for that 3rd spot. Max Radek then given a bit of saving grace out of that corner as the drivers behind Biasati, Pan and Andy Rattel are fighting amongst each other. That's bringing Roxanne Lantinga into the fight. She heads out of turn number 10 in 6th place on the back of Rattel going into 12. Good on the brakes is Lantinga through that corner. Can she set it up into turn number 12? Yes, she can. Down the inside, thank you very much. Jumps into the top 5.
Yeah, indeed. Nice little change there. Danny Carinini looking very, very strong here. He is now put himself 3rd in the points with this P1 positioning. He is looking to take away the front row start for Aaron Garcia. He takes away the start for Sebastiano Pavan with his teammate Ruben Moya. Danny Carinini will start alongside Ruben Moya in the Superheat tomorrow on that front row of the grid. Joanna Luja will start alongside Sebastiano Pavan. So with that actually benefits a lot of the drivers because the dominant force out in these qualifying heats has been the likes of Ruben Moya and Sebastiano Pavan. And with the likes of Danny Carinini there in the lead, he splits that up.
Maybe felt like after missing that previous round, Moya had come into this considering that points loss. But he said in his interview, no, it's just another track, it's just another race. He's here to do what he normally does. Eyes on this one though, that was Roxanne Lantinga trying to overtake Pan for that 4th place. Overcooked it into turn number 4, but gets it back and overtakes into turn number 6. Good stuff by Roxanne and holds on to it going through turn 7. Holds on to the wheel nicely through 9 and 10. Not put off by Pan right on the back bumper. Pan trying to defend now from the drivers behind, as once more we've got Senna Munir under investigation. We saw that previously. Not quite sure what that was for, but that is what it says on your screen. Into the final corner, more overtakes, but this time that's Andy Rattel trying to overtake. Now under investigation is man 212 man. Terrible day for Luca after a good qualifying. He just hasn't been able to put it together throughout the heat. Has tumbled down the order a multitude of times. Overtake into turn number 6 then. That is a change between Biasati and Max Radek for 2nd place. Biasati goes down the inside and says thank you very much. Gives himself a bit of a gap after not rolling off that brake, not sliding. And Max Radek, to be fair, does give the position away and doesn't challenge just yet to try and get it back.
No, indeed. So, pushes through in that early stage. That's a boisterous lunge there in the background. Who was that? Was that a Zanki? Is that Jacob Mikolev trying to push his way through? I think it might have been there, but that's a little further back in the order, as unfortunately Leonikis is under investigation for a starting procedure. Nice fight down there to the inside. That's another one of the Zankis. That is Jacob Mikolev getting the moves done and still pushing his way forward. Danny Carinini, look at this, at the front. He's got all the pace in the world. Look at that time, 49.8 that is significantly faster than anyone else. 2/10 clear from the second fastest driver.
Well, maybe questioning if Danny had been stood watching the gap that Moya had grabbed himself and thought, do you know what, I can do that too. Watch this, Ruben. Of course, Ruben will be starting on pole for the first superheat, but Carinini on the board currently with the points he has got. Looks like he could be on pole for that superheat B.
No, he'll be starting alongside Moya on the front row in superheat A on it, because there you've got Jana Luja, who will have pole position for superheat 2. So that's what we see from that one. So yeah, we are still going to see a Carinini-Moya battle. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it because, like you say, Carinini's now showcasing what he can do on a fresh set on one single side. Both of those drivers only deployed the one side, didn't they? Which means they both have a brand new one side of their tyres for tomorrow's superheat together. So again, still very much looking forward to that one later on in the weekend. We're on to we're going on now to lap number 8 of this race. 7 laps completed. There is Christian Biasati in second place. He's obviously just got that move done earlier on Max Radek. Now Max is still there in third with Roxanne Lantinga closing in behind. There's big changes in the background there. That's an XL machine going forward. It's Luca Horton on Florent Panet and getting himself up into 7th place.
Luca Horton then had a few big moments throughout heat so far, got involved in some incidents and ended up out on the grass at one stage, but a better heat to round out today's racing so far for the XL driver. Out through the turns they go then, and your driver out there in the field, we just saw a glimpse of him. There he is, heading out of the final corner. Danny Carinini, 1.9 seconds clear. As you're gesturing to me, Anthony, like you've spotted something.
Well, no, I spotted this. Roxanne Lantinga closing in on Max Radek. Roxanne Lantinga's best result so far this weekend has been a P4. She is eyeing up a P3 for the first time this weekend. And can she get it? Max Radek is trying his level best to hold on to these high-level positions as he has done throughout the weekend. But with the race coming to a conclusion, a brand new set of tyres on board, a full set for Roxanne Lantinga could put her up into her best finishing spot of the weekend. Is she going to line something up here and towards turn 12? No, the answer is no. She stays behind, but she is on that rear bumper now in the dying stages of this race. There's no way she's going to close in to be a Saudi who's further up ahead, but a top 3 finish will still be a delightful result for the young female from the Netherlands. And down the inside, go on, Yanis, you've got it done into P3.
Good stuff by Lantinga there. She looked over her shoulder, going towards the final corner of the previous lap, was setting that up the whole way through sector number 1. She was gauging that gap to the drivers behind, making sure they weren't close enough to catch up, making sure the likes of Mikolev, who has just gone purple, weren't close enough in case the move went wrong. But it did not go wrong because Lantinga made it stick on Radek, who has to currently settle for that 4th place. Once more, Lantinga looks over her shoulder to see the gap, but Roxanne, you've given yourself a bit of breathing room out there in that 3rd position. Finally, she jumps up to higher than a P4. Carinini, final lap, is leading by 1.2 seconds ahead of Biasati there on your screens in 2nd. Good stuff from Danny Carinini. No testing for him, but it was a pole in qualifying. Consistently fast, consistently had to fight his way through, but a different story from this one where he has had near enough, I won't jinx him, a lights to flag. Still a couple more corners left to go for Danny to perfect things. But he is a European champion. He's used to this. He's used to racing races out there in the front. He's used to leading, and he's done exactly that once more here today.
He certainly has. To the line he goes, and we'll see it here from him. Danny Carinini across the line will secure a front row, but it's not a pole position for him. That will still be for Ruben Moya and for Jana Luja. But Danny Carinini secures a front row with Ruben Moya. Sebastiano Pavan secures a front row with Jana Luja. on the front row for Superheat B. Danny Carinini did what he could after, like you said at the start of this race, absolutely no prior testing, thrown in at the deep end for qualifying. He did the morning warm-ups on qualifying day. That's what got him eligible to actually do the race weekend. If he missed out on those, he wouldn't have been able to take part, but he managed to do those. He showed good pace, and he's continued that pace throughout this weekend. Danny Carinini ahead of Christian Biasati. Roxanne Lantinga, her best result of the weekend, finishes in P3 ahead of Max Radek. Jacob Mikulev from Andy Patel. Luca Horton from Florent Panet. Otto Pukkanen from Emmanuel Leodikis. Then it is Marlon Bayer from Sam Woolley. Philip Svensson from Donovan Bonilla. Then it is Kevin Bakker from Luca Moulard. Gans Werkelbach from Morgan Klutzen. And it's Raquel Zarif from Sem van der Heijden. Luke Taylor from Sarah Effert. Lucas Horchika from Adam Elbasoini. Luca Mann rounds out the 25 kart field, and the non-starter of Leon Kath not taking to the circuit. Racing is done for the day. Don't go anywhere though. We've got the highlights from that last one for Danny Carinini. There wasn't really many highlights for him, was there, Nicole? Lights to flag all the way throughout.
Well, I think that was the highlight for him.
I think so as well.
There we go. We'll give him that.
I think
he's had a good day.
My highlight from that race, 100%, was the first 10 out of 10 for the synchronisation of the flags right at the start of that race. Hopefully we get to see that again.
Can I say my highlight?
Go on.
I think Lantinga getting into the top 3. She's not managed to do that so far this weekend. Has consistently been in those P4s, but right at the very last minute, ahead of Max, made the move stick through turn number 4 and got it done. Job well done by Roxanne. Job well done by Danny Carinini, who's there on your screens. Best moments then. We'll start off by that synchronised flags by Tatiana and Tizia there on the crest of the hill. At the early stage then, Danny Carinini swept across onto that racing line. Straight away gave himself a nice gap ahead of the rest of the field, the likes of Max Radek, the likes of Lantinga and Biasati in there as well. No major stuff going through turn number 4. Nobody getting squeezed out massively, not compared to that previous Senior X30 race that we had where we saw the likes of Mackie get caught out and spun round. Hot spot then into turn number 11, drivers going defensive in the early stages, but that is where you really can lunge, as is turn number 4, where we saw Biasati go down the inside. Good stuff from him to jump up the order. Down the inside, Lantinga went, picked off place by place, up into top 3 in the end.
Indeed, there was the big sends in that latter stage from Roxanne Lantinga, getting those overtakes done, of course. Those fresh set of boots on board, just able to throw it into the corners. It grips up on the exit, able to carry that speed throughout the course of that first opening stage of the race. Then we saw the drives from further back. We see Zanki's Jacob Mikulev pushing through the order in that latter stage of the racing as well. But all the way throughout this one, Nicole, we see those dying view moments. This moment here, my favourite, like you say, your favourite. This was your highlight. Roxanne Lantinga up there into the front. And I think Danny Carinini's highlight, lights to flag, puts himself on the front row of Superheat 1 tomorrow. He starts alongside Ruben Moya. He's going to be the one to beat, of course. Within that, he's been the most dominant figure this weekend, as well as him alongside Jana Luja, who has been a dominant force as well. But that's tomorrow. That's the time you can expect to see it, starting at 20 past 10 in the morning. We see those Superheats. Starts with the minis, then we go into the juniors for their 2 Superheats, and then, of course, the seniors for their 2 Superheats. And the finals start at 1:15 local time. I think those laps are slightly different to what they should be, but there you can see the senior one starting at 2:15 local time. That's going to be an almighty race to watch. I can imagine you do not want to miss it. So make sure you set your alarm clocks for as early as you can. But like we said, the racing is done for the day, Nicole. We've got through it, myself, Adam Jordan, Nicole Sutherland. It has been a very busy day. So many races. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined us over the course of today, as well as all the fantastic work from the marshalling team, the officials out there as well, the camera crew and the production crew as well, who've all done an absolutely fantastic job over the course of the long day today. But the weekend's not done yet. Like we say, tomorrow's another busy one, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for the third and penultimate round of the IAME Euro Series here in Wackersdorf, Germany.
Down to all radio users, RGMMC radio users and Wackersdorf staff. That concludes our many races, 24 races today. Fantastic job by everybody. Thank you very much for all your help. Cami, please make sure you thank all the marshals, all the medical crew and everything. Superb job today in the heat. Fantastic flag work, fantastic incident handling as well. Thank you very much for all your help, guys, today. We go again tomorrow for finals day. Enjoy your evening, whatever your plans are, and see you all bright and early in the morning. Thank you very much, and thanks, Martin.